Chapter 26 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Andrus. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 26. Italian Troubles. Stuber knew his master well. There was no need for any perquisitions on his part. The ladies, the studio, and the garden were totally forgotten ere nightfall. Some rather alarming intelligence had arrived from Carrara, which had quite obliterated every memory of his late adventure. That little town of artists had long been the resort of an excited class of politicians, and it was more than rumored that the Carbonari had established there a lodge of their order. Inflammatory placards had been posted through the town, violent denunciations of the government, vengeance, even on the head of the sovereign, openly proclaimed, and a speedy day promised when the wrongs of an enslaved people should be avenged in blood. The messenger who brought the alarming tidings to Massa carried with him many of the inflammatory documents, as well as several knives and poignards discovered by the activity of the police in a ruined building at the seashore. No arrests had as yet been made, but the authorities were in possession of information with regard to various suspicious characters, and the police prepared to act at a moment's notice. It was an hour after midnight when the council met, and the Duke sat, pale, agitated, and terrified, at the table, with Landelli, the Prime Minister, Caprini, the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and General Ferruccio, the War Minister, a venerable ecclesiastic, Monsignor Botti, occupying the lowest place, in virtue of his humble station as confessor of his Highness. He, who of all others enjoyed his master's confidence, and whose ready intelligence was most needed in the emergency, was not present, his title of Minister of the Household not qualifying him for a place at the council. Whatever the result, the deliberation was a long one. Even while it continued, there was time to despatch a courier to Carrara and receive the answer he brought back; and when the Duke returned to his room, it was already far advanced in the morning. Fatigued and harassed, he dismissed his valet at once, and desired that Stuber might attend him. When he arrived, however, his Highness had fallen off asleep, and lay, dressed as he was, on his bed. Stuber sat noiselessly beside his master, his mind deeply pondering over the events which, although he had not been present at the council, had all been related to him. It was not the first time he had heard of that formidable conspiracy which, under the title of the Carbonari, had established themselves in every corner of Europe. In the days of his humbler fortune he had known several of them intimately. He had been often solicited to join their band; but while steadily refusing this, he had detected much which to his keen intelligence savored of treachery to the cause amongst them. This cause was necessarily recruited from those whose lives rejected all honest and patient labor. They were the disappointed men of every station, from the highest to the lowest, the ruined gentleman, the beggared noble, the bankrupt trader, the houseless artisan, the homeless vagabond, were all there, bold, daring, and energetic, fearless as to the present, reckless as to the future. They sought for any change, no matter what, seeing that in the convulsion their own condition must be bettered. Few troubled their heads how these changes were to be accomplished. They cared little for the real grievances they assumed to redress. Their work was demolition. It was to the hour of pillage alone they looked for the recompense of their hardihood. Some, unquestionably, took a different view of the agencies and the objects. Dreamy, speculative men, with high aspirations, hoped that the cruel wrongs which tyranny inflicted on many a European state might be effectually curbed by a glorious freedom, when each man's actions should be made conformable to the benefit of the community, and the will of all be typified in the conduct of each. There was, however, another class, and to these Stubber had given deep attention. It was a party whose singular activity and energy were always in the ascendant, ever suggesting bold measures whose results could scarcely be more than menaces, and advocating actions whose greatest effect could not rise above acts of terror and dismay. And thus, while the leaders plotted great political convulsions, and the masses dreamed of sack and pillage, these latter dealt in acts of assassination, the vengeance of the poniard and the poison cup. These were the men Stubber had studied with no common attention. He fancied he saw in them neither the dupes of their own excited imaginations nor the reckless followers of rapine, but an order of men equal to the former by intelligence, but far transcending the last in crime and infamy. In his own early experiences he had perceived that more than one of these had expatriated themselves suddenly, carrying away to foreign shores considerable wealth, and that, too, under circumstances where the acquisition of property seemed scarcely possible. Others he had seen as suddenly throwing off their political associates, rise into stations of rank and power, and one memorable case he knew where the individual had become the chief adviser of the very state whose destruction he had sworn to accomplish. Such a one he now faced he had detected among the advisers of his prince, and deeply ruminating on this theme, he sat at the bedside. "Is it a dream, Stubber, or have we really heard bad news from Carrara? Has Fraschetti been stabbed or not?" "Yes, your Highness, he has been stabbed exactly 2 inches below where he was wounded in September last. Then it was his pocketbook that saved him. Now it was your Highness's picture, which, like a faithful follower, he always carried about him." "Which means that you disbelieve the whole story." "Every word of it." "And the poignards found at the Bocca di Magra?" "Found by those who placed them there." "And the proclamations?" "Blundering devices. See, here's one of them, printed on the very paper supplied to the government offices. There's the watermark with the crown and your own cipher on it. Per Bacco it is. Let me show this to Landelli." "Wait a while, your Highness. Let us trace this a little farther. No arrests have been made?" "None." "Nor will any. The object in view is already gained. They have terrified you, and secured the next move." "What do you mean?" "Simply that they have persuaded you that this State is the hotbed of revolutionists, that your own means of security and repression are unequal to the emergency, that dissatisfaction exists in the army, and that, whether for the maintenance of the government or your safety, you have only one course remaining." "Which is?" "To call in the Austrians." "Per Bacco, it is exactly what they have advised. How did you come to know it? Who is the traitor at the council board?" I wish I could tell you the name of one who was not such. Why, your Highness, these fellows are not your ministers, except in so far as they are paid by you. They are Metternich's people. They receive their appointments from Vienna, and are only accountable to the cabinet at the Schönbrunn. If wise and moderate counsels prevailed here, if our financial measures prospered, if the people were happy and contented, how long, think you, would Lombardy submit to be ruled by the rod and the bayonet? Do you imagine that you will be suffered to give an example to the peninsula of a good administration?" "But so it is," broke in the Prince. "I defy any man to assert the opposite. The country is prosperous, the people are contented, the laws justly administered, and, I hesitate not to say, myself, as popular as any sovereign of Europe. And I tell you, your Highness, just as distinctly, that the country is ground down with taxation, even to export duties on the few things we have to export; that the people are poor to the very verge of starvation; that if they do not take to the highways as brigands, it is because some traditions as honest men yet survive amongst them; that the laws only exist as an agent of tyranny, arrest and imprisonment being at the mere caprice of the authorities; nor is there a means by which an innocent man can demand his trial, and insist on being confronted with his accuser. Your jails are full, crowded to a state of pestilence with supposed political offenders, men that, in a free country, would be at large, toiling industriously for their families, and whose opinions could never be dangerous, if not festering in the foul air of a dungeon. And as to your own popularity, all I say is, don't walk in the piazza at Carrara after dusk; no, nor even at noonday." "And you dare to speak thus to me, Stubber?" said the Prince, his face covered with a deadly pallor as he spoke, and his white lips trembling, but less in passion than in fear. "And why not, sir? Of what value could such a man as I am be to your service if I were not to tell you what you'll never hear from others, the plain, simple truth? Is it not clear enough that if I only thought of my own benefit, I'd say whatever you'd like best to hear? I'd tell you, like Landelli, that the taxes were well paid, or say, as Cerreccio did the other day, that your army would do credit to any state in Europe, when he well knew at the time that the artillery was in mutiny from arrears of pay, and the cavalry horses dying from short rations." "I am well weary of this," said the Duke with a sigh. "If the half of what I hear of my kingdom every day be but true, my lot in life is worse than a galley slave's. One assures me that I am bankrupt, another calls me a vassal of Austria, a third makes me out a papal spy, and you aver that if I venture into the streets of my own town, in the midst of my own people, I am almost sure to be assassinated. Take no man's word, sir, for what, while you can see for yourself, it is your own duty to ascertain," said Stubber resolutely. "If you really only desire a life of ease and indolence, forgetting what you owe to yourself and those you rule over, send for the Austrians. Ask for a brigade and a general; you'll have them for the asking. They'd come at a word, and try your people at the drumhead, and flog and shoot them with as little disturbance to you as need be. You may pension off the judges, for a court martial is a far speedier tribunal, and a corporal's guard is quite an economy in criminal justice. Trade will not, perhaps, prosper with martial law, nor is a state of siege thought favorable to commerce. No matter, you'll sleep safe so long as you keep within doors, and the band under your window will rouse the spirit of nationality in your heart as it plays 'God Preserve the Emperor.'" "You forget yourself, sir, and you forget me," said the Duke, sternly, as he drew himself up and threw a look of insolent pride at the speaker. "Mayhap I do, your Highness," was the ready answer; "and out of that very forgetfulness let your Highness take a warning. I say once more, I distrust the people about you, and as to this conspiracy at Carrara, I'll wager a round sum on it that it was hatched on the other side of the Alps and paid for in good florins of the Holy Roman Empire. At all events, give me time to investigate the matter. Let me have till the end of the week to examine into it, and, if I find nothing to confirm my views, I'll say not one word against all the measures of the precaution that your council are bent on importing from Austria." "Take your own way, I promise nothing," said the Duke, haughtily, and, with a motion of his hand, dismissed his adviser. Chapter 27 of the Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 27. Carrara. To all the luxuriant vegetation and cultivated beauty of Massa, glowing in the golden glories of its orange groves, steeped in the perfume of its thousand gardens, Carrara offers the very strongest contrast. Built in a little cleft of the Apennines, it is begirt with great mountains, wild, barren, and desolate. Some, dark and precipitous, have no traces in their sides but those of the torrents which are formed by the melting snows. Others show the white caves, as they are called, of that pure marble which has made the name of the spot famous throughout Europe. High in the mountain sides, escarped amidst rocks, and zigzagging over many a dangerous gorge and deep abyss, are the rough roads trodden by the weary oxen, trailing along their massive loads and straining their stout chests to drag the great white blocks of glittering stone. Far down below, crossed and recrossed by splashing torrents, sprinkled with the spray of 100 cataracts, stands Carrara itself, a little marble city of art, every house a studio, every citizen a sculptor. Hither are sent all the marvellous conceptions of genius, the models which mighty imaginations have begotten, to be converted into imperishable stone. Here are the grand conceptions gathered for every land and clime, treasures destined to adorn the great galleries of nations, or the splendid palaces of kings. Some of these studios are of imposing size and vast proportions, and not devoid of a certain architectural pretension. A group, a figure, or a bas relief usually adorning the space over the door, and by its subject giving some indication of the tastes of the proprietor. Thus Madonnas and saints are of frequent occurrence, and the majority of the artists display their faith by an image of the saint whose patronage they claim. Others exhibit some ideal conception, and a few denote their nationality by the bust of their sovereign, or some prince of his house. One of these buildings, a short distance from the town, and so small as to be little more than a mere crypt, was distinguished by the chaste and simple elegance of its design, and the tasteful ornament with which its owner had decorated the most minute details of the building. He was a young artist who had arrived in Carrara friendless and unknown, but whose abilities had soon obtained for him consideration and employment. At first the tasks entrusted to him were the humbler ones of friezes and decorative art, but at length, his skill becoming acknowledged, to his hands were confided the choicest conceptions of Dannecker, the most rare creations of Canova. Little or nothing was known of him. His habits were of the strictest seclusion. He went into no society, he formed no friendships. His solitary life, after a while, ceased to attract any notice, and men saw him pass and come and go without question, almost without greeting, and, save when some completed work was about to be packed off to its destination, the name of Sebastian Greppi was rarely heard in Carrara. His strict retirement had not, however, exempted him from the jealous suspicions of the authorities. On the contrary, the seeming mystery of his life had sharpened their curiosity and aroused their zeal, and more than once he was summoned to the prefecture to answer some frivolous questions about his passport or his means of subsistence. It was on one of these errands that he stood one morning in the antechamber of the Podesta's court, awaiting his turn to be called and interrogated. The heat of a crowded chamber, the wearisome delay, perhaps, too, some vexation at the frequency of these irritating calls, had partially excited him, and when he was at length introduced, his manner was confused, and his replies vague and almost wandering. Two strangers, whose formal permission to reside were then being filled up by a clerk, were accommodated with seats in the room, and listened with no slight interest to a course of inquiry so strange and novel to their ears. "Greppi!" cried the harsh voice of the president, "come forward!" and a youth stood up, dressed in the blue blouse of a common workman, and wearing the coarse shoes of the very humblest laborer, but yet in the calm dignity of his mien, and the mild character of his sad but handsome features, already proclaiming that he came of a class whose instincts denote good blood. "Greppi, you have a servant, it would seem, whose name is not in your passport. How is this?" "He is an humble friend who shares my fortunes, sir," said the artist. "They asked no passport from him when we crossed the Tuscan frontier, and he has been here some months without any demand for one." "Does he assist you in your work?" "He does, sir, by advice and counsel, but he is not a sculptor. Poor fellow! He never dreamed that his presence here could have attracted any remark." "His tongue and accent betray a foreign origin, Greppi." "Be it so; so do mine, perhaps. Are we the less submissive to the laws?" "The laws can make themselves respected," said the Podesta sternly. "Where is this man? How is he called?" "He is known as Guglielmo, sir. At this moment he is ill. He has caught the fever of the Campagna, and is confined to bed." "We shall send to ascertain the fact," was the reply. "Then my word is doubted?" said the youth haughtily. The Podesta started, but more in amazement than anger. There was, indeed, enough to astonish him in the haughty ejaculation of the poorly clad boy. "I am given to believe that you are not, as your passport would imply, a native of Capri, nor a Neapolitan born," said the Podesta. If my passport be regular and my conduct blameless, what have you or any one to do with my birthplace? Is there any charge alleged against me?" "You are forgetting where you are, boy, but I may take measures to remind you of it," said the podesta, whispering to a sergeant of the gendarmes at his side. "I hope I have said nothing that could offend you," said the boy eagerly. "I scarcely know what I have said. My wish is to submit myself in all obedience to the laws, to live quietly and follow my trade. If my presence here gives displeasure to the authorities, I will, however sorry, take my departure, though I cannot say whither to." The last words were uttered falteringly, and in a kind of soliloquy, and only overheard by the two strangers, who now, having received their papers, arose to go. "Will you call at our inn and speak with us? That's my card," said one as he passed out, and gave a visiting card into the youth's hand. He took it without a word. Indeed, he was too deeply engaged in his own thoughts to pay much attention to the request. "The sergeant will accompany you, my good youth, to your lodgings, and verify what you have stated as to your companion. Tomorrow you will appear here again, to answer certain questions we shall put to you as to your subsistence, and the means by which you live." "Is it a crime to have wherewithal to subsist upon?" asked the boy. "He whose means of living are disproportionate to his evident station may well be an object of suspicion," said the other with a sneer. "And who is to say what is my station, or what becomes it? Will you take upon you to pronounce the question?" cried the boy, boldly. "Mayhap it is what I shall do very soon," was the calm answer. "Then let me have done with this. I'll leave the place as soon as my friend is able to bear removal." "Even that I'll not promise for." "Why, you'll not detain me here by force?" exclaimed the youth. A cold, ambiguous smile was the only reply he received to this speech. "Well, let us see when the restraint is to begin," cried the boy passionately, as he moved towards the door, but no impediment was offered to his departure. On the contrary, the servant, at a signal from the Prefect, threw wide the two sides of the folding doors, and the youth passed out, down the stairs, and into the street. His mind obscured by passion, his heart bursting with indignation, he threaded his way through many a narrow lane and alley, till he reached a small rustic bridge, crossing over which he ascended a narrow flight of steps in the solid rock, and gained a little terrace, on which stood a small cottage of the humblest kind. As usual in Italy during the summer time, the glass sashes of the windows had been removed, and the shutters closed. Opening one of these gently with his hand, he peeped in, and as suddenly a voice cried out, "Are you come back? Oh, how my heart was aching to see you here again! Come in quickly and let me touch your hand." The next moment the boy was seated by the bed, where lay a man greatly emaciated by sickness, and bearing in his worn features the traces of a severe tertian. "It's going off now," said he, "but the fit was a long one. This morning it began at 8 o'clock, but I'm throwing it off now, and I'll soon be better." "My poor fellow," said the boy, caressing the cold fingers within his own hands, "it was in these midnight rambles of mine you caught this terrible malady. As it ever has been, your fidelity is fatal to you. I told you 1,000 times that I was born to hard luck, and carried more than enough to swamp all who might try to succor me. And don't I say, as the old heathen philosopher did of fortune, Mullum numen habeas, si sit prudentia? Is it necessary to say that the speaker was Billy Traynor, and the boy his pupil? "Prudentia!" said the youth, scoffingly, "may mean anything, from trickery to downright meanness, since, by such acts as these, men grow great in life. Prudentia is thrift and self denial. But it is more, too. It is a compromise between a man's dignity and his worldly success. It is the compact that says, 'Bear this, that that may happen,' and so I'll none of it." "Tell me how you fared with the Prefect," asked Billy. "You shall hear and judge for yourself," said the other, and related, as well as his memory would serve him, the circumstances of his late interview. "Well, well," said Billy, "it might be worse." "I knew you'd say so, poor fellow," said the youth, affectionately. "You accept the rubs of life as cheerfully as I take them with impatience. But, after all, this is matter of temperament, too. You can forgive. I love better to resist." "Mine is the better philosophy, though," said Billy, "since it will last one's lifetime. Forgiveness must dignify old age, when your virtue of resistance be no longer possible." "I never wish to reach the time when I may be too old for it," said the boy, passionately. "Hush! Don't say that. It's not for you to determine how long you are to live, nor in what frame of mind years are to find you." He paused, and there was a long, unbroken silence between them. "I have been at the post," said the youth, at last, "and found that letter, which, by the Neapolitan postmark, must have been despatched many weeks since." Billy Traynor took up the letter, whose seal was yet unbroken, and having examined it carefully, returned it to him, saying, "You didn't answer his last, I think?" "No, and I half hoped he might have felt offended, and given up the correspondence. What have we to do with ambassadors or great ministers, Billy? Ours is not the grand highway in life, but the humble path on the mountain side." "I'm content if it only leads upwards," said the sick man, and the words were uttered firmly, but with the solemn fervor of prayer. End of Chapter 27. Recording by Linda Andrus.
Chapter 28 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 28. A Night Scene. As young Massey, for so we like best to call him, sat with the letter in his hand, a card fell to the ground from between his fingers, and, taking it up, he read the name Lord Selby. "What does this mean, Billy?" asked he. "Whom can it belong to? Oh, I remember now. There were some strangers at the Podesta's office this morning, when I was there, and one of them asked me to call at this inn and speak with them." "He has seen the Alcibiades!" exclaimed Billy, eagerly. "He has been at the studio?" "How should he?" rejoined the youth. "I have not been there myself for 2 days. Here is the key." "He has heard of it, then? Of that I'm certain, since he could not be in town here an hour without some one telling him of it." Massey smiled half sadly and shook his head. "Go and see him at all events," said Billy, "and be sure to put on your coat and a hat, for one wouldn't know what ye were at all in that cap and dirty blouse." "I'll go as I am or not at all," said the other, rising. "I am Sebastian Greppi, a young sculptor. At least," added he, bitterly, "I have about the same right to that name as I have to any other." He turned abruptly away as he spoke, and gained the open air. Then for a few moments he stood seemingly irresolute, and then, wiping away a heavy tear that had fallen on his cheek, he slowly descended the steps towards the bridge. When he reached the inn, the strangers had just dined, but left word that when he called he should be introduced at once, and Massey followed the waiter into a small garden, where, In a species of summer-house they were seated at their wine. One of them arose courteously as the youth came forward, and placing a chair for him, and filling out a glass of wine, invited him to join them. "Give him one of your cigars, Baynton," said the other. "They are better than mine." And Massy accepted, and began smoking without a word. "That fellow at the police office gave you no further trouble, I hope," said my lord, in a half languid tone, and with that amount of difficulty that showed he was no master of Italian. "No," replied Massy, "for the present he has done nothing more. I'm not so certain, however, that tomorrow or next day I shall not be ordered away from this." "On what grounds?" "Suspicion, heaven knows of what." "That's infamous, I say, eh, Baynton?" "Detestable," muttered the other. "And where to can you go?" "I scarcely know as yet, since the police are in communication throughout the whole peninsula, and they transmit your character from state to state." "They'd not credit this in England, Baynton." "No, not a word of it," rejoined the other. "You're a Neapolitan, I think I heard him say." "So my passport states." "Ah, he won't say that he is one, though," interposed his lordship in English. "Do you mind that, Baynton?" "Yes, I remarked it," was the reply. "And how came you here originally?" asked Selby, turning towards the youth. "I came here to study and to work. There is always enough to be had to do in this place, copying the works of great masters, and at one's spare moments there is time to try something of one's own." "And have you done anything of that kind?" "Yes, I have begun. I have attempted 2 or 3." "We should like to see them, eh, Baynton?" "Of course, when we've finished our wine. It's not far off, is it?" "A few minutes' walk, but not worth even that, when the place is full of things really worth seeing. There's Danica's bathing nymph, and Canova's dead Cupid, and Rauch's Antigone, all within reach." "Mind that, Baynton. We must see all these to morrow. Could you come about with us, and show us what we ought to see?" "Who knows if I shall not be on the road to morrow?" said the youth, smiling faintly. "Oh, I think not, if there's really nothing against you, if it's only mere suspicion." "Just so," said the other, and drank off his wine. "And you are able to make a good thing of it here, by copying, I mean?" asked his lordship, languidly. "I can live," said the youth, "and as I labour very little and idle a great deal, that is saying enough, perhaps." "I'm not sure the police are not right about him, after all, Baynton," said his lordship. "He doesn't seem to care much about his trade." And Massy was unable to repress a smile at the remark. "You don't understand English, do you?" asked Selby, with a degree of eagerness very unusual to him. "Yes, I am English by birth," was the answer. "English! And how came you to call yourself a Neapolitan? What was the object of that?" "I wish to excite less notice and less observation here, and, if possible, to escape the jealousy with which Englishmen are regarded by the authorities. For this I obtained a passport at Naples." Baynton eyed him suspiciously as he spoke, and as he sipped his wine continued to regard him with a keen glance. "And how did you manage to get a Neapolitan passport?" "Our minister, Sir Horace Upton, managed that for me." "Oh, you are known to Sir Horace, then?" "Yes." A quick interchange of looks between my lord and his friend showed that they were by no means satisfied that the young sculptor was simply a worker in marble and a fashioner of modelling clay. "Have you heard from Sir Horace lately?" asked Lord Selby. "I received his letter to day, but I have not read it." And he showed the unopened letter as he spoke. "The police may, then, have some reasonable suspicions about your residence here," said his lordship slowly. "My lord," said Massy, rising, "I have had enough of this kind of examination from the Podesta himself this morning, not to care to pass my evening in a repetition of it. Who I am, what I am, and with what object here, are scarcely matters in which you have any interest, and assuredly were not the subjects on which I expected you should address me. I beg now to take my leave." He moved towards the garden as he spoke, bowing respectfully to each. "Wait a moment. Pray don't go. Sit down again. I never meant of course I couldn't mean so, eh, Baynton?" said his lordship, stammering in great confusion. "Of course not," broke in Baynton. "His lordship's inquiries were really prompted by a sincere desire to serve you." "Just so, a sincere desire to serve you." "In fact, seeing you, as I may say, in the toils." "Exactly so, in the toils." "He thought very naturally that his influence and his position might, you understand, for these fellows know perfectly well what an English peer is, they take a proper estimate of the power of Great Britain." His lordship nodded assentingly, as though any stronger corroboration might not be exactly graceful on his part. And Baynton went on: "Now you perfectly comprehend why. You see at once the whole thing, and I'm sure, instead of feeling any soreness or irritation at my lord's interference, that in point of fact—" "Just so," broke in his lordship, pressing Massy into a seat at his side. "Just so, that's it. It requires no ordinary tact for any man to reseat himself at a table from which he has risen in anger or irritation, and Massy had far too little knowledge of life to overcome this difficulty gracefully. He tried, indeed, to seem at ease. He endeavoured even to be cheerful, but the efforts were all unsuccessful. My lord was no very acute observer at any time. He was, besides, so constitutionally indolent that the company which exacted least was never the most palatable to him. As for Baynton, he was only too happy whenever least reference was made to his opinion, and so they sat and sipped their wine, with wonderfully little converse between them. "You have a statue, or a group, or something or other, haven't you?" said my lord, after a very long interval. "I have a half-finished model," said the youth, not without a certain irritation at the indifference of his questioner. "Scarcely light enough to look at it to-night, eh, Baynton?" "Scarcely," was the dry answer. "We can go in the morning, though, eh?" The other nodded in cool assent. My lord now filled his glass, drank it off, and refilled, with the air of a man nerving himself for a great undertaking. And such was indeed the case. He was about to deliver himself of a sentiment, and the occasion was one to which Baynton could not lend his assistance. "I have been thinking," said he, "that if that same estate we spoke of, Baynton, that Welsh property, you know, and that thing in Ireland, should fall in, I'd buy some statues and have a gallery." "Devilish costly work you'd find it," muttered Baynton. "Well, I suppose it is. No more so than a racing stable, after all." "Perhaps not." "Besides, I look upon that property, if it does ever come to me, as a kind of windfall. It was one of those pieces of fortune one couldn't have expected, you know." Then, turning towards the youth, as if to apologize for a discussion in which he could take no part, he said: "We were talking of a property which, by the eccentricity of its owner, may one day become mine." "And which doubtless some other had calculated on inheriting," said the youth. "Well, that may be very true. I never thought about that, eh, Baynton?" "Why should you?" was the short response. "Gain and loss, loss and gain," muttered the youth, moodily, "are the laws of life. I say, Baynton, what a jolly moonlight there is out there in the garden. Wouldn't it be a capital time this to see your model, eh?" "If you are disposed to take the trouble," said the youth, rising and blushing modestly, and the others stood up at the same moment. Nothing passed between them as they followed the young sculptor through many an intricate byway and narrow lane, and at last reached the little stream on whose bank stood his studio. "What have we here?" exclaimed Baynton as he saw it. "Is this a little temple?" "It is my workshop," said the boy, proudly, and produced the key to open the door. Scarcely had he crossed the threshold, however, than his foot struck a roll of papers, and, stooping down, he caught up a large placard headed "Morte al Tirano" in large capitals. Holding the sheet up to the moonlight, he saw that it contained a violent and sanguinary appeal to the wildest passions of the Carbonari, one of those savage exhortations to bloodshedding which were taken from the terrible annals of the French Revolution. Some of these bore the picture of the guillotine at top, others were headed with crossed poniards. "What are all these about?" asked Baynton, as he took up 3 or 4 of them in his hand; but the youth, overcome with terror, could make no answer. "These are all sans-culotte literature, I take it," said his lordship; but the youth was stupefied and silent. "Has there been any treachery at work here?" asked Baynton. "Is there a scheme to entrap you?" The youth nodded a melancholy and slow assent. "But why should you be obnoxious to these people? Have you any enemies amongst them?" "I cannot tell," gloomily muttered the youth. "And this is your statue?" said Baynton, as, opening a large shutter, he suffered a flood of moonlight to fall on the figure. "Fine! A work of great merit, Baynton," broke in his lordship, whose apathy was at last overcome by admiration. But the youth stood regardless of their comments, his eyes bent upon the ground. Nor did he heed them as they moved from side to side, examining the statue in all its details, and in words of high praise speaking their approval. "I'll buy this," muttered his lordship. "I'll give him an order, too, for another work, leaving the subject to himself." "A clever fellow, certainly," replied the other. "Whom does he mean the figure to represent?" "It is Alcibiades as he meets his death," broke in the youth. "He is summoned to the door as though to welcome a friend, and he falls pierced by a poisoned arrow. There is but legend to warrant the fact. I cared little for the incident. I was full of the man, as he contended with 7 chariots in the Olympic games, and proudly rode the course with his glittering shield of ivory and gold, and his waving locks all perfumed. I thought of him in his gorgeous panoply, and his voluptuousness, lion-hearted and danger-seeking, pampering the very flesh he offered to the spears of the enemy. I pictured him to my mind, embellishing life with every charm, and daring death in every shape, beautiful as Apollo, graceful as the bounding Mercury, bold as Achilles, the lion's whelp, as Aeschylus calls him. This," added he, in a tone of depression, "this is but a sorry version of what my mind had conceived." "I arrest you, Sebastiano Greppi," said a voice from behind, and suddenly 3 gendarmes surrounded the youth, who stood still and speechless with terror, while a mean-looking man in shabby black gathered up the printed proclamations that lay about, and commenced a search for others throughout the studio. "Ask them will they take our bail for his appearance, Baynton," said my lord, eagerly. "No use, they'd only laugh at us," was the reply. "Can we be of any service to you? Is there anything we can do?" asked his lordship of the boy. "You must not communicate with the prisoner, signori," cried the brigadier, "if you don't wish to share his arrest." "And this, doubtless," said the man in black, standing and holding up the lantern to view the statue, "this is the figure of liberty we have heard of, pierced by the deadly arrow of tyranny." "You hear them!" cried the boy in wild indignation, addressing the Englishman. "You hear how these wretches draw their infamous allegations. But this shall not serve them as a witness," and with a spring he seized a large wooden mallet from the floor and dashed the model in pieces. A cry of horror and rage burst from the bystanders, and as the Englishmen stooped in sorrow over the broken statue, the gendarmes secured the boy's wrists with a stout cord and led him away. "Go after them, Baynton, and tell him he is an Englishman, and that if he comes to harm they'll hear of it," cried my lord, eagerly, while he muttered in a lower tone, "I think we might knock these fellows over and liberate him at once, eh, Baynton?" "No use if we did," replied the other. "They'd overpower us afterwards. Come along to the inn. We'll see about it in the morning." Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 29. A Council of State. It was a fine mellow evening of the late autumn as 2 men sat in a large and handsomely furnished chamber opening upon a vast garden. There was something in the dim half-light, the heavily perfumed air, rich with the odour of the orange and the lime, and the stillness, that imparted a sense of solemnity to the scene, where, indeed, few words were interchanged, and each seemed to ponder long after every syllable of the other. We have no mysteries with our reader, and we hasten to say that one of these personages was the Chevalier Stubber, confidential minister of the Duke of Massa. The other was our old acquaintance, Billy Traynor. If there was some faint resemblance in the fortunes of these 2 men, who, sprung from the humblest walks of life, had elevated themselves by their talents to a more exalted station, there all likeness between them ended. Each represented, in some of the very strongest characteristics, a nationality totally unlike that of the other. The Saxon, blunt, imperious, and decided; the Celt, subtle, quick-sighted, and suspicious, distrustful of all, save his own skill in a moment of difficulty. "But you have not told me his real name yet," said the Chevalier, as he slowly smoked his cigar, and spoke with the half-listlessness of a careless inquirer. "I know that, sir," said Billy, cautiously. "I don't see any need of it." "Nor your own either," remarked the other. "Nor even that, sir," responded Billy, calmly. "It comes to this, then, my good friend," rejoined Stubber, "that, having got yourself into trouble, and having discovered by the aid of a countryman that a little frankness would serve you greatly, you prefer to preserve a mystery that I could easily penetrate if I cared for it, to speaking openly and freely as a man might with one of his own." "We have no mysteries, sir. We have family secrets that don't regard any one but ourselves. My young ward, or pupil, whichever I ought to call him, has, may be, his own reasons for leading a life of unobtrusive obscurity, and what one may term an umbrageous existence. It's enough for me to know that, to respect it." "Come, come, all this is very well if you were at liberty, or if you stood on the soil of your own country. But remember where you are now, and what accusations are hanging over you. I have here beside me very grave charges indeed, constant and familiar intercourse with leaders of the Carbonari." "We don't know one of them," broke in Billy. "Correspondence with others beyond the frontier," continued the Chevalier. "Nor that either," interrupted Billy. "Treasonable placards found by the police in the very hands of the accused, insolent conduct to the authorities when arrested, attempted escape, all these duly certified on oath." "Devil may care for that. Oaths are as plenty with these blackguards as clasp knives, and for the same purpose too. Here's what it is now," said he, crossing his arms on the table, and staring steadfastly at the other. "We came here to study and work, to perfect ourselves in the art of modelling, with good studies around us, and, more than all, a quiet, secluded little spot, with nothing to distract our attention, or take us out of a mind for daily labour. That we made a mistake is clear enough. Like everywhere else in this fine country, there's nothing but tyrants on one side and assassins on the other, and meek and humble as we lived, we couldn't escape the thieving blackguards of spies." "Do you know the handwriting of this address?" said the Chevalier, showing a sealed letter directed to Sebastiano Greppi, Sculptore, Carrara. "Maybe I do, maybe I don't," was the gruff reply. "Won't you let me finish what I was saying?" "This letter was found in the possession of the young prisoner, and is of some consequence," continued the other, totally inattentive to the question. "I suppose a letter is always of consequence to him it's meant for," was the half sulky reply. "Sure you're not going to break the seal? Sure you don't mean to read it?" exclaimed he, almost springing from his seat as he spoke. "I don't think I'd ask your permission for anything I think fit to do, my worthy fellow," said the other, sternly. And then, passing across the room, he summoned a gendarme, who waited at the door, to enter. "Take this man back to the Fortezza," said he, calmly, and while Billy Traynor slowly followed the guard, the other seated himself leisurely at the table, lighted his candles, and perused the letter. Whether disappointed by the contents, or puzzled by the meaning, he sat long pondering with the document before him. It was late in the night when a messenger came to say that his Highness desired to see him, and Stubber arose at once and hastened to the Duke's chamber. In a room studiously plain and simple in all its furniture, and on a low uncurtained bed, lay the Prince, half dressed, a variety of books and papers littering the table, and even the floor at his side. Maps, prints, coloured drawings, some representing views of Swiss scenery, others being portraits of opera celebrities, were mingled with illuminated missals and richly embossed rosaries, while police reports, petitions, rose-coloured billets, and bonbons made up a mass of confusion wonderfully typical of the illustrious individual himself. Stubber had scarcely crossed the threshold of the room when he appeared to appreciate the exact frame of his master's mind. It was the very essence of his tact to catch in a moment the ruling impulse which swayed for a time that strange and vacillating nature, but he had but to glance at him to divine what was passing within. "So then," broke out the Prince, "here we are actually in the very midst of revolution. Marocci has been stabbed in the piazza of Carrara. Is it a thing to laugh at, sir? The wound has only been fatal to the breast of his surtout, your highness, and so adroitly given besides, that it does not correspond with the incision in his waistcoat. You distrust everyone and everything, Stubber, and of course you attribute all that is going forward to the police. Of course I do, your highness. They predict events with too much accuracy not to have a hand in their fulfilment. I knew 3 weeks ago, when this outbreak was to occur, who was to be assassinated, since that is the phrase for Moroche's mock wound, who was to be arrested, and the exact nature of the demand the council would make of your royal highness to suppress the troubles. And what was that? Asked the Duke, grasping a paper in his hand as he spoke. An Austrian invasion, with a half battery of field artillery, a judge advocate to try the prisoners, and a provost marshal to shoot them. And you'd have me believe that all these disturbances are deliberate plots of a party who desire Austrian influence in the duchy? Cried the Duke eagerly. There may be really something in what you suspect. Here's a letter I have just received from Sabbloukoff. She's always keen-sighted, and she thinks that the court at Vienna is playing out here the game that they have not the courage to attempt in Lombardy. What if this Wahnsdorf was a secret agent in the scheme, eh, Stubber? Stubber started with well-affected astonishment, and appeared as if astounded at the keen acuteness of the Duke's suggestion. "Eh?" cried his Highness in evident delight. "That never occurred to you, Stubber. I'd wager there's not a man in the duchy could have hit that plot but myself." Stubber nodded sententiously, without a word. "I never liked that fellow," resumed the Duke. "I always had my suspicion about that half-reckless, wasteful manner he had. I know that I was alone in this opinion, eh, Stubber?" "It never struck you?" "Never, your Highness, never," replied Stubber, frankly. "I can't show you the Sabbloukoff's letter, Stubber. There are certain private details for my own eye alone. But she speaks of a young sculptor at Carrara, a certain, let me find his name. Ah, here it is, Sebastian Greppi, a young artist of promise, for whom she bespeaks our protection. Can you make him out and let us see him?" Stubber bowed in silence. "I will give him an order for something. There's a pedestal in the flower garden where the Psyche stood. You remember I smashed the Psyche because it reminded me of Camilla Monti. He shall design a figure for that place. I'd like a youthful Bacchus. I have a clever sketch of one somewhere, and it shall be tinted, slightly tinted. The Greeks always coloured their statues. Strange enough, too, for, do you remark, Stubber, they never represented the iris of the eye, which the Romans invariably did. And yet, if you observe closely, you'll see that the eyelid implies the direction of the eye more accurately than in the Roman heads. I'm certain you never detected what I'm speaking of, eh, Stubber?" Stubber candidly confessed that he had not, and listened patiently while his master descanted critically on the different styles of art, and his own especial tact and skill in discriminating between them. "You'll look after these police returns, then, Stubber," said he at last. "You'll let these people understand that we can suffice for the administration of our own duchy. We neither want advice from Metternich nor battalions from Modetsky. The laws here are open to every man, and if we have any claim to the gratitude of our people, it rests on our character for justice." While he spoke with a degree of earnestness that indicated sincerity, there was something in the expression of his eye, a half-malicious drollery in its twinkle, that made it exceedingly difficult to say whether his words were uttered in honesty of purpose or in mere mockery and derision. Whether Stubber rightly understood their import is more than we are able to say, but it is very probable that he was, with all his shrewdness, mystified by one whose nature was a puzzle to himself. "Let Moroche return to Carrara. Say we have taken the matter into our own hands. Change the brigadier in command of the gendarme there. Tell the Canonico Baldetti that we look to him and his deacons for true reports of any movement that is plotting in the town. I take no steps with regard to Wahnsdorf for the present, but let him be closely watched. And then, Stubber, send off an estafetta to Pietrasanta for the orphans, for I think we have earned our breakfast by all this attention to state affairs." And then, with a laugh whose accents gave not the faintest clue to its meaning, he lay back on his pillow again. "And these two prisoners, your Highness, what is to be done with them?" Whatever you please, Stubber. Give them the 3rd-class cross of Massa, or a month's imprisonment, at your own good pleasure. Only no more business, no papers to sign, no schemes to unravel. And so good night." And the Chevalier retired at once from a presence which he well knew resented no injury so unmercifully as any invasion of his personal comfort. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 30. The Life They Led at Massa. It was with no small astonishment young Massey heard that he and his faithful follower were not alone restored to liberty, but that an order of His Highness had assigned them a residence in a portion of the palace, and a promise of future employment. "This smacks of Turkish rather than of European rule," said the youth. "In prison yesterday, in a palace to-day. My own fortunes are wayward enough, Heaven knows, not to require any additional ingredient of uncertainty. What think you, Traynor?" "I'm thinking," said Billy, gravely, "that as the bastes of the field are guided by their instincts to objects that suit their natures, so man ought, by his reason, to be able to pilot himself in difficulties, choosing this, avoiding that, seeing by the eye of prophecy where a road would lead him, and making of what seem the accidents of life stepping stones to fortune." "In what way does your theory apply here?" cried the other. "How am I to guess whither this current may carry me?" "At all events, there's no use wasting your strength by swimming against it," rejoined Billy. "To be the slave of some despot's whim, the tool of a caprice that may elevate me to-day, and to-morrow sentence me to the gallows. The object I have set before myself in life is to be independent. Is this, then, the road to it?" "You're trying to be what no man ever was or will be, to the world's end, then," said Billy. "Sure, it's the very nature and essence of our life here below, that we are dependent one on the other for kindness, for affection, for material help in time of difficulty, for counsel in time of doubt. The rich man and the poor one have their mutual dependencies; and if it wasn't so, cold-hearted and selfish as the world is, it would be 500 times worse." "You mistake my meaning," said Massey, sternly, "as you often do, to read me a lesson on a text of your own. When I spoke of independence, I meant freedom from the serfdom of another's charity. I would that my life here, at least, should be of my own procuring." "I get mine from you," said Traynor, calmly, "and never felt myself a slave on that account." "Forgive me, my dear, kind friend. I could hate myself if I gave you a moment's pain. This temper of mind is not improved by time. There's one way to conquer it. Don't be broodin' on what's within. Don't be magnifyin' your evil fortunes to your own heart, till you come to think the world all little and yourself all great. Go out to your daily labor, whatever it be, with a stout spirit to do your best, and a thankful, grateful heart that you are able to do it. Never let it out of your mind that if there's many a one you're inferior, winnin' his way up to fame and fortune before you, there's just as many better than you toilin' away unseen and unnoticed, wearin' out genius in a garret, and carryin' off a godlike intellect to an obscure grave." "You talk to me as though my crying sin were an overweening vanity," said the youth, half angrily. "Well, it's one of them," said Billy, and the blunt frankness of the avowal threw the boy into a fit of laughing. "You certainly do not intend to spoil me, Billy," said he, still laughing. "Why would I do what so many is ready to do for nothing? What does the crowd that praise the work of a young man of genius care where they're leading him to? It's like people calling out to a strong swimmer, 'Go out farther and farther, out to the open say, where the waves is rollin' big, and the billows is roughest.' That's worthy of you, and your strong might and your stout limbs. Lave the still water and the shallows to the weak and the puny. Your course is on the mountain wave, over the bottomless ocean. It's little they think if he's ever to get back again. It is their boast and their pride that they said, 'Go on,' and when his cold corpse comes washed to the shore, all they have is a word of derision and scorn for one who ventured beyond his powers." "How you cool down one's ardor! With what pleasure you check every impulse that nerves one's heart for high daring," said the youth, bitterly. "These eternal warnings, these never ending forebodings of failure, are sorry stimulants to energy. Is not better for you to have all your reverses at the hands of a creature as humble as me?" said Billy, while the tears glistened in his eyes. "What good am I except for this?" In a moment the boy's arms were round him, while he cried out, "There, forgive me once more, and let me try if I cannot amend a temper that any but yourself had grown weary of correcting. I'll work, I'll labor, I'll submit, I'll accept the daily rubs of life, as others take them, and you shall be satisfied with me. We shall go back to all our old pursuits, my dear Billy. I'll join all your ecstasies over Aeschylus, and believe as much as I can of Herodotus, to please you. You shall lead me to all the wonders of the stars, and dazzle me with the brightness of visions that my intellect is lost in. And in revenge I only ask that you should sit with me in the studio and read to me some of those songs of Horace that move the heart like old wine. Shall I own to you what it is which sways me thus uncertainly, jarring every chord of my existence, making life a sea of stormy conflict? Shall I tell you?" He grasped the other's hand with both his own as he spoke, and while his lips quivered in strong emotion, went on, "It is this, then: I cannot forget, do all that I will, I cannot root out of my heart what I once believed myself to be. You know what I mean. Well, there it is still, like the sense of a wrong or foul injustice, as though I had been robbed and cheated of what never was mine. This contrast between the life my earliest hopes had pictured and that which I am destined to never leaves me. All your teachings, and I have seen how devotedly you have addressed yourself to this lesson, have not eradicated from my nature the proud instincts that guided my childhood. Often and often have you warmed my blood by thoughts of a triumph to be achieved by me hereafter. How men should recognize me as a genius, and elevate me to honors and rewards. And yet would I barter such success, 10,000 times told, for an hour of that high station that comes by birth alone, independent of all effort, the heirloom of deeds chronicled centuries back, whose actors have been dust for ages. That is real pride," cried he, enthusiastically, "and no alloy of the petty vanity that mingles with the sense of a personal triumph." Traynor hung his head heavily as the youth spoke, and a gloomy melancholy settled on his features. The sad conviction came home to him of all his counsels being fruitless, all his teachings in vain, and as the boy sat wrapped in a wild, dreamy reverie of ancestral greatness, the humble peasant brooded darkly over the troubles such a temperament might evoke. "It is agreed, then," cried Massy suddenly, "that we are to accept of this great man's bounty, live under his roof, and eat his bread. Well, I accede, as well his as another's. Have you seen the home they destine for us?" "Yes, it's a real paradise, and in a garden that would beat Adam's now," exclaimed Traynor; "for there's marble fountains, and statues, and temples, and grottos in it, and it's as big as a prairie, and as wild as a wilderness; and, better than all, there's a little pathway leads to a private stair that goes up into the library of the palace, a spot nobody ever enters, and where you may study the whole day long without hearin' a footstep. All the books is there that ever was written, and manuscripts without end besides, and the minister says I'm to have my own kay, and go in and out whenever I plaze, and if there's anything wantin', says he, just order it on a slip of paper and send it to me, and you'll have it at once. When I asked if I ought to spake to the librarian himself, he only laughed and said, 'That's me, but I'm never there. Take my word for it, doctor, you'll have the place to yourself.'" He spoke truly. Billy Traynor had it, indeed, to himself. There the gray dawn of morning and the last shadows of evening ever found him, seated in one of those deep, cell-like recesses of the windows, the table, the seats, the very floor littered with volumes which, revelling in the luxury of wealth, he had accumulated around him. His greedy avidity for knowledge knew no bounds. The miser's thirst for gold was weak in comparison with that intense craving that seized upon him. Historians, critics, satirists, poets, dramatists, metaphysicians never came amiss to a mind bent on acquiring. The life he led was like the realization of a glorious dream. The calm repose, the perfect stillness of the spot, the boundless stores that lay about him, the growing sense of power as day by day his intellect expanded, new vistas opened themselves before him, and new and unproved sources of pleasure sprang up in his nature. The never-ending variety gave a zest, too, to his labors that averted all weariness, and at last he divided his time ingeniously, alternating grave and difficult subjects with lighter topics, making, as he said to himself, Aristophanes digest Plato. And what of young Massy all this while? His life was a dream, too, but of another and very different kind. Visions of a glorious future alternated with sad and depressing thoughts. High darings and hopeless views of what lay before him came and went and came again. The Duke, who had just taken his departure for some watering place in Germany, gave him an order for certain statues, the models for which were to be ready by his return, at least in that sketchy state of which clay is even more susceptible than canvas. The young artist chafed and fretted under the restraint of an assigned task. It was gall to his haughty nature to be told that his genius should accept dictation, and his fancy be fettered by the suggestions of another. If he tried to combat this rebellious spirit, and addressed himself steadily to labor, he found that his imagination grew sluggish and his mind uncreative. The sense of servitude oppressed him, and though he essayed to subdue himself to the condition of a humble artist, the old pride still rankled in his heart and spirited him to a haughty resistance. His days thus passed over in vain attempts to work, or still more unprofitable lethargy. He lounged through the deserted garden, or lay half dreamily in the long, deep grass, listening to the cicada, or watching the emerald backed lizards as they lay basking in the sun. He drank in all the soft, voluptuous influences of a climate which steeps the senses in a luxurious stupor, making the commonest existence a toil, but giving to mere indolence all the zest of a rich enjoyment. Sometimes he wandered into the library, and noiselessly drew nigh the spot where Billy sat, deeply busied in his books. He would gaze silently, half curiously, at the poor fellow, and then steal noiselessly away, pondering on the blessings of that poor peasant's nature, and wondering what in his own organization had denied him the calm happiness of this humble man's life. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lieber. Chapter 31. At Massa. Billy Traynor sat, deeply sunk in study, in the old recess of the palace library. A passage in the Antigone had puzzled him, and the table was littered with critics and commentators, while manuscript notes, scrawled in the most rude hand, lay on every side. He did not perceive, in his intense preoccupation, that Massey had entered and taken the place directly in front of him. There the youth sat, gazing steadfastly at the patient and studious features before him. It was only when Traynor, mastering the difficulty that had so long opposed him, broke out into an enthusiastic declamation of the text, that Massey, unable to control the impulse, laughed aloud. "How long are you there? I never noticed you comin' in," said Billy, half shamed at his detected ardor. "But a short time. I was wondering at Ay, Billy, and was envying, too, the concentrated power in which you addressed yourself to your task. It is the real secret of all success, and somehow it is a frame of mind I cannot achieve." "How is the boy Bacchus goin' on?" asked Billy, eagerly. "I broke him up yesterday, and it is like a weight off my heart that his curly bullet head and sensual lips are not waiting for me as I enter the studio." "And the Cleopatra?" asked Traynor, still more anxiously. "Smashed, destroyed. Shall I own to you, Billy, I see at last myself what you have so often hinted to me. I have no genius for the work." "I never said, I never thought so," cried the other. "I only insisted that nothing was to be done without labor, hard, unflinching labor, that easy successes were poor triumphs and bore no results." There, I'll hear that sermon no more. I'd not barter the freedom of my own unfettered thoughts as they come and go, in hours of listless idleness, for all the success you ever promised me. There are men toil elevates; me it wearies to depression, and brings no compensation in the shape of increased power. Mine is an unrewarding clay. That's the whole of it. Cultivation only develops the rank weeds which are deep sown in the soil. I'd like to travel, to visit some new land, some scene where all association with the past shall be broken. What say you?" "I'm ready, and at your orders," said Traynor, closing his book. "East or west, then, shall it be? If sometimes my heart yearns for the glorious scenes of Palestine, full of memories that alone satisfy the soul's longings, There are days when I pant for the solitude of the vast savannas of the New World. I feel as if to know oneself thoroughly one's nature should be tested by the perils and exigencies of a life hourly making some demand on courage and ingenuity. The hunter's life does this. What say you? Shall we try it?" "I'm ready," was the calm reply. "We have means for such an enterprise, have we not? You told me, some short time past, that nearly the whole of our last year's allowance was untouched." "Yes, it's all there to the good," said Billy. "A good round sum, too." "Let us get rid of all needless equipment, then," cried Massy, "and only retain what beseems a prairie life. Sell everything, or give it away at once." "Leave all of that to me. I'll manage everything. Only say when you make up your mind." "But it is made up. I have resolved on the step. Few can decide so readily, for I leave neither home nor country behind." "Don't say that," burst in Billy. "Here's myself, the poorest crayture that walks the earth, that never knew where he was born or who nursed him. Yet even to me there's the tie of a native land. There's the soil that reared warriors and poets and orators that I heard of when a child and gloried in as a man, and better than that, there's the green meadows and the leafy valleys where kind hearted men and women live and labor, spakin' our own tongue and feelin' our own feelin's, and that, if we saw to morrow, we'd know we're our own, heart and hand our own. The smell of the yellow furze under a griddle of oaten bread would be sweeter to me than all the gales of Araby the Blest, for it would remind me of the hearth I had my share of, and the roof that covered me when I was alone in the world." The boy buried his face in his hands and made no answer. At last, raising up his head, he said, "Let us try this life. Let us see if action be not better than mere thought. The efforts of intellect seem to inspire a thirst there is no slaking. Sleep brings no rest after them. I long for the sense of some strong peril which, over, gives the proud feeling of a goal reached, a feat accomplished." "I'll go wherever you like. I'll be whatever you want me," said Billy, affectionately. "Let us lose no time, then. I would not that my present ardor should cool ere we have begun our plan. What day is this?" "The 7th. Well, on the 18th there is a ship sails from Genoa to Porto Rico. It was the announcement set my heart a thinking of the project. I dreamed of it 2 entire nights. I fancied myself walking the deck on a starlit night, and framing all my projects for the future. The first thing I saw next morning was the same placard, 'The Colombo will sail for Porto Rico on Friday the 18th.'" "An unlucky day," muttered Billy, interrupting. "I have fallen upon few that were otherwise," said Massy, gloomily. "Besides," he added, after a pause, "I have no faith in omens, or any care for superstitions. Come, let us set about our preparations. Do you bethink you how to rid ourselves of all useless encumbrances here. Be it my care to jot down the list of all we shall need for the voyage and the life to follow it. Let us see which displays most zeal for the new enterprise." Billy Traynor addressed himself with a will to the duty allotted him. He rummaged through drawers and desks, destroyed papers and letters, laid aside all the articles which he judged suitable for preservation, and then hastened off to the studio to arrange for the disposal of the few "studies," for they were scarcely more, which remained of Massy's labors. A nearly finished faun, the head of a Niobe, the arm and hand of a Jove launching a thunderbolt, the torso of a dead sailor after shipwreck, lay amid fragments of shattered figures, grotesque images, some caricatures of his own works, and crude models of anatomy. The walls were scrawled with charcoal drawings of groups, one day to be fashioned in sculpture, with verses from Dante or lines from Tasso inscribed beneath. Proud resolves to a life of labor figured beside stanzas in praise of remarks on life from Jean Paul or Herder. All that a discordant, incoherent nature consisted of was there in some shape or other depicted, and as Billy ran his eye over the curious journal, for such it was, he grieved over the spirit which had dictated it. The whole object of all his teaching had been to give a purpose to this uncertain and wavering nature, and yet everything showed him now that he had failed. The blight which had destroyed the boy's early fortunes still worked its evil influences, poisoning every healthful effort, and dashing with a sense of shame every successful step towards fame and honor. "Maybe he's right, after all," muttered Billy to himself. "The New World is the only place for those who have not the roots of an ancient stock to hold them in the Old. Men can be there whatever is in them, and they can be judged without the prejudices of a class." Having summed up, as it were, his own doubts in this remark, he proceeded with his task. While he was thus occupied, Massey entered and threw himself into a chair. "There, you may give it up, Traynor. Fate is ever against us, do and decide on what we will. Your confounded omen of a Friday was right this time." "What do you mean? Have you altered your mind?" "I expected you to say so," said the other bitterly. "I knew that I should meet with this mockery of my resolution, but it is uncalled for. It is not I that have changed." "What is it, then, has happened? Do they refuse your passport?" "Not that, either. I never got so far as to ask for it. The misfortune is in this wise. On going to the bank to learn the sum that lay to my credit and draw for it, I was met by the reply that I had nothing there, not a shilling. Before I could demand how this could be the case, the whole truth suddenly flashed across my memory, and I recalled to mind how one night, as I lay awake, the thought occurred to me that it was base and dishonorable in me, now that I was come to manhood, to accept of the means of life from one who felt shame in my connection with him. Why, thought I, is there to be the bond of dependence where there is no tie of affection to soften its severity? And so I rose from my bed and wrote to Sir Horace, saying that by the same post I should remit to his banker at Naples whatever remained of my last year's allowance, and declined in future to accept of any further assistance. This I did the same day, and never told you of it, partly lest you should try to oppose me in my resolve, partly," and here his voice faltered, "to spare myself the pain of revisiting my motives. And now that I have buoyed my heart up with this project, I find myself without means to attempt it. Not that I regret my act, or would recall it," cried he proudly, "but that the sudden disappointment is hard to bear. I was feeding my hopes with such projects for the future when this stunning news met me, and the thought that I am now chained here by necessity has become a torture." "What answer did Sir Horace give to your letter?" asked Billy. "I forget. I believe he never replied to it, or if he did, I have no memory of what he said. Stay, there was a letter of his taken from me when I was arrested at Carrara. The seal was unbroken at the time. I remember the letter was given to the minister, who has it still in his keeping." "What care I," cried Massey angrily, "in whose hands it may be?" "The minister is not here now," said Billy, half speaking to himself. he is travelling with the Duke. But when he comes back—" "When he comes back!" burst in Massy impatiently. "With what calm philosophy you look forward to a remote future! I tell you that this scheme is now a part and parcel of my very existence. I can turn to no other project, or journey no other road in life, till at least I shall have tried it." "Well, it is going to work in a more humble fashion," said Billy, calmly. "Leave me to dispose of all these odds and ends here." "This trash!" cried the youth, fiercely. "Who would accept it as a gift?" "Don't disparage it. There are signs of genius in even these things. But above all, don't meddle with me, but just leave me free to follow my own way. There now, go back and employ yourself preparing for the road. Trust the rest to me." Massy obeyed without speaking. It was not, indeed, that he ventured to believe in Traynor's resources, but he was indisposed to further discussion, and longed to be in solitude once more. It was late at night when they met again. Charles Massy was seated at a window of his room, looking out into the starry blue of a cloudless sky, when Traynor sat down beside him. "Well," said he, gently, "it's all done and finished. I have sold off everything, and if you will only repair the hand of the Faun, which I broke in removing, there's nothing more wanting." "That much can be done by anyone," said Massy, haughtily. "I hope never to set eyes on the trumpery things again." "But I have promised you would do it," said Traynor, eagerly. "And how, by what right, could you pledge yourself for my labor? Nay," cried he, suddenly changing the tone in which he spoke, "knowing my wilful nature, how could you answer for what I might or might not do?" "I knew," said Billy, slowly, "that you had a great project in your head, and that to enable you to attempt it, you would scorn to throw all the toil upon another." "I never said I was ashamed of labor," said the youth, reddening with shame. "If you had, I would despair of you altogether," rejoined the other. "Well, what is it that I have to do?" said Massy, bluntly. "It is to remodel the arm, for I don't think you can mend it, but you'll see it yourself." "Where is the figure? In the studio?" "No, it is the small pavilion of a villa just outside the gates. It was while I was conveying it there that it met this misfortune. There's the name of the villa on that card. You'll find the garden gate open, and by taking the path through the olive wood you'll be there in a few minutes, for I must go over to morrow to Carrara with the Niobe. The Academy has bought it for a model." A slight start of surprise and a faint flush bespoke the proud astonishment with which he heard of this triumph. But he never spoke a word. "If you had any pride in your works, you'd be delighted to see where the Faun is to be placed. It is a garden, handsomer even than this here, with terraces rising one over the other, and looking out on the blue sea, from the golden strand of the Via Reggio down to the headlands above the Spezia. The great olive wood in the vast plain lies at your feet, and the white cliffs of Serravezza behind you." "What care I for all this?" said Massy, gloomily. "Benvenuto could afford to be in love with his own works. I cannot." Traynor saw at once the mood of mind he was in, and stole noiselessly away to his room. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Linda Andrus.
Chapter 32 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 32. The Pavillion in the Garden. Charles Massey, dressed in the blouse of his daily labour, and with the tools of his craft in his hand, set out early in search of the garden indicated by Billy Traynor. A sense of hope that it was for the last time he was to exercise his art, that a new and more stirring existence was now about to open before him, made his step lighter and his spirits higher as he went. Once amid the deep woods and on the wide plains of the New World, I shall dream no more of what judgment men may pass upon my efforts. There, if I suffice to myself, I have no other ordeal to meet. Perils may try me, but not the whims and tastes of other men. Thus, fancying an existence of unbounded freedom and unfettered action, he speedily traversed the olive wood, and almost ere he knew it, found himself within the garden. The gorgeous profusion of beautiful flowers, the graceful grouping of shrubs, the richly perfumed air, laden with 1,000 odours, first awoke him from his daydream, and he stood amazed in the midst of a scene surpassing all that he had ever conceived of loveliness. From the terrace, where under a vine trellis he was standing, he could perceive others above him rising on the mountain-side, while some beneath descended towards the sea, which, blue as a turquoise, lay basking and glittering below. A stray white sail or so was to be seen, but there was barely wind to shake the olive leaves, and waft the odours of the orange and the oleander. It was yet too early for the hum of insect life, and the tricklings of the tiny fountains that sprinkled the flower-beds were the only sounds in the stillness. It was in colour, outline, effect, and shadow, a scene such as only Italy can present, and Massey drank in all its influences with an eager delight. "Were I a rich man," said he, "I would buy this paradise. What in all the splendour of man's invention can compare with this gorgeous glory of this flowery carpet? What frescoed ceiling could vie with these wide-leaved palms, interlaced with the twining acacias, glimpses of the blue sky breaking through? And for a mirror there lies nature's own, the great blue ocean. What a life were it to linger days and hours here, amid such objects of beauty, having one's thoughts ever upwards, and making in imagination a world of which these should be the types. The faintest fancies that could float across the mind in such an existence would be pleasures more real, more tangible, than ever were felt in the tamer life of the actual world." Loitering along, he at length came upon the little temple which served as a studio, on entering which he found his own statue enshrined in the place of honour. Whether it was the frame of mind in which he chanced to be, or that place and light had some share in the result, for the first time the figure struck him as good, and he stood long gazing at his own work with the calm eye of a critic. At length, detecting, as he deemed, some defects in design, he drew nigh, and began to correct them. There are moments in which the mind attains the highest and clearest perception, seasons in which, whatever the nature of the mental operation, the faculties address themselves readily to the task, and labour becomes less a toil than an actual pleasure. This was such. Massey worked on for hours, his conceptions growing rapidly under his hand into bold realities, and he saw that he was succeeding. It was not alone that he had imparted a more graceful and lighter beauty to his statue, but he felt within himself the promptings of a spirit that grew with each new suggestion of its own. Efforts that before had seemed above him he now essayed boldly. Difficulties that once had appeared insurmountable he now encountered with courageous daring. Thus striving, he lost all sense of fatigue. Hunger and exhaustion were alike unremembered, and it was already late in the afternoon as, overcome by continued toil, he threw himself heavily down and sank off into a deep sleep. It was nigh sunset as he awoke. The distant bell of a monastery was ringing the hour of evening prayer, the solemn chime of the Venti Quattro, as he leaned on his arm and gazed in astonishment around him. The whole seemed like a dream. On every side were objects new and strange to his eyes, casts and models he had never seen before, busts and statues and studies all unknown to him. At last his eyes rested on the Faun, and he remembered at once where he was. The languor of excessive fatigue, however, still oppressed him, and he was about to lie back again in sleep, when, bending gently over him, a young girl with a low, soft accent asked if he felt ill or only tired. Massy gazed without speaking at features regular as the most classic model, and whose paleness almost gave them the calm beauty of the marble. His steady stare slightly coloured her cheek, and made her voice falter a little as she repeated her question. "I scarcely know," said he, sighing heavily. "I feel as though this were a dream, and I am afraid to awaken from it." "Let me give you some wine," said she, bending down to hand him the glass. "You have over-fatigued yourself. The Faun is by your hand, is it not?" He nodded a slow assent. "Whence did you derive that knowledge of ancient art?" said she eagerly. "Your figure has the light elasticity of the classic models, and yet nothing strained or exaggerated in attitude. Have you studied at Rome?" "I could do better now," said the youth as, rising on his elbow, he strained his eyes to examine her. "I could achieve a real success." A deep flush covered her face at these words, so palpably alluding to herself, and she tried to repeat her question. "No," said he, "I cannot say I have ever studied. All that I have done is full of faults, but I feel the spring of better things within me. Tell me, is this your home?" "Yes," she said, smiling faintly. "I live in the villa here with my aunt. She has purchased your statue, and wishes you to repair it, and then to engage in some other work for her. Let me assist you to rise. You seem very weak." "I am weak, and weary too," said he, staggering to a seat. "I have overworked myself, perhaps. I scarcely know. Do not take away your hand." "And you are, then, the Sebastian Greppi of whom Carrara is so proud?" "They call me Sebastian Greppi, but I never heard that my name was spoken of with any honour." "You are unjust to your own fame. We have often heard of you. See, here are 2 models taken from your works. They have been my studies for many a day. I have often wished to see you, and ask if my attempt were rightly begun. Then here is a hand." "Let me model yours," said the youth, gazing steadfastly at the beautifully shaped one which rested on the chair beside him. "Come with me to the villa, and I will present you to my aunt. She will be pleased to know you. There, lean on my arm, for I see you are very weak." "Why are you so kind, so good to me?" said he faintly, while a tear rose slowly to his eye. He arose totteringly, and, taking her arm, walked slowly along at her side. As they went, she spoke kindly and encouragingly to him, praised what she had seen of his works, and said how frequently she had wished to know him, and enjoy the benefit of his counsels in art. "For I, too," said she, laughing, "would be a sculptor." The youth stopped to gaze at her with a rapture he could not control. That one of such a station, surrounded by all the appliances of a luxurious existence, could devote herself to the toil and labour of art, implied an amount of devotion and energy that at once elevated her in his esteem. She blushed deeply at his continued stare, and turned at last away. "Oh, do not feel offended with me," cried he, passionately. "If you but knew how your words have relighted within me the dying out embers of an almost exhausted ambition. If you but knew how my heart has gained courage and hope, how light and brightness have shone in upon me after hours and days of gloom. It was but yesterday I had resolved to abandon this career for ever. I was bent on a new life, in a new world beyond the seas. These few things that a faithful companion of mine had charged himself to dispose of were to supply the means of the journey, and now I think of it no more. I shall remain here to work hard and study, and try to achieve what may one day be called good. You will sometimes deign to see what I am doing, to tell me if my efforts are on the road to success, to give me hope when I am weak-hearted, and courage when I am faint. I know and feel," said he, proudly, "that I am not devoid of what accomplishes success, for I can toil and toil, and throw my whole soul into my work. But for this I need at least one who shall watch me with an eye of interest, glorying when I win, sorrowing when I am defeated." "Where are we? What palace is this?" cried he, as they crossed a spacious hall paved with porphyry and sienna marble. "This is my home," said the girl, "and this is its mistress." Just as she spoke, she presented the youth to a lady, who, reclining on a sofa beside a window, gazed out towards the sea. She turned suddenly, and fixed her eyes on the stranger. With a wild start she sprang up, and, staring eagerly at him, cried, "Who is this? Where does he come from?" The young girl told his name and what he was, but the words did not fall on listening ears, and the lady sat like one spellbound, with eyes riveted on the youth's face. "Am I like any one you have known, signora?" asked he, as he read the effect his presence had produced on her. "Do I recall some other features?" "You do," said she, reddening painfully. "And the memory is not of pleasure?" added the youth. "Far, far from it. It is the saddest and cruellest of all my life," muttered she, half to herself. "What part of Italy are you from? Your accent is southern." "It is the accent of Naples, signora," said he, evading her question. "And your mother, was she Neapolitan?" "I know little of my birth, signora. It is a theme I would not be questioned on." "And you are a sculptor?" "The artist of the Faun, dearest aunt," broke in the girl, who watched with intense anxiety the changing expressions of the youth's features. "Your voice even more than your features brings up the past," said the lady, as a deadly pallor spread over her own face, and her lips trembled as she spoke. "Will you not tell me something of your history?" "When you have told me the reason for which you ask it, perhaps I may," said the youth, half sternly. "There, there," cried she, wildly, "in every tone, in every gesture, I trace this resemblance. Come nearer to me. Let me see your hands." "They are seamed and hardened with toil, lady," said the youth, as he showed them. "And yet they look as if there was a time when they did not know labour," she said eagerly. An impatient gesture, as if he would not endure a continuance of this questioning, stopped her, and she said in a faint tone, "I ask your pardon for all this. My excuse and my apology are that your features have recalled a time of sorrow more vividly than any words could. Your voice, too, strengthens the illusion. It may be a mere passing impression. I hope and pray it is. Come, Ida, come with me. Do not leave this, sir, till we speak with you again." So saying, she took her niece's arm and left the room. Chapter 33 of the Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 33. Night Thoughts. It was with a proud consciousness of having well fulfilled his mission that Billy Traynor once more bent his steps towards Massa. Besides providing himself with books of travel and maps of the regions they were about to visit, he had ransacked Genoa for weapons and accoutrements and horse gear. Well knowing the youth's taste for the costly and the splendid, he had suffered himself to be seduced into the purchase of a gorgeously embroidered saddle mounting and a rich bridle in Mexican taste, a pair of splendidly mounted pistols, chased in gold and studded with large turquoises, with a Damascus sabre, the hilt of which was a miracle of fine workmanship, were also amongst his acquisitions. And poor Billy fed his imagination with the thought of all the delight these objects were certain to produce. In this way he never wearied admiring them, and a dozen times a day would he unpack them, just to gratify his mind by picturing the enjoyment they were to afford. "How well you are looking, my dear boy!" cried he, as he burst into the youth's room and threw his arms around him. "'Tis like 10 years off my life to see you so fresh and so hearty. Is it the prospect of the glorious time before us that has given this new spring to your existence?" "More likely it is the pleasure I feel in seeing you back again," said Massy, and his cheek grew crimson as he spoke. "'Tis too good you are to me, too good," said Billy, and his eyes ran over in tears, while he turned away his head to hide his emotion. "But sure it is part of yourself I do be growing every day I live. At first I couldn't bear the thought of going away to live in exile, in the wilderness, as one might say, but now that I see your heart set upon it, and that your vigor and strength comes back just by the mere anticipation of it, I'm downright delighted with the plan." "Indeed," said the youth dreamily. "To be sure I am," resumed Billy, "and I do be thinking there's a kind of poetry in carrying away into the solitary pine forest minds stored with classic lore, to be able to read one's Horace beside the gushing stream that flows on nameless and unknown, and con over old Herodotus amidst adventures stranger than ever he told himself." "It might be a happy life," said the other, slowly, almost moodily. "Ay, and it will be," said Billy, confidently. "Think of yourself, mounted on that saddle on a wild prairie horse, galloping free as the wind itself over the wide savannas, with a drove of rushing buffaloes in career before you, and so eager in pursuit that you won't stop to bring down the scarlet-winged bustard that swings on the branch above you. There they go, plunging and snorting, the mad devils, with a force that would sweep a fortress before them. And there are we after them, making the dark woods echo again with our wild yells. That's what will warm up our blood, till we're not afeared to meet an army of dragoons themselves. Them pistols once belonged to KarlHenning, a chief from Scio, and that blade, a real Damascus, was borne by Aga of the Janissaries. Isn't it a picture?" The youth poised the sword in his hand, and laid it down without a word, while Billy continued to stare at him with an expression of intensest amazement. "Is it that you don't care for it all now, that your mind is changed, and you don't wish for the life we were talking over these 3 weeks? Say so at once, my own darling, and here I am, ready and willing never to think more of it. Only tell me what's passing in your heart. I ask no more." "I scarcely know it myself," said the youth. "I feel as though in a dream, and know not what is real and what is fiction." "How have you passed your time? What were you doing while I was away?" "Dreaming, I believe," said the other, with a sigh. "Some embers of my old ambition warmed up into a flame once more, and I fancied that there was that in me that by toil and labor might yet win upwards, and that, if so, this mere life of action would but bring repining and regret, and that I should feel as one who chose the meaner casket of fate when both were in my reach." "So you were at work again in the studio?" "I have been finishing the arm of the faun in that pavilion outside the town." A flush of crimson covered his face as he spoke, which Billy as quickly noticed, but misinterpreted. "Ay, and they praised you, I'll be bound. They said it was the work of one whose genius would place him with the great ones of art, and that he could do this while scarcely more than a boy, might, in riper years, be the great name of his century. Did they not tell you so?" "No, not that," said the other, slowly. "Then they bade you go on and strive and labor hard to develop into life the seeds of that glorious gift that was in you?" "Not that," sighed the youth heavily, while a faint spot of crimson burned on one cheek, and a feverish luster lit up his eye. "They didn't dispraise what you'd done, did they?" broke in Billy. "They could not, if they wanted to do it. But sure there's nobody would have the cruel heart to blight the repining bud of genius, to throw gloom over a spirit that has to struggle against its own misgivings." "You wrong them, my dear friend. Their words were all kindness and affection. They gave me hope, and encouragement too. They fancy that I have in me what will one day grow into fame itself. And even you, Billy, in your most sanguine hopes, have never dreamed of greater success for me than they have predicted in the calm of a moonlit saunter." "May the saints in heaven reward them for it," said Billy, and in his clasped hands and uplifted eyes was all the fervour of a prayer. "They have my best blessings for their goodness," muttered he to himself. "And so I am again a sculptor," said Massy, rising and walking the room. "Upon this career my whole heart and soul are henceforth to be concentrated. My fame, my happiness are to be those of an artist. From this day and this hour let every thought of not what I once was, but what I had hoped to be banished from my heart. I am Sebastian Greppi. Never let another name escape your lips to me. I will not, even for a second, turn from the path in which my own exertions are to win the goal. Let the far-away land of my infancy, its traditions, its associations, be but dreams for evermore. Forwards, forwards!" cried he, passionately. "Not a glance, not a look towards the past." Billy stared with admiration at the youth, over whose features a glow of enthusiasm was now diffused, and in broken, unconnected words spoke encouragement and good cheer. "I know well," said the youth, "how this same stubborn pride must be rooted out, how these false, deceitful visions of a stand and a station that I am never to attain must give place to nobler and higher aspirations. And you, my dearest friend, must aid me in all this, unceasingly, unwearyingly, reminding me that to myself alone must I look for anything, and that if I would have a country, a name, or a home, it is by the toil of this head and these hands they are to be won. My plan is this," said he, eagerly seizing the other's arm, and speaking with immense rapidity. "A life not alone of labour, but of the simplest, not a luxury, not an indulgence, our daily meals the humblest, our dress the commonest, nothing that to provide shall demand a moment's forethought or care, no wants that shall turn our thoughts from this great object, no care for the requirements that others need. Thus mastering small ambitions and petty desires, we shall concentrate all our faculties on our art, and even the humblest may thus outstrip those whose higher gifts reject such discipline." "You'll not live longer under the Duke's patronage, then?" said Traynor. "Not an hour. I return to that garden no more. There's a cottage on the mountain road to Serravezza will suit us well. It stands alone and on an eminence, with a view over the plain and the sea beyond. You can see it from the door, there, to the left of the olive wood, lower down than the old ruin. We'll live there, Billy, and we'll make of that mean spot a hallowed one, where young enthusiasts in art will come, years hence, when we have passed away, to see the humble home Sebastian lived in, to sit upon the grassy seat where he once sat, when dreaming of the mighty triumphs that have made him glorious." A wild burst of mocking laughter ran from the boy's lips as he said this, but its accents were less in derision of a boast than a species of hysterical ecstasy at the vision he had conjured up. "And why wouldn't it be so?" exclaimed Billy, ardently. "Why wouldn't you be great and illustrious?" The moment of excitement was now over, and the youth stood pale, silent, and almost sickly in appearance. Great drops of perspiration, too, stood on his forehead, and his quivering lips were bloodless. "These visions are like meteor streaks," he said, falteringly. "They leave the sky blacker than they found it. But come along, let us to work, and we'll soon forget mere speculations." Of the life they now led, each day exactly resembled the other. Rising early, the youth was in his studio at dawn, the faithful Billy, seated near, read for him while he worked, watching, with a tact that only affection ever bestows, each changeful mood of the youth's mind, Traynor varied the topics with the varying humours of the other, and thus little of actual conversation took place between them, though their minds journeyed along together. To eke out subsistence, even humble as theirs, the young sculptor was obliged to make small busts and figures for sale, and Billy disposed of them at Lucca and Pisa, making short excursions to these cities as need required. The toil of the day over, they wandered out towards the seashore, taking the path which led through the olive road by the garden of the villa. At times the youth would steal away a moment from his companion and enter the little park, with every avenue of which he was familiar, and although Billy noticed his absence, he strictly abstained from the slightest allusion to it. As he delayed longer and longer to return, Traynor maintained the same reserve, and thus there grew up gradually a secret between them, a mystery that neither ventured to approach. With a delicacy that seemed an instinct in his humble nature, Billy would now and then feign occupation or fatigue to excuse himself from the evening stroll, and thus leave the youth free to wander as he wished, till at length it became a settled habit between them to separate at nightfall, to meet only on the morrow. These nights were spent in walking the garden around the villa, lingering stealthily amid the trees to watch the room where she was sitting, to catch a momentary glimpse of her figure as it passed the window, to hear perchance a few faint accents of her voice. Hours long would he so watch in the silent night, his whole soul steeped in a delicious dream, wherein her image moved, and came and went, with every passing fancy. In the calm moonlight he would try to trace her footsteps in the gravel walk that led to the studio, and lingering near them, whisper to her words of love. One night, as he loitered thus, he thought he was perceived, for, as he suddenly emerged from a dark alley into a broad space where the moonlight fell strongly, he saw a figure on a terrace above him, but without being able to recognize to whom it belonged. Timidly and fearfully he retired within the shade, and crept noiselessly away, shocked at the very thought of discovery. The next day he found a small bouquet of fresh flowers on the rustic seat beneath the window. At first he scarcely dared to touch it, but with a sudden flash of hope that it had been destined for himself, he pressed the flowers to his lips and hid them in his bosom. Each night now the same present attracted him to the same place, and thus at once within his heart was lighted a flame of hope that illuminated all his being, making his whole life a glorious episode, and filling all the long hours of the day with thoughts of her who thus could think of him. Life has its triumphant moments, its dream of entrancing, ecstatic delight, when success has crowned a hard-fought struggle, or when the meed of other men's praise comes showered on us. The triumphs of heroism, of intellect, of noble endurance, the trials of temptation met and conquered, the glorious victory over self-interest, are all great and ennobling sensations. But when they are all compared with the first consciousness of being loved, of being to another the ideal we have made of her, to this nothing the world can give is equal. From the moment we have felt it, life changes around us. Its crosses are but barriers opposed to our strong will, that to assail and storm is a duty. Then comes a heroism in meeting the everyday troubles of existence, as though we were soldiers in a good and holy cause. No longer unseen or unmarked in the great ocean of life, we feel that there is an eye ever turned towards us, a heart ever throbbing with our own, that our triumphs are its triumphs, our sorrows its sorrows. Apart from all the intercourse with the world, with its changeful good and evil, we feel that we have a treasure that dangers cannot approach. We know that in our heart of hearts a blessed mystery is locked up, a well of pure thoughts that can calm down the most fevered hour of life's anxieties. So the youth felt, and, feeling so, was happy. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 34. A Minister's Letter. British Legation, Naples, November the blank, 18 blank. My dear Harcourt, not mine the fault that your letter has lain 6 weeks unanswered, but having given up penwork myself for the last 8 months, and Crawley, my private secretary, being ill, the delay was unavoidable. The present communication you owe to the fortunate arrival here of Captain Mellish, who has kindly volunteered to be my amanuensis. I am indeed sorely grieved at this delay. I shall be désolé if it occasion you anything beyond inconvenience. How a private secretary should permit himself the luxury of an attack of influenza I cannot conceive. We shall hear of one's hairdresser having the impertinence to catch cold to-morrow or the next day. If I don't mistake, it was you yourself recommended Crawley to me, and I am only half grateful for the service. He is a man of small prejudices, fancies that he ought to have a regular hour for dinner, thinks that he should have acquaintances, and will persist in imagining himself an existent something appertaining to the legation, while, in reality, he is only a shadowy excrescence of my own indolent habits, the recipient of the trashy superfluities one commits to paper and calls dispatches. Latterly, in my increasing laziness, I have used him for more intimate correspondence, and, as Dr. Alatorre has now denied me all manual exertion whatever, I am actually wholly dependent on such aid. I'm sure I long for the discovery of some other mode of transmitting one's brain efforts than by the slow process of manuscript, some photographic process that, by a series of bright pictures, might display on tableau what one is now reduced to accomplish by narrative. As it ever did, and ever will happen too, they have deluged me with work when I crave rest. Every session of Parliament must have its blue book, and by the devil's luck they have decided that Italy is to furnish the present one. You have always been a soldier, and whenever your inspecting general came his round, your whole care has been to make the troop horses look as fat, the men's whiskers as trim, their overalls as clean, and their curb chains as bright as possible. You never imagined or dreamed of a contingency when it would be desirable that the animals should be all sore-backed, the whole regiment under stoppages, and the trumpeter in a quinsy. Had you been a diplomatist instead of a dragoon, this view of things might, perhaps, have presented itself, and the chief object of your desire have been to show that the system under which you functionated worked as ill as need be, that the court to which you were accredited abhorred you, its ministers snubbed, its small officials slighted you, that all your communications were ill received, your counsels ill taken, that what you reprobated was adopted, what you advised rejected, in fact, that the only result of your presence was a maintenance of a perpetual ill will and bad feeling, and that without the aid of a line of battleship, or at least a frigate, your position was no longer tenable. From the moment, my dear Harcourt, that you can establish this fact, you start into life as an able and active minister, imbued with thoroughly British principles, an active asserter of what is due to his country's rights and dignity, not truckling to court favour or tamely submitting to royal impertinences, not like the noble lord at this place, or the more subservient viscount at that, but, in plain words, an admirable public servant, whose reward, whatever courts and cabinets may do, will always be willingly accorded by a grateful nation. I am afraid this sketch of a special envoy's career will scarcely tempt you to exchange for a mission abroad. And you are quite right, my dear friend. It is a very unrewarding profession. I often wish myself that I had taken something in the colonies, or gone into the church, or some other career, which had given me time and opportunity to look after my health, of which, by the way, I have but an indifferent account to render you. These people here can't hit it off at all, Harcourt. They keep muddling away about indigestion, deranged functions, and the rest of it. The mischief is in the blood, I mean, in the undue distribution of the blood. So Treysenac, the man of Bagnères, proved to me. There is a flux and reflux in us, as in the tides, and when from deficient energy or lax muscular power that ceases, we are all driven by artificial means to remedy the defect. Treysenac's theory is position. By a number of ingeniously contrived positions he accomplishes an artificial congestion of any part he pleases, and in his establishment at Bagnères you may see some 50 people strung up by the arms and legs, by the waists or the ankles, in the most marvellous manner, and with truly fabulous success. I myself passed 3 mornings suspended by the middle, like the sheep in the decoration of the Golden Fleece, and was amazed at the strange sensations I experienced before I was cut down. You know the obstinacy with which the medical people reject every discovery in the art, and only sanction its employment when the world has decreed in its favour. You will, therefore, not be surprised to hear that Larry and Cooper, to whom I wrote about Treysenac's theory, sent me very unsatisfactory, indeed very unseemly replies. I have resolved, however, not to let the thing drop, and am determined to originate a suspensorium in England, when I can chance upon a man of intelligence and scientific knowledge to conduct it. Like mesmerism, the system has its antipathies, and thus, yesterday, Crawley fainted twice after a few minutes' suspension by the arms. But he is a bigot about anything he hears for the first time, and I was not sorry at his punishment. I wish you would talk over this matter with any clever medical man in your neighbourhood, and let me hear the result. And so you are surprised, you say, how little influence English representations exercise over the determinations of foreign cabinets. I go farther, and confess no astonishment at all at the no influence. My dear dragoon, have you not, some 150 times in this life, endured a small martyrdom in seeing a very indifferent rider torment almost to madness the animal he bestrode, just by sheer ignorance and awkwardness? now worrying the flank with incautious heel, now irritating the soft side of the mouth with incessant jerkings, always counteracting the good impulses, ever prompting the bad ones of his beast. And have you not, while heartily wishing yourself in the saddle, felt the utter inutility of administering any counsels to the rider? You saw, and rightly saw, that even if he attempted to follow your suggestions, he would do so awkwardly and inaptly, acting at wrong moments, and without that continuity of purpose which must ever accompany an act of address, and that for his safety, and even for the welfare of the animal, it were as well they should jog on together as they had done, trusting that after a time they might establish a sort of compromise, endurable, if not beneficial to both. Such, my dear friend, in brief, is the state of many of those foreign governments to whom we are so profuse of our wise counsels. It were doubtless much better if they ruled well, but let us see if the road to this knotty consummation be by the adoption of methods totally new to them, estranged from all their instincts and habits, and full of perils which their very fears will exaggerate. Constitutional governments, like underdone roast beef, suit our natures and our latitude, but they would seem lamentable experiments when tried south of the Alps. Liberty with us means the right to break heads at a county election, and to print impertinences in newspapers. With the Spaniard or the Italian, it would be to carry a poniard more openly, and use it more frequently than at present. At all events, if it be any satisfaction to you, you may be assured that the rulers in all these cases are not much better off than those they rule over. They lead lives of incessant terror, distrust, and anxiety. Their existence is poisoned by ceaseless fears of treachery, they know not where. They change ministers as travellers change the direction of their journey, to disconcert the supposed plans of their enemies, and they vacillate between cruelty and mercy, really not knowing in which lies their safety. Don't fancy that they have any innate pleasure in harsh measures. The likelihood is they hate them as much as you do yourself, but they know no other system, and, to come back to my cavalry illustration, the only time they tried a snaffle they were run away with. I trust these prosings will be a warning to you how you touch upon politics again in a letter to me, but I really did not wish to be a bore, and now here I am, ready to answer, as far as in me lies, all your interrogatories, first premising that I am not at liberty to enter upon the question of Glencore himself, and for the simple reason that he has made me his confidant. And now, as to the boy, I could make nothing of him, Harcourt, and for this reason. He had not what sailors call steerage way on him. He went wherever you bade, but without an impulse. I tried to make him care for his career, for the gay world, for the butterfly life of young diplomacy, for certain dissipations, excellent things occasionally to develop nascent faculties. I endeavoured to interest him by literary society and savans, but unsuccessfully. For art, indeed, he showed some disposition, and modelled prettily, but it never rose above amateurship. Now, enthusiasm, although a very excellent ingredient, will no more make an artist than a brisk kitchen fire will provide a dinner where all the materials are wanting. I began to despair of him, Harcourt, when I saw that there were no features about him. He could do everything reasonably well, because there was no hope of his doing anything with real excellence. He wandered away from me to Carrara, with his quaint companion the doctor, and after some months wrote me rather a sturdy letter, rejecting all moneyed advances, past and future, and saying something very haughty, and of course very stupid, about the glorious sense of independence. I replied, but he never answered me, and here might have ended all my knowledge of his history, had not a letter, of which I send you an extract, resumed the narrative. The writer is the Princess Sabbloukoff, a lady of whose attractions and fascinations you have often heard me speak. When you have read and thought over the enclosed, let me have your opinion. I do not, I cannot, believe in the rumour you allude to. Glencore is not the man to marry at his time of life, and in his circumstances. Send me, however, all the particulars you are in possession of. I hope they don't mean to send you to India, because you seem to dislike it. For my own part, I suspect I should enjoy that country immensely. Heat is the first element of daily comfort, and all the appliances to moderate it are ex officio luxuries. Besides that, in India there is a splendid and enlarged selfishness in the mode of life very different from the petty egotisms of our rude Northland. If you do go, pray take Naples in the way. The route by Alexandria and Suez, they all tell me, is the best and most expeditious. Mellish desires me to add his remembrances, hoping that you have not forgotten him. He served in the 5th with you in Canada, that is, if you be the same George Harcourt who played Tony Lumpkin so execrably at Montreal. I have told him it is probable, and am yours ever, H. U. End of chapter 34. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Chapter 35 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 35. Harcourt's Lodgings. When Harcourt had finished the reading of that letter we have presented in our last chapter, he naturally turned for information on the subject which principally interested him to the enclosure. It was a somewhat bulky packet, and, from its size, at once promised very full and ample details. As he opened it, however, he discovered it was in various handwritings, but his surprise was further increased by the following heading, in large letters, in the top of a page: Sulphur Question, and beginning, "My Lord, by a reference to my despatch number 478, you will perceive that the difficulties which the Neapolitan government—" Harcourt turned over the page. It was all in the same strain. Tariffs, treaties, dues, and duties occurred in every line. 3 other documents of like nature accompanied this, after which came a very ill-written scrawl on coarse paper entitled, "Hints as to diet and daily exercise for His Excellency's use." The honest colonel, who was not the quickest of men, was some time before he succeeded in unravelling to his satisfaction the mystery before him, and recognizing that the papers on his table had been destined for a different address, while the letter of the Princess had, in all probability, been despatched to the Foreign Office, and was now either confounding or amusing the authorities in Downing Street. While Harcourt laughed over the blunder, he derived no small gratification from thinking that nothing but great genius ever fell into these mistakes, and was about to write off in this very spirit to Upton, when he suddenly bethought him that, before an answer could arrive, he himself would be far away on his journey to India. "I asked nothing," said he, "that could be difficult to reply to. It was plain enough, too, that I only wanted such information as he could have given me offhand. If I could but assure Glencore that the boy was worthy of him, that there was stuff to give good promise of future excellence, that he was honorable and manly in all his dealings, who knows what effect such assurance might have had? There are days when it strikes me Glencore would give half his fortune to have the youth beside him, and be able to call him his own. Why he does not do it, is a mystery which I am unable to fathom. He never gave me his confidence on this head; indeed, he gave me something like a rebuff one evening, when he erroneously fancied that I wanted to probe the mysterious secret. It shows how much he knows of my nature," added he, laughing. "Why, I'd rather carry a man's trunk or his portmanteau on my back than his family secrets in my heart. I could rest and lay down my burden in the one case; in the other, there's never a moment of repose. And now Glencore is to be here this very day, the 9th, to learn my news. The poor fellow comes up from Wales just to talk over these matters, and I have nothing to offer him but this blundering epistle. Ay, here's the letter. Dear Harcourt, let me have a mutton chop with you on the 9th, and give me, if you can, the evening after it. Yours, Glencore." A man must be ill for counsel and advice when he thinks of such aid as mine. Heaven knows I never was such a brilliant manager of my own fortunes that any one should trust his destinies in my hands. Well, he shall have the mutton chop, and a good glass of old port after it, and the evening, or, if he likes it, the night shall be at his disposal. And with this resolve, Harcourt, having given orders for dinner at 6, issued forth to stroll down to his club and drop in at the Horse Guards, and learn as much as he could of the passing events of the day, meaning thereby the details of whatever regarded the army list, and those who walk in scarlet attire. It was about 5 o'clock of a dreary November afternoon that a hackney coach drew up at Harcourt's lodgings in Dover Street, and a tall and very sickly looking man, carrying his carpet bag in one hand and a dressing case in the other, descended and entered the house. "Mr. Massey, sir?" said the Colonel's servant, as he ushered him in, for such was the name Glencore desired to be known by; and the stranger nodded, and, throwing himself wearily down on a sofa, seemed overcome with fatigue. "Is your master out?" asked he, at length. "Yes, sir, but I expect him immediately. Dinner was ordered for 6, and he'll be back to dress half an hour before that time." "Dinner for 2?" half impatiently asked the other. "Yes, sir, for 2." "And all visitors in the evening denied admittance? Did your master say so?" "Yes, sir, out for every one." Glencore now covered his face with his hands, and relapsed in silence. At length he lifted his eyes till they fell upon a colored drawing over the chimney. It was an officer in hussar uniform, mounted on a splendid charger, and seated with all the graceful ease of a consummate horseman. This much alone he could perceive from where he lay, and, indolently raising himself on one arm, He asked if it were a portrait of his master. No, sir, of my master's colonel, Lord Glencore, when he commanded the 8th, and was said to be the handsomest man in the service." "Show it to me," cried he eagerly, and almost snatched the drawing from the other's hands. He gazed at it intently and fixedly, and his sallow cheek once reddened slightly as he continued to look. "That never was a likeness," said he bitterly. "My master thinks it a wonderful resemblance, sir. Not of what he is now, of course, but that was taken 15 years ago or more." "And is he so changed since that?" asked the sick man plaintively. "So I hear, sir. He had a stroke of some kind, or a fit of one sort or another, brought on by fretting. They took away his title, I'm told. They made out that he had no right to it, that he wasn't the real lord. But here's the Colonel, sir." And almost as he spoke, Harcourt's step was on the stair. The next moment his hand was cordially clasped in that of his guest. "I scarcely expected you before 6. And how have you borne the journey?" cried he, taking a seat beside the sofa. A gentle motion of the eyebrows gave a reply. "Well, well, you'll be all right after the soup. Marcon, serve the dinner at once. I'll not dress. And mind, no admittance to anyone." "You have heard from Upton?" asked Glencore. "Yes." "And satisfactorily?" asked he, more anxiously. "Quite so; but you shall know all by and by. I have got mackerel for you. It was a favorite dish of yours long ago, and you shall taste such mutton as your Welsh mountains can't equal. I got the haunch from the Ardennes a week ago, and kept it for you. I wish I deserved such generous fare, but I have only an invalid stomach," said Glencore, smiling faintly. "You shall be reported well and fit for duty to day, or my name is not George Harcourt. The strongest and toughest fellow that ever lived couldn't stand up against the united effects of low diet and low spirits. To act generously and think generously, you must live generously, take plenty of exercise, breathe fresh air, and know what it is to be downright weary when you go to bed. Not bored, mark you, for that's another thing. Now here comes the soup, and you shall tell me whether turtle be not the best restorative a man ever took after 12 hours of the road." Whether tempted by the fare, or anxious to gratify the hospitable wishes of his host, Glencore ate heartily, and drank what for his abstemious habit was freely, and, so far as a more genial air and a more ready smile went, fully justified Harcourt's anticipations. "By Jove, you're more like yourself than I have seen you this many a day," said the Colonel, as they drew their chairs toward the fire, and sat with that now banished, but ever to be regretted little spider table, that once emblemized after dinner blessedness between them. "This reminds one of long ago, Glencore, and I don't see why we cannot bring to the hour some of the cheerfulness that we once boasted." A faint, very faint smile, with more of sorrow than joy in it, was the other's only reply. "Look at the thing this way, Glencore," said Harcourt, eagerly. "So long as a man has, either by his fortune or by his personal qualities, the means of benefiting others, there is a downright selfishness in stuffing himself up in his sorrow, and saying to the world, 'My own griefs are enough for me. I'll take no care or share in yours.' Now, there never was a fellow with less of this selfishness than you." "Do not speak to me of what I was, my dear friend. There's not a plank of the old craft remaining. The name alone lingers, and even that will soon be extinct. So then You still hold to this resolution? Shall I tell you what I think of it?" "Perhaps you had better not do so," said Glencore, sternly. "By Jove, then, I will, just for that menace," said Harcourt. "I said, this is vengeance on Glencore's part." "To whom, sir, did you make this remark?" "To myself, of course. I never alluded to the matter to any one, never." "So far, well," said Glencore, solemnly; "for, had you done so, we had never exchanged words again." "My dear fellow," said Harcourt, laying his hand affectionately on the other's, "I can well imagine the price a sensitive nature like yours must pay for the friendship of one so little gifted with tact as I am. But remember always that there's this advantage in the intercourse you can afford to hear and bear things from a man of my stamp that would be outrageous from perhaps the lips of a brother. As Upton, in one of his bland moments, once said to me, 'Fellows like you, Harcourt, are the bitters of the human pharmacopoeia, somewhat hard to take, but very wholesome when you're once swallowed.'" "You are the best of the triad, and no great praise that, either," muttered Glencore to himself. After a pause, he continued, "It has not been from any distrust in your friendship, Harcourt, that I have not spoken to you before on this gloomy subject. I know well that you bear me more affection than any one of all those who call themselves my friends; but when a man is about to do that which never can meet approval from those who love him, he seeks no counsel, he invites no confidence. Like the gambler who risks all on a single throw, he makes his venture from the impulse of a secret, mysterious prompting within that whispers, 'With this you are rescued or ruined.'" "Advice, counsel!" cried he, in bitter mockery. "Tell me, when have such ever alleviated the tortures of a painful malady? Have you ever heard that the writhings of the sick man were calmed by the honeyed words of his friends at his bedside? Here his voice became full and loud. "I was burdened with a load too great for me to bear. It had bowed me to the earth, and all but crushed me. The sense of an unaccomplished vengeance was like a debt which, unrequited ere I died, sent me to my grave dishonored. Which of you all could tell me how to endure this? What shape could your philosophy assume?" "Then I guessed aright," broke in Harcourt. "This was done in vengeance." "I have no reckoning to render you, sir," said Glencore, haughtily. "For any confidence of mine, you are more indebted to my passion than to my inclination. I came up here to speak and confer with you about the boy whose guardianship you are unable to continue longer. Let us speak of that." "Yes," said Harcourt, in his habitual tone of easy good humor, "they are going to send me out to India again. I have had 18 years of it already, but I have no parliamentary influence, nor could I trace a 40th cousinship with the House of Lords. But after all it might be worse. Now, as to this lad, what if I were to take him out with me? This artist life that he seems to have adopted scarcely promises much." "Let me see Upton's letter," said Glencore, gravely. "There it is; but I must warn you that the really important part is wanting, for instead of sending us, as he promised, the communication of his Russian Princess, he has stuffed in a mass of papers intended for Downing Street, and a lot of doctors' prescriptions, for whose loss he is doubtless suffering martyrdom." "Is this credible?" cried Glencore. "There they are. very eloquent about sulphur, and certain refugees with long names, and with some curious hints about Spanish flies and the flesh brush." Glencore flung down the papers in indignation, and walked up and down the room without speaking. "I'd wager a trifle," cried Harcourt, "that Madame What's her name's letter has gone to the Foreign Office in lieu of the despatches, and if so, they have certainly gained most by the whole transaction. You have scarcely considered, perhaps, what publicity may thus be given to my private affairs," said Glencore. "Who knows what this woman may have said, what allusions her letter may contain?" "Very true, I never did think of that," muttered Harcourt. "Who knows what circumstances of my private history are now bandied about from desk to desk by flippant fools, to be disseminated afterwards over Europe by every courier," cried he, with increasing passion. Before Harcourt could reply, the servant entered and whispered a few words in his ear. "But you already denied me," said Harcourt. "You told him that I was from home?" "Yes, sir; but he said that his business was so important that he'd wait for your return, if I could not say where he might find you. This is his card." Harcourt took it and read, "Major Scaresby, from Naples." "What do you think, Glencore? Ought we to admit this gentleman? It may be that this visit relates to what we have been speaking about." "Scaresby, Scaresby, I know the name," muttered Glencore. "To be sure, there was a fellow that hung about Florence and Rome long ago, and called himself Scaresby, an ill tongued old scandalmonger people encouraged in a land where newspapers are not permitted. He affects to have something very pressing to communicate. Perhaps it were better to have him up." "Don't make me known to him, then, or let me have to talk to him," said Glencore, throwing himself down on a sofa, "and let his visit be as brief as you can manage." Harcourt made a significant sign to his servant, and the moment after the Major was heard ascending the stairs. "Very persistent of me, you'll say, Colonel Harcourt, devilish tenacious of my intentions, to force myself thus upon you," said the Major, as he bustled into the room with a white leather bag in his hand. "But I promised Upton I'd not lie down on a bed till I saw you." "All the apologies should come from my side, Major," said Harcourt, as he handed him to a chair. "But the fact was, that having an invalid friend with me, quite incapable of seeing company, and having matters of some importance to discuss with him—" "Just so," broke in Scaresby; "and if it were not that I had given a very strong pledge to Upton, I'd have given my message to your servant and gone off to my hotel. But he laid great stress on my seeing you and obtaining certain papers which, if I understand aright, have reached you in mistake, being meant for the minister at Downing Street. Here's his own note, however, which will explain all." It ran thus: "Dear H., So I find that some of the despatches have got into your enclosure instead of that on His Majesty's service. I therefore send off the insupportable old bore who will deliver this to rescue them and convey them to their fitting destination. The extraordinaries will be burdened to some 50 or 60 pounds for it, but they very rarely are expended so profitably as in getting rid of an intolerable nuisance. Give him all the things, therefore, and pack him off to Downing Street. I'm far more uneasy, however, about some prescriptions which I suspect are along with them. One, a lotion for the cervical vertebrae, of invaluable activity, which you may take a copy of, but strictly on honor for your own use only. Scaresby will obtain the Princess's letter and hand it to you.
It is certain not to have been opened at F.O., as they never read anything not alluded to in their private correspondence. This blunder has done me a deal of harm. My nerves are not in a state to stand such shocks, and though, in fact, you are not the culpable party, I cannot entirely acquit you for having in part occasioned it." Harcourt laughed good humoredly at this, and continued, "If you care for it, old S will give you all the last gossip from these parts, and be the channel of yours to me. But don't dine him, he's not worth a dinner. He'll only repay sherry and soda water, and one of those execrable cheroots you used to be famed for. Amongst the recipes, let me recommend you an admirable tonic, the principal ingredient in which is the oil of the starfish. It will probably produce nausea, vertigo, and even fainting for a week or two, but these symptoms decline at last, and, except violent hiccup, no other inconvenience remains. Try it, at all events. Yours ever, H.U." While Harcourt perused this short epistle, Scaresby, on the invitation of his host, had helped himself frankly to the Madeira, and a plate of devilled biscuits beside it, giving from time to time oblique glances towards the dark corner of the room where Glencore lay, apparently asleep. "I hope Upton's letter justifies my insistence, Colonel. He certainly gave me to understand that the case was a pressing one," said Scaresby. "Quite so, Major Scaresby, and I have only to reiterate my excuses for having denied myself to you. But you are aware of the reason," and he glanced towards where Glencore was lying. "Very excellent fellow, Upton," said the Major, sipping his wine, "but very, what shall I call it? Eccentric. Very odd, not like any one else, you know, in the way he does things. I happened to be one of his guests the other day. He had detained us above an hour waiting dinner, when he came in all flurried and excited, and turning to me, said, 'Scaresby, have you any objection to a trip to England at his Majesty's expense?' And as I replied, 'None whatever. Indeed, it would suit my book to perfection just now.' 'Well, then,' said he, 'get your traps together, and be here within an hour. I'll have all in readiness for you.' I did not much fancy starting off in this fashion, and without my dinner, too, but egad, he's one of those fellows that don't stand parleying, and so I just took him at his word, and here I am. I take it the matter must be a very emergent one, eh?" "It is clear Sir Horace Upton thought so," said Harcourt, rather amused than offended by the other's curiosity. "There's a woman in it, somehow, I'll be bound, eh?" Harcourt laughed heartily at this sally, and pushed the decanter toward his guest. "Not that I'd give sixpence to know every syllable of the whole transaction," said Scaresby. "A man that has passed, as I have, the last 25 years of his life between Rome, Florence, and Naples, has devilish little to learn of what the world calls scandal." "I suppose you must indeed possess a wide experience," said Harcourt. "Not a man in Europe, sir, could tell you as many dark passages of good society. I kept a kind of book once, a record of fashionable delinquencies, but I had to give it up. It took me half my day to chronicle even the passing events, and then my memory grew so retentive by practice, I didn't want the reference, but could give you date and name and place for every incident that has scandalized the world for the last quarter of the century." "And do you still possess this wonderful gift, Major?" "Pretty well. Not, perhaps, to the same extent I once did. You see, Colonel Harcourt," here his voice became low and confidential, "some 20, or indeed 15 years back, It was only persons of actual condition that permitted themselves the liberty to do these things. But hang it, sir, now you have your middle class folk as profligate as their betters. Jones or Smith or Thompson runs away with his neighbor's wife, cheats at cards, and forges his friend's name, just as if he had the best blood in his veins, and 14 quarterings on his escutcheon. What memory, then, I ask you, could retain all of the shortcomings of these people? But I'd really not trouble my head with such ignoble delinquents," said Harcourt. "Nor do I, sir, save when, as will sometimes happen, they have a footing, with one leg at least, in good society; for, in the present state of the world, a woman with a pretty face and a man with a knowledge of horseflesh may move in any circle they please." "You're a severe censor of the age we live in, I see," said Harcourt, smiling. "At the same time, the offences could scarcely give you much uneasiness, or you'd not take up your residence where they most abound. If you want to destroy tigers, you must frequent the jungles," said Scaresby, with one of his heartiest laughs. "Say rather, if you have the vulture's appetite, you must go where there is carrion," cried Glencore, with a voice to which passion lent a savage vehemence. "Eh? Ha! Very good. Devilish smart of your sick friend. Pray present me to him," said Scaresby, rising. "No, no, never mind him," whispered Harcourt, pressing him down into a seat. "At some other time, perhaps. He is nervous and irritable. Conversation fatigues him, too." "Egad, that was neatly said, though. I hope I shall not forget it. One envies these sick fellows, sometimes, the venom they get from bad health. But I am forgetting myself in the pleasures of your society," added he, rising from the table, as he finished off the last glass in the decanter. "I shall call at Downing Street to morrow for that letter of Upton's, and, with your permission, will deposit it in your hands afterwards." Harcourt accompanied him to the door with thanks. Profuse, indeed, was he in his recognitions, desiring to get him clear off the ground before any further allusions on his part or rejoinders from Glencore might involve them all in new complications. "I know that fellow well," cried Glencore, almost ere the door closed on him. "He is just what I remember him some 20 years ago. Dressed up in the cast off vices of his betters, he has passed for a man of fashion amongst his own set, while he is regarded as a wit by those who mistake malevolence for humor. I ask no other test of a society than that such a man is endured in it." "I sometimes suspect," said Harcourt, "that the world never believes these fellows to be as ill natured as then tongues bespeak them." "You are wrong, George. The world knows them well. The estimation they are held in is, for the reflective flattery by which each listener to their sarcasm soothes his own conscience as he says, 'I could be just as bitter, if I consented to be as bad.' I cannot at all account for Upton's endurance of such a man," said Harcourt. "As there are men who fancy that they strengthen their animal system by braving every extreme of climate, so Upton imagines that he invigorates his morale by associating with all kinds and descriptions of people, and there is no doubt that in doing so he extends the sphere of his knowledge of mankind. After all," muttered he with a sigh, "it's only learning the geography of a land too unhealthy to live in." Glencore arose as he said this, and, with a nod of leave taking, retired to his room. CHAPTер 35.
Chapter 36 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Gleaver. Chapter 36. A Fevered Mind. Harcourt passed the morning of the following day in watching the street for Scaresby's arrival. Glencore's impatience had grown into absolute fever to obtain the missing letter, and he kept asking every moment at what hour he had promised to be there, and wondering at his delay. Noon passed over. 1 o'clock. It was now nearly half past, as a carriage drove hastily to the door. "At last!" cried Glencore with a deep sigh. "Sir Gilbert Bruce, sir, requests to know if you can receive him," said the servant to Harcourt. "Another disappointment," muttered Glencore as he left the room, when Harcourt motioned to the servant to introduce the visitor. "My dear Colonel Harcourt," cried the other, entering, "excuse a very abrupt call, but I have a most pressing need of your assistance. I hear you can inform me of Lord Glencore's address." "He is residing in North Wales at present. I can give you his post town." "Yes, but can I be certain that he will admit me if I should go down there? He is living, I hear, in strict retirement, and I am anxious for a personal interview." "I cannot assure you that," said Harcourt. "He does live, as you have heard, entirely estranged from all society; but if you write to him— there's the difficulty. A letter and its reply takes some days." "And is the matter, then, so very imminent?" "It is so. At least it is thought to be so by an authority that neither you nor I will be likely to dispute. You know his lordship intimately, I fancy?" "Perhaps I may call myself as much his friend as any man living." "Well, then, I may confide to you my business with him. It happened that, a few days back, Lord Adderley was on a visit with the King at Brighton, when a foreign messenger arrived with despatches. They were, of course, forwarded to him there, and as the King has a passion for that species of literature, he opened them all himself. Now, I suspect that His Majesty cares more for the amusing incidents which occasionally diversify the life of foreign courts than for the great events of politics. At all events, he devours them with avidity, and seems conversant with the characters and private affairs of some hundreds of people he has never seen, nor in all likelihood will ever see. In turning over the loose pages of one of the despatches from Naples, I think, he came upon what appeared to be a fragment of a letter. Of what it was, or what it contained, I have not the slightest knowledge. Adderley himself has not seen it, nor any one but the King. All I know is that it concerns in some way Lord Glencore, for immediately on reading it, he gave me instructions to find him out and send him down to Brighton. I am afraid, were you to see Glencore, your mission would prove a failure. He has given up the world altogether, and even a royal demand would scarcely withdraw him from his retirement. At all events, I must make the trial. You can let me have his address, and perhaps you would do more, and give me some sort of introduction to him, something that might smooth down the difficulty of a first visit." Harcourt was silent, and stood for some seconds in deep thought, which the other, mistaking for a sign of unwillingness to comply with his request, quickly added, "If my demand occasion you any inconvenience, or if there be the slightest difficulty—" "Nay, I was not thinking of that," said Harcourt. "Pray excuse me for a moment. I will fetch you the address you spoke of." And, without waiting for more, he left the room. The next minute he was in Glencore's room, hurriedly narrating to him all that had passed, and asking him what course he should pursue. Glencore heard the story with a greater calm than Harcourt dared to hope for, and seemed pleased at the reiterated assurance that the king alone had seen the letter referred to, and when Harcourt abruptly asked what was to be done, he slowly replied, "I must obey his Majesty's commands. I must go to Brighton." "But are you equal to all this? Have you strength for it?" "I think so, at all events. I am determined to make the effort. I was a favorite with his Majesty long ago. He will say nothing to hurt me needlessly, nor is it in his nature to do so. Tell Bruce that you will arrange everything, and that I shall present myself to-morrow at the palace. Remember, Glencore, that if you say so, I must be sure and keep my word." "Well, so I mean, George. I was a courtier once upon a time, and have not outlived my deference to a sovereign. I'll be there. You may answer for me." From the moment that Glencore had come to this resolve, a complete change seemed to pass over the nature of the man. It was as though a new spring had been given to his existence. The reformation that all blandishments of friendship, all the soft influences of kindness could never accomplish, was more than half effected by the mere thought of an interview with a king, and the possible chance of a little royal sympathy. If Harcourt was astonished, he was not the less pleased at all this. He encouraged Glencore's sense of gratification by every means in his power, and gladly lent himself to all the petty anxieties about dress and appearance, in which he seemed now immersed. Nothing could exceed, indeed, the care he bestowed on these small details, ever insisting, as he did, that, his Majesty being the best dressed gentleman in Europe, these matters assumed a greater importance in his eyes. "I must try to recover somewhat of my former self," said he. "There was a time when I came and went freely to Carlton House, when I was somewhat more than a mere frequenter of the Prince's society. They tell me that of late he is glad to see any of those who partook of his intimacy of those times, who can remember the genial spirits who made his table the most brilliant circle of the world, who can talk to him of Hanger and Kelly and Sheridan and the rest of them. I spent my days and nights with them, warming with the recollection of a period which, dissolute and dissipated as it was, yet redeemed by its brilliancy many of its least valuable features. Glencore poured forth story after story of a time when statesmen had the sportiveness of schoolboys, and the greatest intellects loved to indulge in the wildest excesses of folly. A good jest upon Eldon, a smart epigram on Sidmouth, a quiz against Vansittart, was a fortunate court, and there grew up thus around the prince a class who cultivated ridicule so assiduously that nothing was too high or too venerable to escape their sarcasms. Though Glencore was only emerging out of boyhood, a young subaltern in the prince's own regiment, when he first entered this society, the impression it had made upon his mind was not the less permanent. Independently of the charm of being thus admitted to the most choice circle of the land, there was the fascination of intimacy with names that even amongst contemporaries were illustrious. "I feel in such spirits to-day, George," cried Glencore at length, "that I vote we go and pass the day at Richmond. We shall escape the possibility of being bored by your acquaintance. We shall have a glorious stroll through the fields, and a pleasant dinner afterwards at the Star and Garter." Only too well pleased at this sudden change in his friend's humor, Harcourt assented. The day was a bright and clear one, with a sharp, frosty air, and that elasticity of atmosphere that invigorates and stimulates. They both soon felt its influence, and as the hours wore on, pleasant memories of the past were related, and old friends remembered and talked over in a spirit that brought back to each much of the youthful sentiments they recorded. "If one could only go over it all again, George," said Glencore, as they sat after dinner. "Up to 23, or even a year or two later, I'd not ask to change a day, scarcely an hour. Whatever was deficient in fact was supplied by hope. It was a joyous, brilliant time, when we all made partnerships of our good spirits and traded freely on the capital. Even Upton was frank and free-hearted then. There were some 6 or 8 of us, with just fortune enough never to care about money, and none of us so rich as to be immersed in dreams of gold, as ever happens with your millionaire. Why could we not have continued so to the end?" Harcourt adroitly turned him from the theme which he saw impending, his departure for the Continent, his residence there and his marriage, and once more occupied him in stories of his youthful life in London, when Glencore suddenly came to a stop and said, "I might have married the greatest beauty of the time, of a family, too, second to none in all England. You know to whom I allude. Well, she would have accepted me. Her father was not averse to the match. A stupid altercation with her brother, Lord Hervey, at Brooks's one night, an absurd dispute about some etiquette of the play table, estranged me from their house. I was offended at what I deemed their want of courtesy in not seeking me, for I was in the right, every one said so. I determined not to call first. They gave a great entertainment, and omitted me, and rather than stay in town to publish this affront, I started for the Continent, and out of that petty incident, a discussion of the veriest trifle imaginable, there came the whole course of my destiny." "To be sure," said Harcourt, with assumed calm. "Every man's fortune in life is at the sport of some petty incident or other, which at the time he undervalues. And then we scoff at those men who scrutinize each move and hesitate over every step in life, as triflers and little-minded, while, if your remark be just, it is exactly they who are the wise and prudent," cried Glencore with warmth. "Had I, for instance, seen this occurrence, trivial as it was, in its true light, what and where might I not have been to-day?" "My dear Glencore, the luckiest fellow that ever lived, were he only to cast a look back on opportunities neglected and conjunctures unprofited by, would be sure to be miserable. I am far from saying that some have not more than their share of the world's sorrows, but take my word for it, every one has his load, be it greater or less, and what is worse, we all of us carry our burdens with us as much inconvenience to ourselves as we can. I know what you would say, Harcourt. It is the old story about giving way to passion and suffering temper to get the better of one. But let me tell you that there are trials where passion is an instinct and reason works too slowly. I have experienced such as this." "Give yourself but fair play, Glencore, and you will surmount all your troubles. Come back into the world again. I don't mean this world of balls and dinner parties, of morning calls and afternoons in the park, but a really active, stirring life. Come with me to India, and let us have a raid amongst the jaguars. Mix with the pleasant, light-hearted fellows you'll meet at every mess, who ask for nothing better than their own good spirits and good health,
to content them with the world. Just look out upon life, and see what numbers are struggling and swimming for existence, while you, at least, have competence and wealth for all you wish. And bear in mind that round the table where wit is flashing and the merriest laughter rings, there is not a man, no, not one, who hasn't a something heavy in his heart, but yet who'd feel himself a coward if his face confessed it. And why am I to put this mask upon me? For what and for whom have I to wear these disguises? Cried Glencore angrily. For yourself. It is in bearing up manfully before the world you'll gain the courage to sustain your own heart. Ay, Glencore, you'll do it tomorrow. In the presence of royalty you'll comport yourself with dignity and reserve, and you'll come out from the interview higher and stronger in self-esteem. You talk as if I were some country squire who would stand abashed and awestruck before his king. But remember, my worthy Colonel, I have lived a good deal inside the tabernacle, and the mysteries are no secrets to me." "Reason the more for what I say," broke in Harcourt. "Your deference will not obliterate your judgment. Your just respect will not alloy your reason." "I'll talk to the King, sir, as I talk to you," said Glencore passionately. "Nor is the visit of my seeking. I have long since done with courts and those who frequent them. What can royalty do for me? Upton and yourself may play the courtier, and fawn at levees. You have your petitions to present, your favors to beg. You want to get this, or to be excused from that. But I am no supplicant. I ask for no place, no ribbon. If the King speak to me about my private affairs, he shall be answered as I would answer any one who obtrudes his rank into the place that should only be occupied by friendship. It may be that he has some good counsel to offer." "Counsel to offer me!" burst in Glencore, with increased warmth. "I would no more permit any man to give me advice unasked for than I would suffer him to go to my tradespeople and pay my debts for me. A man's private sorrows are his debts, obligations between himself and his own heart. Don't tell me, sir, that even a king's prerogative absolves him from the duties of a gentleman." While he uttered these words, he continued to fill and empty his wineglass several times, as if passion had stimulated his thirst, and now his flashing eyes and his heightened color betrayed the effect of the wine. "Let us stroll out into the cool air," said Harcourt. "See what a gorgeous night of stars it is." "That you may resume your discourse on patience and resignation," said Glencore scoffingly. "No, sir, if I must listen to you, let me have at least the aid of the decanter. Your bitter maxims are a bad substitute for olives, but I must have wine to swallow them." "I never meant them to be so distasteful to you," said Harcourt, good humoredly. "Say, rather, you troubled your head little whether they were or not," replied Glencore, whose voice was now thick from passion and drink together. "You and Upton, and 2 or 3 others, presume to lecture me, who, because gifted, if you call it gifted, I'd say cursed, ay, sir, cursed with the coarser natures, temperaments where higher sentiments have no place, fellows that can make what they feel subordinate to what they want. You appreciate that, I hope. That stings you, does it? Well, sir, you'll find me as ready to act as to speak. There's not a word I utter here I mean to retract tomorrow." "My dear Glencore, we have both taken too much wine." "Speak for yourself, sir. If you desire to make the claret the excuse for your language, I can only say it's like everything else in your conduct, always a subterfuge, always a scapegoat. Oh, George, George, I never suspected this in you." And burying his head between his hands, he burst into tears. He never spoke a word as Harcourt assisted him to the carriage, nor did he open his lips on the road homewards. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 37. The Villa at Sorrento. In one of the most sequestered nooks of Sorrento, almost escarped out of the rocky cliff, and half hid in the foliage of orange and oleander trees, stood the little villa of the Princess Sabbloukoff. The blue sea washed the white marble terrace before the windows, and the arbutus, whose odor scented the drawing-room, dipped its red berries in the glassy water. The wildest and richest vegetation abounded on every side. Plants and shrubs of tropical climes mingled with the hardier races of northern lands, and the cedar and the plantain blended their leaves with the sycamore and the ilex, while, as if to complete the admixture, birds and beasts of remote countries were gathered together, and the bustard, the ape, and the antelope mixed with the peacock, the chamois, and the golden pheasant. The whole represented one of those capricious exhibitions by which wealth so often associates itself with the beautiful, and, despite all errors in taste, succeeds in making a spot eminently lovely. So was it. There was often light where a painter would have wished shadow. There were gorgeous flowers where a poet would have desired nothing beyond the blue heather bell. There were startling effects of view managed where chance glimpses through the trees had been infinitely more picturesque. There was, in fact, the obtrusive sense of richness in a thousand ways and places, where mere unadorned nature had been far preferable, and yet, with all these faults, sea and sky, rock and foliage, the scented air, the silence, only broken by the tuneful birds, the rich profusion of color upon a sward strewn with flowers, made of the spot a perfect paradise. In a richly decorated room, whose 3 windows opened on a marble terrace, sat the Princess. It was December, but the sky was cloudless, the sea a perfect mirror, and the light air that stirred the leaves soft and balmy as the breath of May. Her dress was in keeping with the splendor around her, a rich robe of yellow silk fastened up the front with large carbuncle buttons. Sleeves of deep Valenciennes lace fell far over her jeweled fingers, and a scarf of golden embroidery, negligently thrown over an arm of her chair, gave what a painter would call the warm color to a very striking picture. Farther from the window, and carefully protected from the air by a screen, sat a gentleman whose fur-lined pelisse and velvet skull-cap showed that he placed more faith in the almanac than in the atmosphere. From his cork-soled boots to his shawl muffled about the throat, all proclaimed that distrust of the weather that characterizes the invalid. No treachery of a hot sun, no seductions of that inveterate cheat, a fine day in winter, could inveigle Sir Horace Upton into any forgetfulness of his precautions. He would have regarded such as a palpable weakness on his part, a piece of folly perfectly unbecoming in a man of his diplomatic standing and ability. He was writing and smoking and talking by turns, the table before him being littered with papers, and even the carpet at his feet strewn with the loose sheets of his composition. There was not in his air any of the concentration or even seriousness of a man engaged in an important labor, and yet the work before him employed all his faculties, and he gave to it the deepest attention of abilities of which very few possessed the equal. To great powers of reasoning and a very strong judgment he united a most acute knowledge of men, not exactly of mankind in the mass, but of that especial order with whom he had habitually to deal. Stolid, commonplace stupidity might puzzle or embarrass him, while for any amount of craft, for any degree of subtlety, he was an overmatch. The plain, matter-of-fact intelligence occasionally gained a slight advantage over him at first. The trained and polished mind of the most astute negotiator was a book he could read at sight. It was his especial tact to catch up all this knowledge at once, very often in a first interview, and thus, while others were interchanging the customary platitudes of everyday courtesy, he was gleaning and recording within himself the traits and characteristics of all around him. "A clever fellow, very clever fellow, Sinicelli," said he, as he continued to write. "His proposition is certain commercial advantages, and that we, on our side, leave him alone to deal his own way with his own rabble. I see nothing against it, so long as they continue to be rabble. But grubs grow into butterflies, and very vulgar populace have now and then emerged into what are called liberal politicians." "Only where you have the blessing of a free press," said the Princess, in a tone of insolent mockery. "Quite true, Princess. A free press is a tonic that, with an increased dose, becomes a stimulant, and occasionally overexcites." "It makes your people drunk now and then," she said angrily. "They always sleep it off overnight," said he softly. "They very rarely pay even the penalty of the morning headache for the excess, which is exactly why it will not answer in our warmer latitudes. Ours is a cold one, and I'm sure it would not suit us." "I'm not so certain of that," said he languidly. "I think it eminently calculated for a people who don't know how to read." She would have smiled at that remark if the sarcasm had not offended her. "My lordship will therefore see," muttered he, reading to himself as he wrote, "that in yielding this point we are, while apparently making a concession, in reality obtaining a very considerable advantage." "Rather an English habit, I suspect," said she, smiling. "Picked up in the course of our Baltic trade, Princess. In sending us your skins you smuggled in some of your sentiments, and Russian tallow has enlightened the nation in more ways than one. You need it all, my dear Chevalier," said she, with a saucy smile. "Harzewitch told me that your diplomatic people were inferior to those of the third-rate German states, that in fact they never had any information." "I know what he calls information, Princess, and his remark is just. Our government is shockingly mean, and never would keep up a good system of spies." "Spies! If you mean by an odious word to inculpate the honor of a high calling. Pray forgive my interruption, but I am speaking in all good faith. When I said spy, it was in the bankrupt misery of a man who had nothing else to offer. I wanted to imply that pure but small stream which conveys intelligence from a fountain to a river it was not meant to feed. Wasn't that a carriage I hear in the court? Oh, pray don't open this window. There's an odious libeccio blowing to-day, and there's nothing so injurious to the nervous system. A cabinet messenger, Your Excellency, said a servant, entering. What a bore! I hoped I was safe from a despatch for at least a month to come. I really believe they have no veneration for old institutions in England. They don't even celebrate Christmas. I'm charmed at the prospect of a bag, cried the Princess. May I have the messenger shown in here, Princess? Certainly, by all means. Happy to see Your Excellency. Hope your ladyship is in good health, said a smart-looking young fellow who wore a much-frogged pelisse and sported a very well-trimmed moustache. Ah, Stevens, how d'ye do? Said Upton. You've had a cold journey over the Cenis. Came by the Spludgen, Your Excellency. I went round by Vienna, and Maurice Esterhazy took me as far as Milan. The Princess stared with some astonishment. That the messenger should thus familiarly style one of the great family was indeed matter of wonderment to her, nor was it lessened as Upton whispered to her, asked him to dine. And London, how is it? Very empty, Stevens? Continued he. A desert, was the answer. Where's Lord Adderley? At Brighton. The King can't do without him, greatly to Adderley's disgust, for he is dying to have a week's shooting in the Highlands. And Cantworth, where is he? He's off for Vienna, and a short trip to Hungary. I met him at dinner at the mess while waiting for the Dover packet. By the way, I saw a friend of Your Excellency's, Harcourt. Not gone to India? No, they've made him a governor or commander-in-chief of something in the Mediterranean. I forget exactly where or what. You have brought me a mighty bag, Stevens, said Upton, sighing. I had hoped for a little ease and rest, now that the house is up. They are all blue books, I believe, replied Stevens. There's that blacking Your Excellency wrote about, and the cricket bats. The lathe must come out by the frigate, and the down mattress at the same time. Just do me the favor to open the bag, my dear Stevens. I am utterly without aid here, said Upton, sighing drearily, and the other proceeded to litter the table and the floor with a variety of strange and incongruous parcels. Report of factory commissioners, cried he, throwing down a weighty quarto. Yarmouth bloaters, Atkinson's cerulean paste for the eyebrows, Worcester sauce, trade returns for Tahiti, a set of shoemaking tools, 8 bottles of Darby's pyloric corrector, buffalo flesh brushes, devilish, hard they seem, Hume's speech on the reduction of foreign legations, novels from Bulls, top boots for Tiger, and a mass of letters, said Stevens, throwing them broadcast over the sofa. No despatches? cried Upton eagerly. Not one, by Jove, said Stevens. Open one of those Darbys. I'll take a teaspoonful at once. Will you try it, Stevens? Thanks, Your Excellency. I never take physic. Well, you dine here, then, said he, with a sly look at the Princess. Not to-day, Your Excellency. I dine with Grammont at 8. Then I'll not detain you. Come back here to-morrow about 11 or a little later. Come to breakfast, if you like. At what hour? I don't know, at any hour, sighed Upton, as he opened one of his letters and began to read, and Stevens bowed and withdrew
totally unnoticed and unrecognized as he slipped from the room. One after another Upton threw down, after reading half a dozen lines, muttering some indistinct syllables over the dreary stupidity of letter writers in general. Occasionally he came upon some pressing appeal for money, some urgent request for even a small remittance by the next post, and these he only smiled at, while he refolded them with a studious care and neatness. "Why will you not help me with this chaos, dear Princess?" said he at last. "I am only waiting to be asked," said she. "But I feared that there might be secrets." "From you?" said he with a voice of deep tenderness, while his eyes sparkled with an expression far more like raillery than affection. The Princess, however, had not either seen or not heeded it, for she was already deep in the correspondence. "This is strictly private. Am I to read it?" said she. "Of course," said he, bowing courteously, and she read: "Dear Upton, let us have a respite from the tariffs and trade talk for a month or two, and tell me rather what the world is doing around you. We have never got the right of that story about the Princess Celestine as yet. Who was he? Not Lebinsky, I'll be sworn. The K insists was Roville, and I hope you may be able to assure me that he is mistaken. He is worse tempered than ever. That Glencore business has exasperated him greatly. Couldn't your Princess, the world calls her yours—" "How good of the world and how delicate of your friend!" said she, smiling superciliously. "Let us see who the writer is. Oh, a great man, the Lord Adderley," and went on with her reading. "Couldn't your Princess find out something of the real consequences to us about the Q—" "What queen does he mean?" cried she, stopping. "The Queen of Sheba, perhaps," said Upton, biting his lips with anger, while he made an attempt to take the letter from her. "Pardon? This is interesting," said she, and went on. "We shall want it soon, that is, if the manufacturing districts will not kindly afford us a diversion by some open air demonstrations and a collision with the troops. We have offered them a most taking bait by announcing wrongfully the departure of 6 regiments for India, thus leaving the large towns in the north apparently ungarrisoned. They are such poltroons that the chances are they'll not bite. You were right about Emerson. We have made his brother a bishop, and he voted with us on the Arms Bill. Cole is a sterling patriot and an old Whig. He says nothing shall seduce him from his party save a lordship of the Admiralty. Corruption everywhere, my dear Upton, except on the Treasury benches. Holcroft insists on being sent to Petersburg, and having ascertained that the Emperor will not accept him, I have induced the K to nominate him to the post. Non culpa nostra, etc. He can scarcely vote against us after such an evidence of our goodwill. Find out what will give most umbrage to your court, and I will tell you why in my next. Don't bother yourself about the Greeks. The time is not come yet, nor will it till it suit our policy to loosen the ties with Russia. As to France, there is not, nor will there be, in our time at least, any government there. We must deal with them as with a public meeting, which may reverse to morrow the resolutions they have adopted to day. The French will never be formidable till they are unanimous. They'll never be unanimous till we declare war with them. Remember, I don't want anything serious with Sinicelli. Irritate and worry as much as you can. Send even for a ship or two for Malta, but go no farther. I want this for our radicals at home. Our own friends are in the secret. Write me a short despatch about our good relations with the 2 Sicilies,
and send me some news in a private letter. Let me have some ortolans in the bag, and believe me yours, Adderley." "There," she said, turning over a number of letters, with a mere glance at their contents. "These are all trash, shooting and fox hunting news, which one reads in the newspapers better, or at least more briefly, narrated with all that death and marriage intelligence which you English are so fond of parading before the world. But what is this literary gem here? Where did the paper come from? And that wonderful seal, and still more wonderful address? To his worshipful Excellency, the truly worthy and right honorable Sir Horace Upton, plenipotentiary, negotiator, and extraordinary diplomatist, living at Naples." "What can it mean?" said he languidly. "You shall hear," said she, breaking the massive seal of green wax, which, to the size of a crown piece, ornamented one side of the epistle. "It is dated Schwartz, Tyrol, and begins, 'Venerated and Reverend Excellency.' When these unsymmetrically designed and not more ingeniously conceived syllables, let us see his name," said she, stopping suddenly and turning to the last page, read, "W.T. Vulg. Billy Traynor, a name cognate to your worshipful Eminence in times past." "To be sure, I remember him perfectly. A strange creature that came out here with that boy you heard me speak of. Pray read on." "I stopped at syllables. Yes, when these curiously conceived syllables, then, come under the visionary apertures of your acute understanding, they will disclose to your much reflecting and nice discriminating mind as cruel and murderous a deed as ever a miscreant imagination suggested to a diabolically constructed and nefariously fashioned organization, showing that Nature in her bland adaptiveness never imposes a mistaken fruit on a genuine arborescence. Do you understand him?" asked she. "Partly, perhaps," continued he. "Let us have the subject." "Not to weary your exalted and never enough to be esteemed intelligence, I will proceed without further ambiguous or circumgyratory of allusions to the main body of my allegation. It happened in this way. Charley, your venerated worship knows who I mean, Charley, ever deep in marmoreal pursuits and far progressed in sculptural excellence, with a genius that Phidias, if he did not envy, would esteem. Really, I cannot go on with these interminable parentheses," said she. "You must decipher them yourself." Upton took the letter and read it, at first hastily, and then recommencing with more of care and attention, occasionally stopping to reflect and consider the details. "This is likely to be a troublesome business," said he. "This boy has got himself into a serious scrape. Love and a duel are bad enough, but an Austrian state prison and a sentence of 20 years in irons are even worse. So far as I can make out from my not over lucid correspondent, he had conceived a violent affection for a young lady at Massa, to whose favor a young Austrian of high rank at the same time pretended." "Wahnsdorf, I'm certain," broke in the Princess. "And the girl, that Mademoiselle—" "Harley," interposed Sir Horace. "Just so, Harley. Pray go on," said she eagerly. "A very serious altercation and a duel were the consequences of this rivalry, and Wahnsdorf has been dangerously wounded. His life is still in peril. The Harleys have been sent out of the country, and my unlucky protégé, handed over to the Austrians, has been tried, condemned, and sentenced to 20 years in Kufstein, a Tyrol fortress, where great severity is practised.
from the neighborhood of which this letter is written, entreating my speedy interference and protection."
"What can you do? It is not even within your jurisdiction," said she, carelessly.
"True, nor was the capture by the Austrians within theirs, Princess. It is the case where assuredly everybody was in the wrong, and therefore admirably adapted for nice negotiation."
"Who and what is the youth?"
"I have called him a protégé."
"He has no more tender claim to the affectionate solicitude of Sir Horace Upton?"
said she, with an easy air of sarcasm. "None, on my honor," said he, eagerly. "None, at least, of the kind you infer. He is a very sad story, which I'll tell you about another time. For the present, I may say that he is English, and that as such must be protected by the English authorities. The government of Massa have clearly committed a great fault in handing him over to the Austrians. Stubber must be brought to book for this in the first instance. By this we shall obtain a perfect insight into the whole affair."
"The imperial family will never forgive an insult offered to one of their own blood," said the Princess, haughtily.
"We shall not ask them to forgive anything, my dear Princess. We shall only prevent their natural feelings betraying them into an act of injustice. The boy's offence, whatever it was, occurred outside the frontier, as I apprehend."
"How delightful you English are when you can convert an individual case into an international question! You would at any moment sacrifice an ancient alliance to the trumpery claim of an aggrieved tourist," said she, rising angrily, and swept out of the room ere Sir Horace could arise to open the door for her. Upton walked slowly to the chimney and rang the bell. "I shall want the calash and post horses at 8 o'clock, Antoine. Put up some things for me, and get all my furs ready." And with this he measured 40 drops from a small phial he carried in his waistcoat pocket, and sat down to pare his nails with a very diminutive penknife. Chapter 38 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 38. A Diplomatist's Dinner. Were we writing a drama instead of a true history, we might like to linger for a few moments on the leave taking between the Princess and Sir Horace Upton. They were indeed both consummate artistes, and they played their parts to perfection. Not as we see high comedy performed on the stage, by those who grotesque its refinements and exaggerate its dignity, lashing to storm the calm and placid lake, all whose convulsive throes are many a fathom deep, and whose wildest workings never bring a ripple to the surface. No, theirs was the true version of well-bred performance. A little well-affected grief at separation, brief as it was meant to be, a little half-expressed surprise on the lady's part at the suddenness of the departure, a little, just as vaguely conveyed, complaint on the other side over the severe requirements of duty, and a very little tenderness, for there was no one to witness it, at the thought of parting, and with a kiss upon her hand, whose respectful courtesy no knight errant of old could have surpassed, Sir Horace backed from the presence, sighed, and slipped away. Had our reader been a spectator instead of a peruser of the events we have lately detailed, he might have fancied, from certain small asperities of manner, certain quickness of reproof, and readiness at rejoinder, that here were two people only waiting for a reasonable and decent pretext to go on their separate roads in life.
Yet nothing of this kind was the case. The bond between them was not affection, it was simply convenience. Their partnership gave them a strength and a social solvency which would have been sorely damaged had either retired from the firm, and they knew it. What would the Princess's dinners have been without the polished ease of him who felt himself half the host? What would all Sir Horace Upton's subtlety avail him, if it were not that he had sources of information which always laid open the game of his adversaries? Singly, each would have had a tough struggle with the world; together, they were more than a match for it. The highest order of diplomatist, in the estimation of Upton, was the man who, at once, knew what was possible to be done. It was his own peculiar quality to possess this gift; but great as his natural acuteness was, it would not have availed him without those secret springs of intelligence we have alluded to. There is no saying to what limit he might not have carried this faculty, had it not been that one deteriorating and detracting feature marred and disfigured the fairest form of his mind. He could not, do all that he would, disabuse himself of a very low estimate of men and their motives. He did not slide into this philosophy, as certain indolent people do, just to save them the trouble of discriminating. He did not acquire it by the hard teachings of adversity. No, it came upon him slowly and gradually, the fruit, as he believed, of calm judgment and much reflection upon life. As little did he accept it willingly, he even labored against the conviction; but strive as he might, there it was, and there it would remain. His fixed impression was, that in every circumstance and event in life there was always a dessous des cartes, a deeper game concealed beneath the surface, and that it was a mere question of skill and address how much of this penetrated through men's actions. If this theory unravelled many a tangled web of knavery to him, it also served to embarrass and confuse him in situations where inferior minds had never recognized a difficulty. How much ingenuity did he expend to detect what had no existence! How wearily did he try for soundings where there was no bottom! Through the means of the Princess he had learned, what some very wise heads do not yet like to acknowledge, that the feeling of the despotic governments towards England was very different from what it had been at the close of the great war with Napoleon. They had grown more dominant and exacting, just as we were becoming every hour more democratic. To maintain our old relations with them, therefore, on the old footing, would be only to involve ourselves in continual difficulty, with the certainty of final failure; and the only policy that remained was to encourage the growth of liberal opinions on the Continent, out of which new alliances might be formed, to recompense us for the loss of the old ones. There is a story told of a certain benevolent prince, whose resources were, unhappily, not commensurate with his good intentions, and whose ragged retinue wearied him with entreaties for assistance. "Be of good cheer," said he one day; "I have ordered a field of flax to be sown, and you shall all of you have new shirts." Such were pretty much the position and policy of England. Out of our crop of constitutionalism we speculated on a rich harvest, to be afterwards manufactured for our use and benefit. We leave it to deeper heads to say if the result has been all that we calculated on, and, asking pardon for such digression, we join Sir Horace once more. When Sir Horace Upton ordered post horses to his carriage, he no more knew where he was going, nor where he would halt, than he could have anticipated what course any conversation might take when once started. He had, to be sure, a certain ideal goal to be reached, but he was one of those men who like to think that the casual interruptions one meets with in life are less obstruction than opportunity, so that, instead of deeming these subjects for regret or impatience, he often accepted them as indications that there was some profit to be derived from them, a kind of fatalism more common than is generally believed. When he set out for Sorrento, it was with the intention of going direct to Massa. Not that this state lay within the limits of his functions ascribed to him, that being probably the very fact which imparted a zest to the journey. Any other man would have addressed himself to his colleague in Tuscany, or wherever he might be, while he, being Sir Horace Upton, took the whole business upon himself in his own way. Young Massy's case opened to his eyes a great question, viz., what was the position the Austrians assumed to take in Italy? For any care about the youth, or any sympathy with his sufferings, he distressed himself little. Not that he was, in any respect, heartless or unfeeling; it was simply that greater interests were before him. Here was one of those grand issues that he felt worthy of his abilities. It was a cause where he was proud to hold a brief. Resolving all his plans of action methodically, yet rapidly, arranging every detail in his own mind, even to the use of certain expressions he was to employ, he arrived at the palace of the embassy, where he desired to halt to take up his letters and make a few preparations before his departure. His maestro di casa, Signor Franchetti, was in waiting for his arrival, and respectfully assured him that all was in readiness, and that his Excellency would be perfectly satisfied. "We had, it is true," continued he, "a difficulty about the fish, but I sent off an express to Baia, and we have secured a sturgeon." "What are you raving about, caro Pipo?" said the Minister. "What is all this long story of Baia and the fish? Has your Excellency forgotten that we have a grand dinner to day at 8 o'clock, that the Prince Maximilian of Bavaria and all the foreign ambassadors are invited?" "Is this Saturday, Pipo?" said Horace, blandly. "Yes, your Excellency." "Send Mr. Brockett to me," said Sir Horace, as he slowly mounted the stairs to his own apartment. Sir Horace was stretched on a sofa, in all the easy luxury of magnificent dressing gown and slippers, when Mr. Brockett entered, and without any preliminary of greeting, he said, with a quiet laugh, "You have let me forget all about the dinner to day, Brockett." "I thought you knew it. You took great trouble about the persons to be asked, and you canvassed whether the Duc de Borodino, being only a charge d'affaires There, don't you see the inappropriateness of what you are doing? Even in England a man is not asked to criminate himself. How many are coming?" 19. The nonce is ill, and has sent an apology." "Then the party can be 18, Brockett. You must tell them that I am ill, too ill to come to dinner. I know the Prince Max very well; he'll not take it badly; and as to Ciniselli, we shall see what humor he is in." "But they'll know that you arrived here this afternoon. They'll naturally suppose, if people ever do anything so intensely stupid as naturally to suppose anything, that I am the best judge of my own health; and so, Mr. Brockett, you may as well con over the terms by which you may best acquaint the company with the reasons for my absence. And if the Prince proposes a visit to me in the evening, let him come. He'll find me here in my own room. Would you do me the kindness to let Antinori fetch his cupping glasses? And tell Franchetti also that I'll take my chicken grilled, not roasted. I'll look over the treaty in the evening. One mushroom, only one, he may give me, and the Carlsbad water, at 28°. I'm very troublesome, Brockett, but I'm sure you'll excuse it. Thanks, thanks." And he pressed the secretary's hand and gave him a smile, whose blandishment had often done good service, and would do so again. To almost any other man in the world this interruption to his journey, this sudden tidings of a formally arranged dinner which he could not or would not attend, would have proved a source of chagrin and dissatisfaction. Not so with Upton. He liked a contrariety. Whatever stirred the still waters of life, even though it should be a head wind, was far more grateful than a calm. He laughed to himself at the various comments his company were sure to pass over his conduct. He pictured to his mind the anger of some and the astonishment of others, and revelled in the thought that the courtier like indignation such treatment of a royal highness was certain to elicit. "But who can answer for his health?" said he with an easy laugh to himself. "Who can promise what he may be 10 days hence? The appearance of his dinner, if one may dignify by such a name the half of a chicken, flanked by a roasted apple and a biscuit, cut short his lucubrations, and Sir Horace ate and sipped his Carlsbad with as much enjoyment as many another man has felt over venison and Chambertin. "Are they arrived, Pipo?" said he, as his servant removed the dessert of 2 figs and a lime. "Yes, your Excellency, they are at table." "How many are there?" 17, sir, and Mr. Brockett." "Did the Prince seem to feel my absence, Pipo?" "I thought he appeared very sorry for your Excellency when Mr. Brockett spoke to him, and he whispered something to an aide de camp beside him." "And the others, how did they take it?" "Count Tarocco said he'd retire, sir, that he could not dine where the host was too ill to receive him; but the Duc de Campostretto said it was impossible they could leave the room while a royal highness continued to remain in it, and they all agreed with him." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Upton, in a low tone. "I hope the dinner is a good one?" "It is exquisite, sir. The Prince ate some of the caviare soup, and was asking a second time for the pain d'ortolan when I left the room." "And the wine, Pipo? Have you given them that rare La Rosée?" "Yes, your Excellency, and the Klausthaller Cabernet. His Royal Highness had asked for it." "Go back, then, now. I want for nothing more, only drop in here by and by, and tell me how all goes on. Just light that pastille before you go. There, that will do." And once more his Excellency was left to himself. In that vast palace, the once home of a royal prince, no sounds of the distant revelry could reach the remote quarter where he sat, and all was silent and still around him, and Upton was free to ruminate and reflect at ease. There was a sense of haughty triumph in thinking that beneath his roof, at that very moment, were assembled the great representatives of almost every important state of Europe, to whom he had not deigned to accord the honor of his presence. But though this thought did flit across his mind, far more was he intent on reflecting what might be the consequences, good or evil, of the incident. "And then," said he aloud, "how will Printing House Square treat us? What a fulminating leader shall we not have, denouncing either our insolence or our incompetence, ending with the words, 'If then Sir Horace Upton be not incapacitated from illness for the discharge of his high functions, It is full time for his government to withdraw him from a sphere where his caprice and impertinence have rendered him something worse than useless. And then will come a flood of petty corroborations. The tourist tribe who heard of us at Berlin, or called upon us at The Hague, and whose unreturned cards and uninvited wives are counts in the long indictment against us. What a sure road to private friendships is diplomacy! How certain is one of conciliating the world's good opinion by belonging to it! I wish I had followed the law or medicine," muttered he. "They are both abstruse, both interesting. Or been a gardener, or a shipwright, or a mathematical instrument maker, or—" Whatever the next choice might have been, we know not, for he dropped off asleep. From that pleasant slumber, and a dream of heaven knows what life of Arcadian simplicity, of rippling streams and soft-eyed shepherdesses, he was destined to be somewhat suddenly, if not rudely, aroused, as Franchetti introduced a stranger who would accept no denial. "Your people were not for letting me up, Upton," cried a rich mellow voice, and Harcourt stood before him, bronzed and weather-beaten, as he came off his journey. "You, George? Is it possible?" exclaimed Sir Horace. "What best of all lucky winds has driven you here? I'm not sure I wasn't dreaming of you this very moment. I know I have had a vision of angelic innocence and simplicity, which you must have had your part in. But do tell me, when did you arrive, and whence—" "Not till I have dined, by Jove! I have tasted nothing since daybreak, and then it was only a mere apology for a breakfast." "Franchetti, get something, will you?" said Upton, languidly. "A cutlet, a fowl, anything that can be had at once." "Nothing of the kind, Signor Franchetti," interposed Harcourt. "If I have a wolf's appetite, I have a man's patience. Let me have a real dinner, soup, fish, an entrée, two if you like, roast beef, and I leave the wind up to your own discretion, only premising that I like game and have a weakness for woodcocks. By the way, does this climate suit Bordeaux, Upton? They tell me so, and mine has a good reputation." "Then claret be it, and no other wine. Don't I make myself at home, old fellow, eh?" said he, clapping Upton on the shoulder. "Have I not taken his Majesty's embassy by storm, eh? We surrender at discretion, only too glad to receive our vanquisher. Well, and how do you find me looking? Be candid. How do I seem to your eyes?" "Pretty much as I have seen you these last 15 years, not an hour older, at all events. That same delicacy of constitution is a confounded deal better than most men's strong health, for it never wears out. But I have always said it, Upton will see us all down." Sir Horace sighed, as though this were too pleasant to be true. "Well," said he at last, "but you have not told me what good chance has brought you here. Is it the first post station on the way to India?" "No, they've taken me off the saddle and given me a staff appointment at Corfu. I'm going out second in command there, and whether it was to prevent my teasing them for something else, or that there was really some urgency in the matter, they ordered me off at once." "Are they reinforcing the garrison there?" asked Upton. "No, not so far as I have heard. It were better policy to do so than to send out a commander in chief and a drummer of great experience," muttered Upton to himself; but Harcourt could not catch the remark. "Have you any news stirring in England? What do the clubs talk about?" asked Sir Horace. "Glencore's business occupied them for the last week or so. Now I think it is yourself furnishes the chief topic for speculation." "What of me?" asked Upton, eagerly. "Why, the rumor goes that you are to have the Foreign Office. Adderley, they say, goes out, and Conway and yourself are the favorites, the odds being slightly on his side." "This is all news to me, George," said Upton, with a degree of animation that had nothing fictitious about it. "I have had a note from Adderley in the last bag, and there's not a word about these changes." "Possibly, but perhaps my news is later. What I allude to is said to have occurred the day I started." "Ah, very true; and now I remember that the messenger came round by Vienna, sent there by Adderley, doubtless," muttered he, "to consult Conway before seeing me; and I have little doubt, with a letter for me, in the event of Conway declining." "Well, have you hit upon the solution of it?" said Harcourt, who had not followed him through his half uttered observation. "Perhaps so," said Upton, slowly, while he leaned his head upon his hand and fell into a fit of meditation. Meanwhile, Harcourt's dinner made its appearance, and the Colonel seated himself at the table with a traveller's appetite. "Whenever any one has called you a selfish fellow, Upton," said he, as he helped himself twice from the same dish, "I have always denied it, and on this good ground, that, had you been so, you had never kept the best cook in Europe while unable to enjoy his talents. What a rare artist must this be! What's his name?" "Pippo, how is he called?" said Upton, languidly. "Monsieur Carmael, your Excellency." "Ah, to be sure; a person of excellent family. I've been told he's from Provence," said Upton, in the same weary voice. "I could have sworn to his birthplace," cried Harcourt. "No man can manage cheese and olives in cookery but a Provençal. Ah, what a glass of Bordeaux! To your good health, Upton, and to the day that you may be able to enjoy this as I do," said he, as he tossed off a bumper. "It does me good even to witness the pleasure it yields," said Upton, blandly. "By Jove, then, I'll be worth a whole course of tonics to you, for I most thoroughly appreciate all the good things you have given me. By the way, how are you off for dinner company here? Any pleasant people?" "I have no health for pleasant people, my dear Harcourt. Like horse exercise, they only agree with you when you are strong enough not to require them." "Then what have you got?" asked the Colonel, somewhat abashed. "Princes, generals, envoys, and heads of departments." "Good heavens! Legions of honor and golden fleeces." "Just so," said Upton, smiling at the dismay in the other's countenance. "I have had such a party as you describe to day. Are they gone yet, Franchetti?" "They're at coffee, your Excellency, but the Prince has ordered his carriage." "And you did not go near them?" asked Harcourt, in amazement. "No, I was poorly, as you see me," said Upton, smiling. "Pippo tells me, however, that the dinner was a good one, and I am sure they pardon my absence." "For an ease, I've no doubt, though I can't say I like it," muttered Harcourt. "At all events, it is not for me to complain, since the accident has given me the pleasure of your society." "You are about the only man I could have admitted," said Upton, with a certain graciousness of look and manner that, perhaps, detracted a little from its sincerity. Fortunately, not so to Harcourt's eyes, for he accepted the speech in all honesty and good faith, as he said, "Thank you heartily, my boy. The welcome is better even than the dinner, and that is saying a good deal. No more wine, thank you. I'm going to have a cigar, and, with your leave, I'll ask for some brandy and water." This was addressed to Franchetti, who speedily reappeared with a liqueur stand and an ebony cigar case. "Try these, George; they're better than your own," said Upton, dryly. "That I will," cried Harcourt, laughing. "I'm determined to draw all my resources from the country and occupation, especially as they are superior to what I can obtain from home. This same career of yours, Upton, strikes me as rather a good thing. You have all these things duty free?" "Yes, we have that privilege," said Upton, sighing. "And the privilege of drawing some few £1,000 per annum, paid messengers to and from England, Secret Service money, and the rest of it, eh?" Upton smiled and sighed again. "And what do you do for all that? I mean, what are you expected to do?" "Keep your party in when they are in, disconcert the enemy when your friends are out." "And is that always a safe game?" asked Harcourt, eagerly. "Not when played by unskilful players, my dear George. They occasionally make sad work, and get bowled out themselves for their pains; but there's no great harm in that, neither." "How do you mean there's no harm in it?" "Simply that if a man can't keep his saddle, he oughtn't to try to ride foremost. But these speculations will only puzzle you, my dear Harcourt. What of Glencore? You said a while ago that the town was talking of him. How and wherefore was it? Haven't you heard the story, then?" "Not a word of it." "Well, I'm a bad narrator; besides, I don't know where to begin; and even if I did, I have nothing to tell but the odds and ends of club gossip, for I conclude nobody knows all the facts but the King himself. If I were given to impatience, George, you would be a most consummate plague to me," said Upton. "But I am not. Go on, however, in your own blundering way, and leave me to glean what I can in mine." Cheered and encouraged by this flattering speech, Harcourt did begin; but, more courteous to him than Sir Horace, we mean to accord him a new chapter for his revelations, premising the while to our reader that the Colonel, like the knife grinder, had really no story to tell. CHAPTer 38.
Chapter 39 of the Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 39. A Very Broken Narrative. "You want to hear all about Glencore?" said Harcourt, as, seated in the easiest of attitudes in an easy chair, he puffed his cigar luxuriously. "And when I have told you all I know, the chances are you'll be little the wiser." Upton smiled a bland assent to this exordium, but in such a way as to make Harcourt feel less at ease than before. "I mean," said the Colonel, "that I have little to offer you beyond the guesses and surmises of club talk. It will be for your own intelligence to penetrate through the obscurity afterwards. You understand me?" "I believe I understand you," said Upton, slowly, and with the same quiet smile. Now, this cold, semi-sarcastic manner of Upton was the one sole thing in the world which the honest Colonel could not stand up against. He always felt as though it were the prelude to something cutting or offensive, some sly impertinence that he could not detect until too late to resent, some insinuation that might give the point to a whole conversation, and yet be undiscovered by him till the day following. Little as Harcourt was given to wronging his neighbor, he in this instance was palpably unjust, Upton's manner being nothing more than the impress made upon a very subtle man by the qualities very unlike any of his own, and which in their newness amused him. The very look of satire was as often an expression of sorrow and regret that he could not be as susceptible, as easy of deception, as those about him. Let us pardon our worthy Colonel if he did not comprehend this. Shrewder heads than his own had made the same mistake. Half to resent his covert slyness, half to arouse himself to any conflict before him, he said, in a tone of determination, "It is only fair to tell you that you are yourself to blame for anything that may have befallen poor Glencore." "I to blame? Why, my dear Harcourt, you are surely dreaming." "As wide awake as ever I was. If it had not been for a blunder of yours, an unpardonable blunder, seeing what has come of it, sending a packet of trash to me about salt and sulphur, while you forwarded a private letter about Glencore to the Foreign Office, all this might not have happened. I remember that it was a most disagreeable mistake. I have paid heavily for it, too. That lotion for the cervical vertebrae has come back all torn, and we cannot make out whether it be a phosphate or a peroxide of bismuth. You don't happen to remember? Of course I know nothing about it. I'd as soon have taken a porcupine for a pillow as I'd have adventured on the confounded mixture. But, as I was saying, that blessed letter, written by some princess or other, as I understand, fell into the King's hands, and the consequence was that he sent off immediately to Glencore an order to go down to him at Brighton. Naturally enough, I thought he'd not go. He had the good and sufficient pretext of his bad health to excuse him. Nobody had seen him abroad in the world for years back, and it was easy enough to say that he could not bear the journey. Nothing of the kind. He received the command as willingly as he might have done an invitation to dinner 15 years ago, and talked of nothing else for the whole evening after but of his old days and nights in Carlton House. How gracious the Prince used to be to him formerly, how constantly he was a guest at his table, what a brilliant society it was, how full of wit and the rest of it, till, by Jove, what between drinking more wine than he was accustomed to take, and the excitement of his own talking, he became quite wild and unmanageable. He was not drunk, or anything like it. It was rather the state of a man whose mind had got some sudden shock, for in the midst of perfectly rational conversation he would fall into paroxysms of violent passion, inveighing against every one and declaring that he never had possessed one true-hearted, honest friend in his life. It was not without great difficulty that I got him back to my lodgings, for we had gone to dine at Richmond. Then we put him to bed, and I sent for Hunter, who came on the instant, though by this time Glencore was much more calm and composed. Hunter called the case brain fever, had his hair cut quite close, and ice applied to the head. Without any knowledge of his history or even his name, Hunter pronounced him to be a man whose intellect had received some terrible shock, and that the present was simply an acute attack of a long existent malady. "Did he use any irritants?" asked Upton, anxiously. "No, he advised nothing but the cold during the night." "Ah, what a mistake!" sighed Upton, heavily. "It was precisely the case for the cervical lotion I was speaking of. Of course he was much worse next morning?" "That he was. Not as regarded his reason, however, for he could talk collectedly enough, but he was irritable and passionate to a degree scarcely credible, would not endure the slightest opposition, and so suspectful of everything and everybody that if he overheard a whisper it threw him into a convulsion of anger. Hunter's opinion was evidently a gloomy one, and he said to me as we went downstairs, 'He may come through it with life, but scarcely with a sound intellect.' This was a heavy blow to me,
for I could not entirely acquit myself of the fault of having counselled this visit to Brighton, which I now perceived had made such a deep impression upon him. I roused myself, however, to meet the emergency, and walked down to St. James to obtain some means of letting the King know that Glencore was too ill to keep his appointment. Fortunately, I met Knighton, who was just setting off to Brighton, and who promised to take charge of the commission. I then strolled over to Brooks to see the morning papers, and lounged till about 4 o'clock, when I turned homeward. Gloomy and sad I was as I reached my door, and rang the bell with a cautious hand. They did not hear the summons, and I was forced to ring again, when the door was opened by my servant, who stood pale and trembling before me. "He's gone, sir, he's gone!" cried he, almost sobbing. "Good Heaven!" cried I. "Dead?" "No, sir, gone away, driven off, no one knows where. I had just gone out to the chemist's, and was obliged to call round at Dr. Hunter's about a word in the prescription they couldn't read, and when I came back he was away." I then ascertained that the carriage, which had been ordered the day before at a particular hour, and which we had forgotten to countermand, had arrived during my servant's absence. Glencore, hearing it stop at the door, inquired whose it was, and, as suddenly springing out of bed, proceeded to dress himself, which he did, in the suit he had ordered to wait on the King. So apparently reasonable was he in all he said, and such an air of purpose did he assume, that the nurse tender averred she could not dare to interpose, believing that his attack might possibly be some sort of passing access that he was accustomed to, and knew best how to deal with. I did not lose a moment, but, ordering post horses, pursued him with all speed. On reaching Croydon, I heard he had passed about 2 hours before, but though I did my best, it was in vain. I arrived at Brighton late at night, only to learn that a gentleman had got out at the Pavillion, and had not left it since. I do not believe that all I have ever suffered in my life equalled what I went through in the 2 weary hours that I passed walking up and down outside that low paling that skirts the palace garden. The poor fellow, in all his misery, came before me in so many shapes, sometimes wandering in intellect, sometimes awake and conscious of his sufferings, now trying to comport himself as became the presence he was in, now reckless of all the world and everything. What could have happened to detain him so long? What had been the course of the events since he passed that threshold, were questions that again and again crossed me. I tried to make my way in. I know not exactly what I meant to do afterwards, but the sentries refused me admittance, and I thought of scaling the enclosure and reaching the palace through the garden, but the police kept strict watch on every side. At last it was nigh 12 o'clock that I heard a sentry challenge someone, and shortly after a figure passed out and walked towards the pier. I followed, determined to make inquiry, no matter of whom. He walked so rapidly, however, that I was forced to run to overtake him. This attracted his notice. He turned hastily, and by the straggling moonlight I recognized Glencore. He stood for a moment still, and beckoning me towards him, he took my arm in silence, and we walked onward in the direction of the seashore. It was now a wild and gusty night. The clouds drifted fast, shutting out the moon at intervals, and the sea broke harshly along the strand. I cannot tell you the rush of strange and painful emotions which came upon me as I thus walked along, while not a word passed between us. As for myself, I felt that the slightest word from me might, perhaps, change the whole current of his thoughts, and thus destroy my only chance of any clue to what was passing within him. "Are you cold?" said he at length, feeling possibly a slight tremor in my arm. "Not cold exactly," said I, "but the night is fresh, and I half suspect too fresh for you." "Feel that," said he, placing his hand in mine, and it was burning. "The breeze that comes off the sea is grateful to me, for I am like one on fire." "Then I am certain, my dear Glencore," said I, "that this is a great imprudence. Let us turn back towards the inn." He made no reply, but with a rough motion of his arm, moved forward as before. "3 hours and more," said he, with a full and stern utterance, "they kept me waiting. There were ministers of the king. There was some foreign envoy, too, to be presented, and if I had not gone in alone and unannounced, I might still be in the antechamber. How he stared at me, Harcourt, and my close cropped hair! It was that seemed first to strike him, as he said, 'Have you had an illness lately?' He looked poorly, too, bloated and pale, and like one who fretted, and I told him so. 'We are both changed, sir,' said I, 'sadly changed since we met last. We might almost begin to hope that another change is not far off, the last and the best one.' I don't remember what he answered. It was, I think, something about who came along with me from town, and who was with me at Brighton. I forget exactly, but I know that he sent for Knighton, and made him feel my pulse. 'You'll find it rapid enough, I've no doubt, Sir William,' said I. 'I rose from a sick bed to come here. His Majesty had deigned to wish to see me. Then the King stopped me, and made a sign to Knighton to withdraw. Wasn't it a strange situation, Harcourt, to be seated there beside the King alone? None other present, all to ourselves, talking as you and I might talk of what interested us most of all the world, and he showing me that letter, the letter that ought to have come to me. How he could do it I know not. Neither you nor I, George, could have done so, for, after all, she was, and she is, his wife. He could not avail himself of my stratagem. I said so, too, and he answered, 'Ay, but I can divorce her if one half of that be true,' and he pointed to the letter. 'The Lady Glencore,' said he, 'must know everything, and be willing to tell it, too. She has paid the heaviest penalty ever woman paid for another. Read that.' And I read it. Ay, I read it 4 times, 5 times over, and then my brain began to burn, and 1,000 fancies flitted across me, and though he talked on, I heard not a word." "But that lady is my wife, sir," broke I in, "and what a part do you assign her? She is to be a spy, a witness, perhaps, in some infamous cause? How shall I, a peer of the realm, endure to see my name thus degraded? Is it court favor can recompense me for lost or tarnished honor?" "But it will be her own vindication," said he. Her own vindication! These were the words, George. She should be clear of all reproach. By Heaven, he said so, that I might declare it before the world. And then it should be proved, how base a man can be, even though he wear a crown. Just fancy his proposition! But I spurned it, and said, 'You must seek for some one with a longer chance of life, sir, to do this. My days are too brief for such dishonor.' And he was angry with me, and said I had forgotten the presence in which I stood. It was true, I had forgotten it. He called me a wretched fool, too, as I tore up that letter. That was wrong in me, Harcourt, was it not? I did not see him go, but I found myself alone in the room, and I was picking up the fragments of the letter as they entered. They were less than courteous to me, though I told them who I was, an ancient barony better than half the modern marquisates. I gave them date and place for a creation that smacked of other services than theirs. Knighton would come with me, but I shook him off. Your court physician can carry his complaisance even to poison. By George, it is their chief office, and I know well what snares are now in store for me." And thence he went on to say that he would hasten back to his Irish solitude, where none could trace him out; that there his life, at least, would be secure, and no emissaries of the king dare follow him. It was in vain I tried to induce him to return, even for one night, to the hotel, and I saw that to persist in my endeavors would be to hazard the little influence I still possessed over him. I could not, however, leave the poor fellow to his fate without at least the assurance of a home somewhere, and so I accompanied him to Ireland, and left him in that strange old ruin where we once sojourned together. His mind had gradually calmed down, but a deep melancholy had gained entire possession of him, and he passed whole days without a word. I saw that he often labored to recall some of the events of the interview with the king, but his memory had not retained them, and he seemed like one eternally engaged in some problem which his faculties could not solve. When I left him and arrived in town, I found the clubs full of the incident, but evidently without any real knowledge of what had occurred, since the version was that Glencore had asked an audience of the king, and gone down to the pavilion to read to his Majesty a most atrocious narrative of the Queen's life in Italy, offering to substantiate, through his Italian connection, every allegation it contained; a proposal that, of course, was only received by the king in the light of an insult, and that this reception, so different from all his expectations, had turned his head and driven him completely insane. I believe now I have told you everything as I heard it; indeed, I have given you Glencore's own words, since without them I could not convey to you what he intended to say. The whole affair is a puzzle to me, for I am unable to tell when the poor fellow's brain was wandering, and when he spoke under the guidance of right reason. You, of course, have the clue to it all." "I? How so?" cried Upton. "You have seen the letter which caused all the trouble; you know its contents, and what it treats of." "Very true, I must have read it, but I have not the slightest recollection of what it was about. There was something, I know, about Glencore's boy; he was called Greppi, though, and might not have been recognized; and there was some gossip about the Princess of Wales, the Queen as they call her now, and her ladies; but I must frankly confess it did not interest me, and I have forgotten it all." "Is the writer of the letter to be come at?" "Nothing easier. I'll take you over to breakfast with her to morrow morning. You shall catechize her yourself." "Oh, she is then—" "She is the Princess Sabbloukoff, my dear George, and a very charming person, as you will be the first to acknowledge. But as to this interview at Brighton, I fancy, even from the disjointed narrative of Glencore, one can make a guess of what it portended. The king saw that my Lady Glencore, for so we must call her, knew some very important facts about the Queen, and wished to obtain them, and saw, too, that certain scandals, as the phrase goes, which attached to her ladyship, lay at another door. He fancied, not unreasonably, perhaps, that Glencore would be glad to hear this exculpation of his wife, and he calculated that by the boon of this intelligence he could gain over Glencore to assist him in his project for a divorce. Don't you perceive, Harcourt, of what an inestimable value it would prove to possess one single gentleman, one man or one woman of station, amid all this rabble, that they are summoning throughout the world to bring shame upon England?" "Then you incline to believe Lady Glencore's blameless?" asked Harcourt, anxiously. "I think well of everyone, my charming Colonel. It is the only true philosophy in life. Be as severe as you please on all who injure yourself, but always be lenient to the faults that only damage your friends. You have no idea how much practical wisdom the maxim contains, nor what a fund of charity it provides. I'm ashamed to be so stupid, but I must come back to my old question. Is all this story against Glencore's wife only a calumny? And I must fall back upon my old remark, that all the rogues in the world are in jail. The people you see walking about and at large are unexceptionably honest, every man of them. Ah, my dear deputy assistant, adjutant, or commissary, or whatever it be, can you not perceive the more than folly of these perquisitions into character? You don't require that the ice should be strong enough to sustain a 24-pounder before you venture to put your foot on it. Enough that it is quite equal to your own weight. And so of the world at large. Everybody, or nearly everybody, has virtue enough for all we want with him. This English habit, for it is essentially English, of eternally investigating everything, is like the policy of a man who would fire a round shot every morning at his house to see if it were well and securely built." I can't agree with you," cried Harcourt. "Be it so, my dear fellow, only don't give me your reasons, and at least I shall respect your motives." "What would you do, then, in Glencore's place? Let me ask you that." "You may as well inquire how I should behave if I were a quadruped. Don't you perceive that I never could, by any possibility, place myself in such a false position? The man who, in a case of difficulty, takes counsel from his passions, is exactly like one who, being thirsty, fills himself out a bumper of aqua fortis and drinks it off. I wish with all my heart you'd give up aphorisms, and just tell me how we could serve this poor fellow, for I feel that there is a gleam of light breaking through his dark fortunes. When a man is in the state Glencore is now in, the best policy is to let him alone. They tell us that when Murat's blood was up, the Emperor always left him to his own guidance, since he either did something excessively brilliant, or made such a blunder as recalled him to subjection again. Let us treat our friend in this fashion, and wait. Oh, my worthy Colonel, if you but knew what a secret there is in that same waiting policy! Many a game is won by letting the adversary move out of his turn. If all this subtlety be needed to guide a man in the plain road of life, what is to become of poor simple fellows like myself? Let them never go far from home, Harcourt, and they'll always find their way back," said Upton, and his eyes twinkled with quiet drollery. "Come now," said he, with perfect good nature of look and voice, "if I won't tell you what I should counsel Glencore in this emergency, I'll do the next best thing. I'll tell you what advice you'd give him." "Let us hear it, then," said the other. "You'd send him abroad to search out his wife, ask her forgiveness for all the wrong he has done her, call out any man that whispered the shadow of reproach against her, and go back to such domesticity as might please Heaven to accord him. Certainly, if the woman has been unjustly dealt with, there's the rock you always split on. You are everlastingly in search of a character. Be satisfied when you have eaten a hearty breakfast, and don't ask for a bill of health. Researches are always dangerous. My great grandfather, who had a passion for genealogy, was cured of it by discovering that the first of the family was a staymaker. Let the lesson not be lost on us. From all which I am to deduce that you'd ask no questions. Take her home again and say nothing." "You forget, Harcourt, we are now discussing the line of action you would recommend. I am only hinting at the best mode of carrying out your ideas." "Just for the pleasure of showing me that I didn't know how to walk in the road I made myself," said Harcourt, laughing. What a happy laugh that was, Harcourt! How plainly, too, it said, "Thank Heaven I'm not like that fellow, with all his craft." And you are right, too, my dear friend. If the devil were to walk the world now, he'd be bored beyond endurance, seeing nothing but the old vices played over again and again. And so it is with all of us, who have a spice of his nature. We'd give anything to see one new trick on the cards. Good night, and pleasant dreams to you." And with a sigh that had in its cadence something almost painful, he gave his 2 fingers to the honest grasp of the other, and withdrew. "You're a better fellow than you think yourself, or wish any one else to believe you," muttered Harcourt, as he puffed his cigar, and he ruminated over this reflection till it was bedtime, and Harcourt was right. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 40. Uptonism. About noon on the following day, Sir Horace Upton and the Colonel drove up to the gates of the Villa at Sorrento, and learned, to their no small astonishment, that the Princess had taken her departure that morning for Como. If Upton heard these tidings with a sense of pain, nothing in his manner betrayed the sentiment. On the contrary, he proceeded to do the honors of the place like its owner. He showed Harcourt the grounds and the gardens, pointed out all the choice points of view, directed his attention to rare plants and curious animals, and then led him within doors to admire the objects of art and luxury which abounded there. "And that, I conclude, is a portrait of the Princess," said Harcourt, as he stood before what had been a flattering likeness 20 years back. "Yes, and a wonderful resemblance," said Upton, eyeing it through his glass. "Fatter and fuller now, perhaps, but it was done after an illness." "By Jove!" muttered Harcourt, "she must be beautiful. I don't think I ever saw a handsomer woman." "You are only repeating a European verdict. She is the most perfectly beautiful woman of the Continent." "So there is no flattery in that picture?" "Flattery! Why, my dear fellow, these people, the very cleverest of them, can't imagine anything as lovely as that. They can imitate, they never invent real beauty. And clever, you say, too? Esprit enough for a dozen reviewers and 50 fashionable novelists." And as he spoke, he smiled and coquetted with the portrait, as though to say, "Don't mind my saying all this to your face. I suppose her history is a very interesting one." "Her history, my worthy Harcourt! She has a dozen histories. Such women have a life of politics, a life of literature, a life of the salons, a life of the affections, not to speak of the episodes of jealousy, ambition, triumph, and sometimes defeat, that make up the brilliant web of their existence. Some 3 or 4 such people give the whole character and tone to the age they live in. They mold its interests, sway its fashions, suggest its tastes, and they finally rule those who fancy they rule mankind. Egad, then, it makes one very sorry for poor mankind," muttered Harcourt, with a most honest sincerity of voice. "Why should it do so, my good Harcourt? Is the refinement of a woman's intellect a worse guide than the coarser instincts of a man's nature? Would you not yourself rather trust your destinies to the fair creature yonder than be left to the legislative mercies of that old gentleman there, Hardenberg, or his fellow on the other side, Metternich?" "Grim looking fellow, that Prussian. The other one is much better," said Harcourt, rather evading the question. "I confess I prefer the Princess," said Upton, as he bowed before the portrait in deepest courtesy. "But here comes breakfast. I have ordered them to give it to us here, that we may enjoy that glorious sea view while we eat. I thought your cook a man of genius, Upton, but this fellow is his master," said Harcourt, as he tasted his soup. "They are brothers, twins, too, and they have their separate gifts," said Upton, affectedly. "My fellow, they tell me, has the finer intelligence, but he plays deeply, speculates on the Bourse, and it spoils his nerve." Harcourt watched the delivery of this speech to catch if there were any signs of raillery in the speaker. He felt that there was a kind of mockery in the words, but there was none in the manner, for there was not any in the mind of him who uttered them. "My chef," resumed Upton, "is a great essayist, who must have time for his efforts. This fellow is a feuilleton writer, who is required to be new and sparkling every day of the year, always varied, never profound." "And is this your life of every day?" said Harcourt, as he surveyed the splendid room, and carried his glance towards the terraced gardens that flanked the sea. "Pretty much this kind of thing," sighed Upton, wearily. "And no great hardship either, I should call it." "No, certainly not," said the other, hesitatingly. "To one like myself, for instance, who has no health for the wear and tear of public life, and no heart for its ambitions, there is a great deal to like in the quiet retirement of a first class mission." "Is there really, then, nothing to do?" asked Harcourt, innocently. "Nothing, if you don't make it for yourself. You can have a harvest if you like to sow; otherwise, you may lie in fallow the year long. The subordinates take the petty miseries of diplomacy for their share, the sorrows of insulted Englishmen, the passport difficulties, the custom house troubles, the police insults. The secretary calls at the offices of the government, carries messages and the answers, and I, when I have the health for it, make my compliments to the King in a cocked hat on his birthday, and have 12 grease pots illuminated over my door to honor the same festival." "And is that all?" "Very nearly. In fact, when one does anything more, they generally do wrong; and by a steady persistence in this kind of thing for 30 years, you are called a safe man who never compromised his government, and are certain to be employed by any party in power. I begin to think I might be an envoy myself," said Harcourt. "No doubt of it. We have 2 or 3 of your caliber in Germany this moment, men liked and respected, and, what is of more consequence, well looked upon at the office." "I don't exactly follow you in that last remark. I scarcely expected you should,
and as little can I make it clear to you. Know, however, that in that venerable pile in Downing Street called the Foreign Office, there is a strange, mysterious sentiment, partly tradition, partly prejudice, partly toadyism, which bands together all within its walls, from the whiskered porter at the door to the essenced minister in his bureau, into one intellectual conglomerate that judges of every man in the line, as they call diplomacy, with one accord. By that curious tribunal, which hears no evidence nor ever utters a sentence, each man's merits are weighed, and to stand well in the office is better than all the favors of the court, or the force of great abilities. But I cannot comprehend how mere subordinates, the underlings of official life, can possibly influence the fortunes of men so much above them. Picture to yourself the position of an humble guest at a great man's table. Imagine one to whose pretensions the sentiments of the servants' hall are hostile. He is served, to all appearance, like the rest of the company. He gets his soup and his fish like those about him, and his wine glass is duly replenished. Yet what a series of petty mortifications is he the victim of! How constantly is he made to feel that he is not in public favor! How certain, too, if he incur an awkwardness, to find that his distresses are exposed! The servants' hall is the office, my dear Harcourt, and its persecutions are equally polished. Are you a favorite there yourself?" asked the other slyly. "A prime favorite. They all like me," said he, throwing himself back in his chair with an air of easy self satisfaction, and Harcourt stared at him, curious to know whether so astute a man was the dupe of his own self esteem, or merely amusing himself with the simplicity of another. "Ah, my good Colonel, give up the problem. It is an enigma far above your powers to solve. That nature is too complex for your elucidation. In its intricate web, no one thread holds the clue, but all is complicated, crossed, and entangled." "Here comes a cabinet messenger again," said Upton, as a courier's calèche drove up, and a well-dressed and well-looking fellow leapt out. "Ah, Stanhope, how are you?" said Sir Horace, shaking his hand with what from him was warmth. "Do you know Colonel Harcourt? Well, Frank, what news do you bring me?" "The best of news." "From F.O., I suppose," said Upton, sighing. "Just so. Adderley has told the King you are the only man capable to succeed him. The press says the same, and the clubs are all with you. Not one of them all, I'd venture to say, has asked whether I have the strength or health for it," said Sir Horace with a voice of pathetic intonation. "Why, as we never knew you want energy for whatever fell to your lot to do, we have the same hope still," said Stanhope. "So say I, too," cried Harcourt. "Like many a good hunter, he'll do his work best when he is properly weighted." "It is quite refreshing to listen to you both, creatures with crocodile digestion, talk to a man who suffers nightmare if he overeat a dry biscuit at supper. I tell you frankly, it would be the death of me to take the Foreign Office. I'd not live through the season. The very dinners would kill me, and then the House, the heat, the turmoil, the worry of opposition, and the jaunting back and forth to Brighton or to Windsor." While he muttered these complaints, he continued to read with great rapidity the letters which Stanhope had brought him,
and which, despite all his practised coolness, had evidently afforded him pleasure in the perusal. "Adderley bore it," continued he, "just because he was a mere machine, wound up to play off so many despatches like so many tunes, and then he permitted a degree of interference on the King's part I never could have suffered, and he liked to be addressed by the King of Prussia as dear Adderley. But what do I care for all these vanities? Have I not seen enough of the thing they call the great world? Is not this retreat better and dearer to me than all the glare and crash of London, or all the pomp and splendor of Windsor?" "By Jove, I suspect you are right after all," said Harcourt, with an honest energy of voice. "Were I younger and stronger in health, perhaps," said Upton, "this might have tempted me. Perhaps I can picture to myself what I might have made of it. For you may perceive, George, these people have done nothing. They have been pouring hot water on the tea leaves Pitt left them, no more." "And you'd have a brewing of your own, I've no doubt," responded the other. "I'd at least have foreseen the time when this compact, this holy alliance, should become impossible; when the developed intelligence of Europe would seek something else from their rulers than a well concocted scheme of repression. I'd have provided for the hour when England must either break with her own people or her allies, and I'd have inaugurated a new policy based upon the enlarged views and extended intelligence of mankind." "I'm not certain that I quite apprehend you," muttered Harcourt. "No matter; but you can surely understand that if a set of mere mediocrities have saved England, a batch of clever men might have done something more. She came out of the last war the acknowledged head of Europe. Does she now hold that place? And what will she be at the next great struggle?" "England is as great as she ever was," cried Harcourt, boldly. "Greater in nothing is she than in the implicit credulity of her people," sighed Upton. "I only wish I could have the same faith in my physicians that she has in hers. By the way, Stanhope, what of that new fellow they have got at St. Leonard's? They tell me he builds you up in some preparation of gypsum, so that you can't move or stir, and that the perfect repose thus imparted to the system is the highest order of restorative." "They were just about to try him for manslaughter when I left England," said Stanhope, laughing. "As often the fate of genius in these days as in more barbarous times," said Upton. "I read his pamphlet with much interest. If you were going back, Harcourt, I'd have begged of you to try him." "And I'm forced to say I'd have refused you flatly. Yet it is precisely creatures of robust constitution, like you, that should submit themselves to these trials for the sake of humanity. Frail organizations like mine cannot brave these ordeals. What are they talking of in town? Any gossip afloat? The change of ministry is the only topic. Glencore's affair has worn itself out." "What was that about Glencore?" asked Upton, half indolently. "A strange story; one can scarcely believe it. They say that Glencore, hearing of the King's great anxiety to be rid of the Queen, asked an audience of his Majesty, and actually suggested, as the best possible expedient, that his Majesty should deny the marriage. They add that he reasoned the case so cleverly, and with such consummate craft and skill, it was with the greatest difficulty that the King could be persuaded he was deranged.
Some say his Majesty was outraged beyond endurance, others that he was vastly amused and laughed immoderately over it. And the world, how do they pronounce upon it? There are two great parties, one for Glencore's sanity and the other against it. But, as I said before, the cabinet changes have absorbed all interest latterly, and the Viscount and his case are forgotten. And when I started, the great question was, who was to have the Foreign Office? I believe I could tell them one who will not, said Upton, with a melancholy smile. Dine with me, both of you, to-day at 7. No company, you know. There is an opera in the evening, and my box is at your service, if you like to go. And so, till then." And with a little gesture of the hand, he waved an adieu, and glided from the room. "I'm sorry he's not up to the work of office," said Harcourt. "There's plenty of ability in him." "The best man we have," said Stanhope. "So they say at the office." "He's gone to lie down, I take it. He seemed much exhausted. What say you to a walk back to town?" "I ask nothing better," said Stanhope. And they started for Naples. End of Chapter 40. Recording by Linda Andrus.
Chapter 41 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 41. An Evening in Florence. That happy valley of the Val d'Arno, in which fair Florence stands, possesses, amidst all its virtues, none more conspicuous than the blessed forgetfulness of the past, so eminently the gift of those who dwell there. Faults and follies of a few years back have so faded by time as to be already historical, and as, in certain climates, rocks and stones become shrined by lichens, and moss-covered in a year or two, so here, in equally brief space, bygones are shrouded and shadowed in a way that nothing short of cruelty and violence could once more expose to view. The palace where Lady Glencore once displayed all her attractions of beauty and toilet, and dispensed a hospitality of princely splendor, had remained for a course of time close barred and shut up. The massive gate was locked, the windows shuttered, and curious tourists were told that there were objects of interest within, but it was impossible to obtain sight of them. The crowds who once flocked there at nightfall, and whose equipages filled the court, now drove on to other haunts, scarcely glancing as they passed at the darkened casements of the grim old edifice, when at length the rumor ran that someone had arrived there. Lights were seen in the porter's lodge, the iron grille was observed to open and shut, and tradespeople came and went within the building, and finally the assurance gained ground that its former owner had returned. "Only think who has come back to us," said one of the idlers of the Cascine, as he lounged on the steps of a fashionable carriage. "La Nina!" And at once the story went far and near, repeated at every corner, and discussed in every circle, so that, had a stranger to the place but caught the passing sounds, he would have heard that one name, uttered in every group he encountered, La Nina. And why not the Countess of Glencore, or at least the Countess de la Torre? As when exiled royalists assume titles in accordance with fallen fortunes, so, in Italy, injured fame seeks sympathy in the familiarity of the Christian name, and society at once accepts the designation as that of those who throw themselves upon the affectionate kindness of the world, rather than insist upon its reverence and respect. Many of her former friends were still there, but there was also a numerous class, principally foreigners, who only knew of her by repute. The traditions of her beauty, her gracefulness, the charms of her demeanor, and the brilliancy of her diamonds abounded. Her admirers were of all ages, from those who worshipped her loveliness to that not less enthusiastic section who swore by her cook, and it was indeed great tidings to hear that she had returned. Some statistician has asserted that no less than 100,000 people awake every day in London, not one of whom knows where he will pass the night. Now, Florence is but a small city, and the lacquered boot class bear but a slight proportion to the shoeless herd of humanity. Yet there is a very tolerable sprinkling of well-dressed, well-got-up individuals, who daily arise without the very vaguest conception of who is to house them, fire them, light them, and cigar them for the evening. They are an interesting class, and have this strong appeal to human sympathy, that not one of them, by any possible effort, could contribute to his own support. They toil not, neither do they spin. They have the very fewest of social qualities. They possess no conversational gifts. They are not even moderately good reporters of the passing events of the day. And yet, strange to say, the world they live in seems to have some need of them. Are they the last relics of a once gifted class, worn out, effete, and exhausted, degenerated like modern Greeks from those who once shook the Parthenon? Or are they what anatomists call rudimentary structures, the first abortive attempts of nature to fashion something profitable and good? Who knows? Amidst this class, the Nina's arrival was announced as the happiest of all tidings, and speculation immediately set to work to imagine who would be the favourites of the house. What would be its habits and hours? Would she again enter the great world of society? Or would she, as her quiet, unannounced arrival portended, seek a less conspicuous position? Nor was this the mere talk at the cafes and the Cascine. The salons were eagerly discussing the very same theme. In certain social conditions, a degree of astuteness is acquired as to who may and who may not be visited, that, in its tortuous intricacy of reasons, would puzzle the craftiest head that ever wagged in equity. Not that the code is a severe one. It is exactly in its lenity lies its difficulty. So much may be done, but so little may be fatal. The Countess in the present case enjoyed what in England is reckoned a great privilege. She was tried by her peers, or something more. They were, however, all nice discriminators as to the class of case before them, and they knew well what danger there was in admitting to their guild any with a little more disgrace than their neighbours. It was curious enough that she, in whose behalf all this solicitude was excited, should have been less than indifferent as to the result, and when, on the third day of the trial, a verdict was delivered in her favour, and a shower of visiting cards at the porter's lodge declared that the act of her recognition had passed, her orders were that the cards should be sent back to their owners, as the Countess had not the honour of their acquaintance. Les grands coups se font respecter toujours, was the maxim of a great tactician in war and politics, and the adage is no less true in questions of social life. We are so apt to compute the strength of resources by the amount of pretension, that we often yield the victory to the mere declaration of force. We are not, however, about to dwell on this theme, our business being less with those who discussed her than with the Countess of Glencore herself. In a large salon hung with costly tapestries, and furnished in the most expensive style, sat two ladies at opposite sides of the fire. They were both richly dressed, and one of them, it was Lady Glencore, as she held a screen before her face, displayed a number of valuable rings on her fingers, and a massive bracelet of enamel with a large emerald pendant. The other, not less magnificently attired, wore an imperial portrait suspended by a chain around her neck, and a small knot of white and green ribbon on her shoulder, to denote her quality of a lady in waiting at court. There was something almost queenly in the haughty dignity of her manner, and an air of command in the tone with which she addressed her companion. It was our acquaintance, the Princess Sabbloukoff, just escaped from a dinner and reception at the Pitti Palace, and carrying with her some of the proud traditions of the society she had quitted. "What hour did you tell them they might come, Nina?" asked she. "Not before midnight, my dear Princess. I wanted to have a talk with you first. It is long since we have met, and I have so much to tell you." "Cara mia," said the other carelessly, "I know everything already. There is nothing you have done, nothing that has happened to you, that I am not aware of. I might go further, and say that I have looked with secret pleasure at the course of events which to your short-sightedness seem disastrous." "I can scarce conceive that possible," said the Countess, sighing. "Naturally enough, perhaps, because you never knew the greatest of all blessings in this life, which is liberty. Separation from your husband, my dear Nina, did not emancipate you from the tiresome requirements of the world. You got rid of him, to be sure, but not of those who regarded you as his wife. It required the act of courage by which you cut with these people forever to assert the freedom I speak of. I almost shudder at the contest I have provoked, and had you not insisted on it, you had gone back again to the old slavery, to be pitied and compassioned and condoled with, instead of being feared and envied," said the other. And as she spoke, her flashing eyes and quivering brows gave an expression almost tiger-like to her features. "What was there about your house and its habits distinctive before? What gave you any preeminence above those that surround you? You were better looking, yourself, better dressed, your salons better lighted, your dinners more choice. There was the end of it. Your company was their company. Your associates were theirs. The homage you received today had been yesterday the incense of another. There was not a bouquet nor a flattery offered to you that had not its facsimile, doing service in some other quarter. You were one of them, Nina, obliged to follow their laws and subscribe to their ideas. And while they traded on the wealth of your attractions, you derived nothing from the partnership but the same share as those about you." "And how will it be now?" asked the Countess, half in fear, half in hope. "How will it be now? I'll tell you. This house will be the resort of every distinguished man, not of Italy, but of the world at large. Here will come the highest of every nation, as to a circle where they can say and hear and suggest 1,000 things in the freedom of unauthorized intercourse. You will not drain Florence alone, but all the great cities of Europe, of its best talkers and deepest thinkers. The statesman and the author and the sculptor and the musician will hasten to a neutral territory, where for the time a kind of equality will prevail. The weary minister, escaping from a court festival, will come here to unbend. The witty converser will store himself with his best resources for your salons. There will be all the freedom of a club to these men, with the added charm of that fascination your presence will confer. And thus, through all their intercourse, will be felt the parfum de femme, as Balzac calls it, which both elevates and entrances." "But will not society revenge itself on all this? It will invent 100 calumnious reports and shocking stories. But these, like the criticisms on an immoral play, will only serve to fill the house. Men, even the quiet ones, will be eager to see what it is that constitutes the charm of these gatherings, and one charm there is that never misses its success. Have you ever experienced, in visiting some great gallery, or, still more, some choice collection of works of art, a strange, mysterious sense of awe for objects which you rather knew to be great by the testimony of others, than felt able personally to appreciate? You were conscious that the picture was painted by Raphael, or the cup carved by Cellini, and independently of all the pleasure it yielded you, arose a sense of homage to its actual worth. The same is the case in society with illustrious men. They may seem slower of apprehension, less ready at reply, less apt to understand, but there they are, originals, not copies of greatness. They represent value. Have we said enough to show our reader the kind of persuasion by which Madame de Sabbloukoff led her friend into this new path? The flattery of the argument was, after all, its success, and the Countess was fascinated by fancying herself something more than the handsomest and the best-dressed woman in Florence. They who constitute a free port of their house will have certainly abundance of trade, and also invite no small amount of enterprise. A little after midnight the salons began to fill, and from the opera and the other theatres flocked in all that was pleasant, fashionable, and idle of Florence. The old beau, painted, padded, and essenced, came with the younger and not less elaborately dressed fashionable. Great in watch chains and splendid in waistcoat buttons, long-haired artists and mustached hussars mingled with close-shaven actors and pale-faced authors. Men of the world, of politics, of finance, of letters, of the turf, all were there. There was the gossip of the Bourse and the cabinet, the green-room and the stable. The scandal of society, the events of club life, the world's doings in dinners, divorces, and duels, were all revealed and discussed, amidst the most profuse gratitude to the Countess for coming back again to that society which scarcely survived her desertion. They were not, it is but fair to say, all that the Princess Sabbloukoff had depicted them, but there was still a very fair sprinkling of witty, pleasant talkers. The ease of admission permitted any former intimate to present his friend, and thus at once, on the very first night of receiving, the Countess saw her salons crowded. They smoked and sang and laughed and played écarté and told good stories. They drew caricatures, imitated well-known actors, and even preachers, talking away with a volubility that left few listeners. And then there was a supper laid out on a table too small to accommodate even by standing, so that each carried away his plate and bivouacked with others of his friends here and there through the rooms. All was contrived to impart a sense of independence and freedom, all to convey an impression of license special to the place, that made the most rigid unbend and relax the gravity of many who seldom laughed. As in certain chemical components, a mere drop of some one powerful ingredient will change the whole property of the mass, eliciting new elements, correcting this, developing that, and, even to the eye, announcing by altered color the wondrous change accomplished, so here the element of womanhood, infinitely small in proportion as it was, imparted a tone and a refinement to this orgy, which, without it, had degenerated into coarseness. The Countess's beautiful niece, Ida Delia Torre, was also there, singing at times with all an artist's excellence the triumphs of operatic music, at others warbling over those canzonettes which to Italian ears embody all that they know of love of country. How could such a reception be other than successful? Or how could the guests, as they poured forth into the silent street at daybreak, do aught but exult that such a house was added to the haunts of Florence, so lovely a group had returned to adorn their fair city? In a burst of this enthusiastic gratitude they sang a serenade before they separated, and then, as the closed curtains showed them that the inmates had left the windows, they uttered the last Felice Notte and departed. "And so Wahnsdorf never made his appearance?" said the Princess, as she was once more alone with the Countess. "I scarcely expected him. He knows the ill feeling towards his countrymen amongst Italians, and he rarely enters society where he may meet them." "It is strange that he should marry one," said she, half musingly. "He fell in love. There's the whole secret of it," said the Countess. "He fell in love, and his passion encountered certain difficulties. His rank was one of them, Ida's indifference another." "And how have they been got over?" "Evaded rather than surmounted. He has only his own consent after all." "And Ida, does she care for him?" "I suspect not, but she will marry him. Pique will often do what affection would fail in. The secret history of the affair is this. There was a youth at Massa who, while he lived there, made our acquaintance and became even intimate at the villa. He was a sculptor of some talent, and, as many thought, of considerable promise. I engaged him to give Ida lessons and modelling, and in this way they were constantly together. Whether Ida liked him or not I cannot say, but it is beyond a doubt that he loved her. In fact, everything he produced in his art only showed what his mind was full of. Her image was everywhere. This aroused Wahnsdorf's jealousy, and he urged me strongly to dismiss Greppi, and shut my doors to him. At first I consented, for I had a strange sense, not exactly of dislike, but misgiving of the youth. I had a feeling towards him that if I attempted to convey to you, it would seem as though in all this affair I had suffered myself to be blinded by passion, not guided by reason. There were times that I felt a deep interest in the youth. His genius, his ardor, his very poverty engaged my sympathy, and then, stronger than all these, was a strange mysterious sense of terror at sight of him, for he was the very image of one who has worked all the evil of my life." "Was not this a mere fancy?" said the Princess, compassionately, for she saw the shuddering emotion these words had cost her. "It was not alone his look," continued the Countess, speaking now with impetuous eagerness. "It was not merely his features, but their every play and movement, his gestures when excited. The very voice was his. I saw him once excited to violent passion. It was some taunt that Wahnsdorf uttered about men of unknown or ignoble origin, and then he himself seemed to stand before me, as I have so often seen him, in his terrible outbursts of rage. The sight brought back to me the dreadful recollection of those scenes. Scenes, said she, looking wildly around her, that if these old walls could speak, might freeze your heart where you are sitting. You have heard, but you cannot know, the miserable life we led together, the frantic jealousy that maddened every hour of his existence, how, in all the harmless freedom of our Italian life, he saw causes of suspicion and distrust, How, by his rudeness to this one, his coldness to that, he estranged me from all who have been my dearest intimates and friends, dictating to me the custom of a land and a people I had never seen nor wished to see, till at last I was left a mockery to some, an object of pity to others, amidst a society where once I reigned supreme, and all for a man that I had ceased to love. It was from this same life of misery, unrewarded by the affection by which jealousy sometimes compensates for its tyranny, that I escaped, to attach myself to the fortunes of that unhappy princess, whose lot bore some resemblance to my own. I know well that he ascribed my desertion to another cause, and, shall I own it to you, I had a savage pleasure in leaving him to the delusion. It was the only vengeance within my reach, and I grasped it with eagerness. Nothing was easier for me than to disprove it. A mere word would have shown the falsehood of the charge, but I would not utter it. I knew his nature well, and that the insult to his name and the stain to his honor would be the heaviest of all injuries to him, and they were so. He drove me from my home, I banished him from the world. It is true, I never reckoned on the cruel blow he had yet in store for me, and when it fell I was crushed and stunned. There was now a declared war between us, each to do their worst to the other. It was less succumbing before him than to meditate and determine on the future that I fled from Florence. It was not here and in such a society I should have to blush for any imputation, but I had always held my place proudly, perhaps too proudly, here, and I did not care to enter upon that campaign of defence, that stooping to cultivate alliances, that humble game of conciliation, that must ensue. I went away into banishment. I went to Corsica, and thence to Massa. I was meditating a journey to the East. I was even speculating on establishing myself there for the rest of my life, when your letters changed my plans. You once more kindled in my heart a love of life, by instilling a love of vengeance. You suggested to me the idea of coming back here boldly, and confronting the world proudly. "Do not mistake me, Nina," said the princess. "The vendetta was the last thing in my thoughts. I was too deeply concerned for you to be turned away from the object by any distracting influence. It was that you should give a bold denial, the boldest, to your husband's calumny, I counselled your return. My advice was, disregard, and by disregarding, deny the foul slander he has invented. Go back to the world in the rank that is yours and that you never forfeited, and then challenge him to oppose your claim to it. And do you think that for such a consideration as this, the honor to bear the name of a man I loathe, that I'd face the world I know so well? No, no, believe me, I had very different reasons. I was resolved that my future life, my name, his name, should gain a European notoriety. I am well aware that when a woman is made a public talk, when once her name comes sufficiently open before the world, let it be for what you will, her beauty, her will, her extravagance, her dress, from that hour her fame is perilled, and the society she has overtopped take their vengeance in slandering her character. To be before the world as a woman is to be arraigned. If ever there was a man who dreaded such a destiny for his wife, it was he. The impertinences of the press had greater terrors for his heart than aught else in life, and I resolved that he should taste them. "How have you mistaken, how have you misunderstood me, Nina?" said the princess sorrowfully. "Not so," cried she eagerly. "You only saw one advantage in the plan you counselled. I perceived that it contained a double benefit. But remember, dearest Nina, revenge is the most costly of all pleasures if one pays for it with all that they possess, their tranquillity. I myself might have indulged such thoughts as yours. There were many points alike in our fortunes, but to have followed such a course would be like the wisdom of one who inoculates himself with a deadly malady, that he might impart the poison to another. Must I again tell you that in all I have done, I cared less how it might serve me than how it might wound him? I know you cannot understand this sentiment. I do not ask of you to sympathize with it. Your talents enabled you to shape out a high and ambitious career for yourself. You loved the great intrigues of state, and were well fitted to conduct or control them. None such gifts were mine. I was, and I am, still a mere creature of society. I never soared, even in fancy, beyond the triumphs which the world of fashion decrees. A cruel destiny excluded me from the pleasures of a life that would have amply satisfied me, and there is nothing left but to avenge myself on the cause. My dearest Nina, with all your self-stimulation, you cannot make yourself the vindictive creature you would appear," said the princess, smiling. "How little do you know my Italian blood," said the other passionately. "That boy, he was not much more than a boy. That Greppi was, as I told you, the very image of Glencore. The same dark skin, the same heavy brow, the same cold, stern look, which even a smile did not enliven. Even to the impassive air with which he listened to a provocation, all were alike. Well, the resemblance has cost him dearly. I consented at last to Wahnsdorf's continual entreaty to exclude him from the villa, and charged the Count with the commission. I am not sure that he expended an excess of delicacy on the task. I half fear me that he did the act more rudely than was needed. At all events, a quarrel was the result, and a challenge to a duel. I only knew of this when all was over, believe me. I should never have permitted it. However, the result was as safe in the hands of fate. The youth fled from Massa, and though Wahnsdorf followed him, they never met." "There was no duel, you say?" cried the princess eagerly. "How could there be? This Greppi never went to the rendezvous. He quitted Massa during the night, and has never since been heard of. In this, I own to you, he was not like him." And as she said the words, the tears swam in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. "May I ask how you learned all this?" "From Wahnsdorf. On his return in a week or two, he told me all. Ida at first would not believe it, but how could she discredit what was plain and palpable? Greppi was gone. All the inquiries of the police were in vain as to his route. None could guess how he had escaped." "And this account was given you yourself by Wahnsdorf?" repeated the princess. "Yes, to myself. Why should he have concealed it?" "And now he is to marry Ida?" said the princess, half musingly to herself. "We hope, with your aid, that it may be so. The family difficulties are great. Wahnsdorf's rank is not ours, but he persists in saying that to your management nothing is impossible." "His opinion is too flattering," said the princess, with a cold gravity of manner. "But you surely will not refuse us your assistance?" "You may count upon me, even for more than you ask," said the princess, rising. "How late it is! Day is breaking already." And so, with a tender embrace, they parted. End of chapter 41. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 42 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 42. Madame de Sabbloukoff in the morning. Madame de Sabbloukoff inhabited the grand apartment of the Hôtel d'Italie, which is the handsomest quarter of the great hotel of Florence. The same suite which had once the distinguished honour of receiving a Czar and a King of Prussia, and heaven knows how many lesser potentates, was now devoted to one who, though not of the small number of the elect in purple, was yet in her way what politicians call a puissance. As in the drama, a vast number of agencies are required for the due performance of a piece, so on the greater stage of life many of the chief motive powers rarely are known to the public eye. The princess was of this number. She was behind the scenes in more than one sense, and had her share in the great events of her time. While her beauty lasted, she had traded on the great capital of attractions which were unsurpassed in Europe. As the perishable flower faded, she, with prudential foresight, laid up a treasure in secret knowledge of people and their acts, which made her dreaded and feared where she was once admired and flattered. Perhaps, it is by no means improbable, she preferred this latter tribute to the former. Although the strong sunlight was tempered by the closed jalousies and the drawn muslin curtains, she sat with her back to the window, so that her features were but dimly visible in the darkened atmosphere of the room. There was something of coquetry in this, but there was more. There was a dash of semi-secrecy in the air of gloom and stillness around, which gave to each visitor who presented himself, and she received but one at a time, an impression of being admitted to an audience of confidence and trust. The mute-like servant who waited in the corridor without, and who drew back a massive curtain on your entrance, also aided the delusion, imparting to the interview a character of mysterious solemnity. Through that solemn portal there had passed in and out during the morning various dignitaries of the land, ministers and envoys, and grand charges of the court. The embroidered key of the chamberlain and the purple stockings of a nuncio had come and gone, and now there was a brief pause, for the groom in waiting had informed the crowd in the antechamber that the princess could receive no more. Then there was a hurried scrawling of great names in a large book, a shower of visiting cards, and all was over. The fine equipages of fine people dashed off, and the courtyard of the hotel was empty. The large clock on the mantelpiece struck 3, and Madame de Sabbloukoff compared the time with her watch, and by a movement of impatience showed a feeling of displeasure. She was not accustomed to have her appointments lightly treated, and he, for whom she had fixed an hour, was now 30 minutes behind his time. She had been known to resent such unpunctuality, and she looked as though she might do so again. "I remember the day when his grand-uncle descended from his carriage to speak to me," muttered she, "and that same grand-uncle was an emperor." Perhaps the chance reflection of her image in the large glass before her somewhat embittered the recollection, for her features flushed, and as she suddenly grew pale again, it may have been that her mind went rapidly back to a period when her fascination was a despotism that even the highest and haughtiest obeyed. "Too true," said she, speaking to herself. "Time has dealt heavily with us all, but they are no more than what they once were than am I. Their old compact of mutual assistance is crumbling away under the pressure of new rivalries and new pretensions. Kings and Kaisers will soon be like bygone beauties. I wonder will they bear their altered fortune as heroically." It is but just to say that her tremulous accents and quivering top lip bore little evidence of the heroism she spoke of. She rang the bell violently, and as the servant entered she said, but in a voice of perfect unconcern, "When the Count von Warnsdorf calls, you will tell him that I am engaged, but will receive him to-morrow." "And why not to-day, charming princess?" said a young man entering hastily, and whose graceful but somewhat haughty air set off to every advantage his splendid Hungarian costume. "Why not now?" said he, stooping to kiss her hand with respectful gallantry. She motioned to the servant to withdraw, and they were alone. "You are not over exact in keeping an appointment, monsieur," she said stiffly. "It is somewhat cruel to remind me that my claims in this respect have grown antiquated." "I fancied myself the soul of punctuality, my dear princess," said he, adjusting the embroidered pelisse he wore over his shoulder. "You mentioned 4 as the hour." "I said 3 o'clock," she replied coldly. 3, 4, even 5. What does it signify?" he said carelessly. "We have not either of us, I suspect, much occupation to engage us, and if I have interfered with your other plans, if you have plans—" "A thousand pardons," cried he, suddenly, as the deep colour of her face and her flashing eye warned him that he had gone too far. "But the fact is, I was detained at the riding school. They have sent me some young horses from the Banat, and I went over to look at them." "The Count de Warnsdorf knows that he need make no apologies to Madame de Sabbloukoff," said she calmly. "But it were just as graceful, perhaps, to affect them. My dear Count," continued she, but in a tone perfectly free from all touch of irritation, "I have asked to see and speak with you on matters purely your own." "You want to dissuade me from this marriage," said he, interrupting, "but I fancy that I have already listened to everything that can be urged on that affair. If you have any argument other than the old one about misalliance and the rest of it, I'll hear it patiently, though I tell you beforehand that I should like to learn that a connection with an imperial house had some advantage besides that of a continual barrier to one's wishes." "I understand," she said quietly, "that you named the terms on which you would abandon this project. Is it not so?" "Who told you that?" cried he angrily. "Is this another specimen of the delicacy with which ministers treat a person of my station?" "To discuss that point, Count, would lead us wide of our mark. Am I to conclude that my informant was correct?" "How can I tell what may have been reported to you?" he said almost rudely. "You shall hear and judge for yourself," was the calm answer. "Count Kolowrat informed me that you offered to abandon this marriage on condition that you were appointed to the command of the Pavillion Hussars." The young man's face became scarlet with shame, and he tried twice to speak, but unavailingly. With a merciless slowness of utterance, and a manner of the most unmoved sternness, she went on. "I did not deem the proposal at all exorbitant. It was a price that they could well afford to pay." "Well, they refused me," said he, bluntly. "Not exactly refused you," said she, more gently. "They reminded you of the necessity of conforming, or of at least appearing to conform, to the rules of the service, that you had only been a few months in command of a squadron, that your debts, which were considerable, had been noised about the world, so that a little time should elapse and a favourable opportunity present itself before this promotion could be effected." "How correctly they have instructed you in all the details of this affair," said he, with a scornful smile. "It's a rare event when I am misinformed, sir," was her cold reply. "Nor could it redound to the advantage of those who ask my advice to afford me incorrect information." "Then I am quite unable to perceive what you want with me," cried he. "It is plain enough that you are in possession of all that I could tell you, or is all this only the prelude to some menace or other?" She made no other answer to this rude question than by a smile so dubious in its meaning that it might imply scorn, or pity, or even sorrow. "You must not wonder if I be angry," continued he, in an accent that betokens shame at his own violence. "They have treated me so long as a fool that they have made me something worse than one." "I am not offended by your warmth, Count," said she, softly. "It is at least the guarantee of your sincerity. I tell you, therefore, I have no threat to hold over you. It will be enough that I can show you the impolicy of this marriage. I don't want to use a stronger word. What estrangement it will lead to as regards your own family, how inadequately it will respond to the sacrifices it must cost." "That consideration is for me to think of, madam," said he, proudly. "And for your friends also," interposed she, softly. "If by my friends you mean those who have watched every occasion of my life to oppose my plans and thwart my wishes, I conclude that they will prove themselves as vigilant now as heretofore. But I am getting somewhat weary of this friendship. My dear Count, give me a patient, if possible an indulgent, hearing for 5 minutes, or even half that time, and I hope it will save us both a world of misconception. If this marriage that you are so eager to contract were an affair of love, of that ardent, passionate love which recognizes no obstacle or acknowledges any barrier to its wishes, I could regard the question as one of those everyday events in life whose uniformity is seldom broken by a new incident. For love stories have a terrible sameness in them." She smiled as she said this, and in such a way as to make him smile at first, and then laugh heartily. "But if," resumed she, seriously, "if I only see in this project a mere caprice, half more than half based upon the pleasure of wounding family pride, or of coercing those who have hitherto dictated to you, if, besides this, I perceive that there is no strong affection on either side, none of that impetuous passion which the world accepts as the attenuating circumstance in rash marriages—" "And who has told you that I do not love Ida, or that she is not devoted with her whole heart to me?" cried he, interrupting her. "You yourself have told the first. You have shown it by the price you have laid on the object, the value at which you estimate it. As for the latter part of your question—" She paused, and arranged the folds of her shawl, purposely playing with his impatience and enjoying it. "Well," cried he, "as for the latter part, go on." "It scarcely requires an answer. I saw Ida Delia Torre last night in a society of which her affianced husband was not one, and I will be bold enough to say hers was not the bearing that bespoke engaged affections." "Indeed," said he, but in a tone that indicated neither displeasure or surprise. "It was as I have told you, Count, surrounded by the youth of Florence, such as you know them. She laughed and talked and sang in all the careless gaiety of a heart at ease, or, if at moments a shade of sadness crossed her features, it was so brief that only one observing her closely as myself could mark it. "And how did that subtle intelligence of yours interpret this show of sorrow?" said he, in a voice of mockery, but yet of deep anxiety. "My subtle intelligence was not taxed to guess, for I knew her secret," said the Princess, with all the strength of a conscious power. "Her secret, her secret?" said he eagerly. "What do you mean by that?" The Princess smiled coldly, and said, "I have not yet found my frankness so well repaid that I should continue to extend it." "What is the reward to be, madam? Name it," said he, boldly. "The same candour on your part, Count. I ask for no more." "But what have I to reveal? What mystery is there that your omniscience has not penetrated?" "There may be some that your frankness is not avowed, my dear Count. If you refer to what you have called Ida's secret—" "No," she broke in. "I was now alluding to what might be called your secret." "Mine? My secret?" exclaimed he. But though the tone was meant to convey great astonishment, the confusion of his manner was far more apparent. "Your secret, Count," she repeated slowly, "which has been just as safe in my keeping as if it had been confided to me on honour." "I was not aware how much I owed to your discretion, madam," said he, scoffingly. "I am but too happy when any services of mine can rescue the fame of a great family from reproach, sir," replied she, proudly, for all the control she had heretofore imposed upon her temper seemed at last to have yielded to offended dignity. "Happily for that illustrious house, happily for you too, I am one of a very few who know of Count Wahnsdorf's doings. To have suffered your antagonist in a duel to be tracked, arrested, and imprisoned in an Austrian fortress, when a word from you had either warned him of his peril or averted the danger, was bad enough, but to have stigmatized his name with cowardice, and to have defamed him because he was your rival, was far worse." Wahnsdorf struck the table with his clenched fist till it shook beneath the blow, but never uttered a word, while with increased energy she continued, "Every step of this bad history is known to me, every detail of it, from your gross and insulting provocation of this poor friendless youth to the last scene of his committal to a dungeon." "And of course you have related your interesting narrative to Ida?" cried he. "No, sir. The respect which I have never lost for those whose name you bear had been quite enough to restrain me, had I not even other thoughts." "And what may they be?" asked he. "To take the first opportunity of finding myself alone with you, to represent how nearly it concerns your honour that this affair should never be bruited abroad, to insist upon your lending every aid to obtain this young man's liberation, to show that the provocation came from yourself, and lastly, all painful though it be, to remove from him the stain you have inflicted, and to reinstate him in the esteem that your calumny may have robbed him of. These were the other thoughts I alluded to." "And you fancy that I am to engage in this sea of trouble for the sake of some nameless bastard, while in doing so I compromise myself and my own honour?" "Do you prefer that it should be done by another, Count Wahnsdorf?" she asked. "This is a threat, madam. All the speedier will the matter be settled if you understand it as such. And of course the next condition will be for me to resign my pretensions to Ida in his favour," said he, with a savage irony. "I stipulate nothing of the sort. Count Wahnsdorf's pretensions will be to morrow just where they are to day. You hold them cheaply, madam. I am indeed unfortunate in all my pursuit of your esteem." "You live in a sphere to command it, sir," was her reply, given with a counterfeited humility, and whether it was the tone of mingled insolence and submission she assumed, or simply the sense of his own unworthiness in her sight, but Wahnsdorf cowered before her like a frightened child. At this moment the servant entered and presented a visiting card to the Princess. "Ah, he comes in an opportune moment," cried she. "This is the minister of the Duke of Massa's household, the Chevalier Stubber. Yes," continued she to the servant, "I will receive him." If there was not any conspicuous gracefulness in the Chevalier's approach, there was an air of quiet self-possession that bespoke of a sense of his own worth and importance, and while he turned to pay his respects to the young Count, his unpolished manner was not devoid of a certain dignity. "It is a fortunate chance by which I find you here, Count Wahnsdorf," said he, "for you will be glad to learn that the young fellow you had that affair with at Massa has just been liberated." "When and how?" cried the Princess hastily. As to the time, it must be about 4 days ago, as my letters inform me. As to the how, I fancy the Count can best inform you. He has interested himself greatly in the matter." The Count blushed deeply and turned away to hide his face, but not so quickly as to miss the expression of scornful meaning with which the Princess regarded him. "But I want to hear the details, Chevalier," she said. "And I can give you none, madam. My dispatches simply mentioned that the act of arrest was discovered in some way to be informal. Sir Horace Upton proved so much. There then arose a question of giving him up to us, but my master declined the honour. He would have no trouble, he said, with England or Englishmen, and some say that the youth claims an English nationality. The Cabinet of Vienna are, perhaps, like-minded in the matter. At all events, he is free and will be here to-morrow." "Then I shall invite him to dinner, and beg both of you gentlemen to meet him," said she, with a voice wherein a tone of malicious drollery mingled. "I am your servant, madam," said Stubber. "And I am engaged," said Wahnsdorf, taking up his shako. "You are off to Vienna to-night, Count Wahnsdorf," whispered the Princess in his ear. "What do you mean, madam?" said he, in a tone equally low. "Only that I have a letter written for the Archduchess Sophia, which I desire to entrust to your hands. You may as well read it ere I seal it." The Count took the letter from her hand and retired towards the window to read it, while she conversed eagerly with Stubber. She did not fail from time to time to glance towards the other, and mark the expression of his features as he folded and replaced the letter in its envelope, and slowly approaching her, said, "You are most discreet, madam." "I hope I am just, sir," she said modestly. "This was something of a difficult undertaking too," said he, with an equivocal smile. "It was certainly a pleasant and proud one, sir, as it always must be to write to a mother in commendation of her son. By the way, Chevalier, you have forgotten to make your compliments to the Count on his promotion." "I have not heard of it, madam. What may it be?" asked Stubber. "To the command of the Pavillion Hussars, sir, one of the proudest charges of the empire." A rush of blood to Wahnsdorf's face was as quickly followed by a deadly pallor, and with a broken, faint utterance he said good-bye and left the room. "A fine young fellow, the very picture of a soldier," exclaimed Stubber, looking after him. "A chevalier of the olden time, sir, the very soul of honour," said the Princess enthusiastically. "And now for a little gossip with yourself. It is not in our brief to record what passed in that chatty interview. Plenty of state secrets and state gossip there was, abundance of that dangerous trifling which mixes up the passions of society with the great game of politics, and makes statecraft feel the impress of men's whims and caprices. We were just beginning that era, the policy of resentment, which has since pervaded Europe, and the Chevalier and the Princess were sufficiently behind the scenes to have many things to communicate. And here we must leave them, while we hasten on to other scenes and other actors. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 43. Doings in Downing Street. The dull old precincts of Downing Street were more than usually astir. Hackney coaches and cabs at an early hour, private chariots somewhat later, went to and fro along the dreary pavement, and 2 cabinet messengers with splash caleches arrived in hot haste from Dover. Frequent, too, were the messages from the House. A leading oppositionist was then thundering away against the government, inveighing against the treacherous character of their foreign policy, and indignantly calling on them for certain dispatches to their late envoy at Naples. At every cheer which greeted him from his party, a fresh missive would be dispatched from the Treasury benches, and the whisper, at first cautiously muttered, grew louder and louder. "Why does not Upton come down?" So intricate has been the web of our petty entanglements, so complex the threads of those small intrigues by which we have earned our sobriquet of the perfidi Albion, that it is difficult at this time of day to recall the exact question whose solution, in the words of the orator of the debate, placed us either at the head of Europe or consigned us to the fatal mediocrity of a third-rate power. The prophecy, whichever way read, gives us as unhappily no clue to the matter in hand, and we are only left to conjecture that it was an intervention in Spain or something about the Poles. As it is usual in such cases, the matter, insignificant enough in itself, was converted into a serious attack on the government, and all the strength of the opposition was arrayed to give power and consistency to the assault. As is equally usual, the cabinet was totally unprepared for defence. Either they had altogether undervalued the subject, or they trusted to the secrecy with which they had conducted it. Whichever of these be the right explanation, each minister could only say to his colleague, "It never came before me. Upton knows all about it." "And where is Upton? Why does he not come down?" were again and again reiterated, while a shower of messages and even mandates invoked his presence. The last of these was a peremptory note for no less a person than the Premier himself, written in 3 very significant words, thus: "Come or go," and given to a trusty whip, the Honourable Gerald Neville, to deliver. Armed with this not very conciliatory document, the well-practised tactician drew up to the door of the Foreign Office and demanded to see the Secretary of State. "Give him this card and this note, sir," said he to the well-dressed and very placid young gentleman who acted as his private secretary. "Sir Horace is very poorly, sir. He is at this moment in a mineral bath, but as the matter you say is pressing, he will see you. Will you pass this way?" Mr. Neville followed his guide through an infinity of passages, and at length reached a large folding door, opening one side of which he was ushered into a spacious apartment, but so thoroughly impregnated with a thick and offensive vapour that he could barely perceive through the mist the bath in which Upton lay reclined, and the figure of a man whose look and attitude bespoke the doctor beside him. "Ah, my dear fellow," sighed Upton, extending 2 dripping fingers in salutation, "you have come in at the death. This is the last of it." "No, no, don't say that," cried the other encouragingly. "Have you had any sudden seizure? What's the nature of it?" "He," said he, looking round to the doctor, "calls it arachnoidal trismus, a thing, he says, that they have all of them ignored for many a day, though Charlemagne died of it. Ah, doctor," and he addressed his question to him in German. A growled volley of gutturals ensued, and Upton went on: "Yes, Charlemagne. Melanchthon had it, but it lingered for years. It is the peculiar affection of great intellectual natures overtaxed and overworked." Whether there was that in the manner of the sick man that inspired hope, or something in the aspect of the doctor that suggested distrust, or a mixture of the two together, but certainly Neville rapidly rallied from the fears which had beset him on entering, and in a voice of a more cheery tone said, "Come, come, Sir Horace, you'll throw off this as you have done other such attacks. You have never been wanting either to your friends or yourself when the hour of emergency called. We are in a moment of such difficulty now, and you alone can rescue us." "How cruel of the Duke to write me that," sighed Upton, as he held up the piece of paper from which the water had obliterated all trace of the words. "It was so inconsiderate, eh, Neville?" "I am not aware of the terms he employed," said the other. This was the very admission that Upton sought to obtain, and in a far more cheery voice he said, "If I was capable of the effort, if Dr. Geimerstad thought it safe for me to venture, I could set all this to right. These people are all talking without book, Neville. The ever recurring blunder of an opposition when they address themselves to a foreign question, they go upon a newspaper paragraph, or the equally incorrect private communication from a friend. Men in office alone can attain to truth, exact truth, about the questions of foreign policy." "The debate is taking a serious turn, however," interposed Neville. "They reiterate very bold assertions which none of our people are in a position to contradict. Their confidence is evidently increasing with the show of confusion in our ranks. Something must be done to meet them, and that quickly." "Well, I suppose I must go," sighed Upton, and as he held out his wrist to have his pulse felt, he addressed a few words to the doctor. "He calls it a life period, Neville. He says that he won't answer for the consequences." The doctor muttered on. He adds that the trismus may be thus converted to bi-trismus. Just imagine, bi-trismus. This was a stretch of fancy clear and away beyond Neville's apprehension, and he began to feel certain misgivings about pushing a request so full of danger. But from this he was in a measure relieved by the tone in which Upton now addressed his valet, with directions as to the dress he intended to wear. The loose pelisse with the astrakhan, Giuseppe, and the vest of cramoisi velvet. And if you will, just glance at the newspaper, Neville, in the next room. I'll come to you immediately. The newspapers of the morning after this interview afford us the speediest mode of completing the incidents, and concluding sentences of a leading article will be enough to place before our readers what ensued. It was at this moment, and amidst the most enthusiastic cheers of the Treasury bench, that Sir Horace Upton entered the House. Leaning on the arm of Mr. Neville, he slowly passed up and took his accustomed place. The traces of severe illness in his features, and the great debility which his gestures displayed, gave an unusual interest to a scene already almost dramatic in its character. For a moment the great chief of opposition was obliged to pause in his assault, and to let this flood tide of sympathy pass on. And when at length he did resume, it was plain to see how much the tone of his invective had been tempered by a respect for the actual feeling of the House. The necessity for this act of deference, added to the consciousness that he was in the presence of the man whose acts he so strenuously denounced, were too much for the nerves of the orator, and he came to an abrupt conclusion, whose confused and uncertain sentences scarcely warranted the cheers with which his friends rallied him. Sir Horace rose at once to reply. His voice was at first so inarticulate that we could not but catch the burden of what he said, a request that the House would accord him all the indulgence which his state of debility and suffering called for. If the first few sentences he uttered imparted a painful significance to the entreaty, it very soon became apparent that he had no occasion to bespeak such an indulgence. In a voice that gained strength and fullness as he proceeded, he entered upon what might be called a narrative of the foreign policy of the administration, clearly showing that their course was guided by certain great principles which dictated a line of action firm and undeviating, that the measures of the government, however modified by passing events in Europe, had been uniformly consistent, based upon the faith of treaties, but ever mindful of the growing requirements of the age. Through a narrative of singular complexity he guided himself with consummate skill, and though detailing events which occupied every region of the globe, neither confusion nor inconsistency ever marred the recital, and names and places and dates were quoted by him without any artificial aid to memory. There was in the polished air and calm, dispassionate delivery of the speaker something which seemed to charm the ears of those who for 4 hours before had been so mercilessly assailed by all the vituperation and insolence of a party animosity. It was, so to say, a period of relief and repose, to which even antagonists were not insensible. No man ever understood the advantage of his gifts in this way better than Upton, nor ever was there one who could convert the powers which fascinated society into a means of controlling a popular assembly with a greater assurance of success. He was a man of a strictly logical mind, a close and acute thinker. He was of a highly imaginative temperament, rich in all the resources of poetic fancy. He was thoroughly well read and gifted with a ready memory. But above all these, transcendently above them all, he was a man of the world, and no one, either in Parliament or out of it, knew so well when it was wrong to say the right thing. But let us resume our quotation. For more than 3 hours did the House listen with breathless attention to a narrative which in no parliamentary experience has been surpassed for the lucid clearness of its details, the unbroken flow of its relation. The orator up to this time had strictly devoted himself to explanation. He now proceeded to what might be called reply. If the House was charmed and instructed before, it was now positively astonished and electrified by the overwhelming force of the speaker's raillery and invective. Not satisfied with showing the evil consequences that must ensue from any adoption of the measures recommended by the opposition, he proceeded to exhibit the insufficiency of views always based upon false information. "We have been taunted," said he, "with the charge of fomenting discords in foreign lands. We have been arraigned as disturbers of the world peace, and called the firebrands of Europe. We are exhibited as parading the continent with a more than quixotic ardour, since we seek less the redress of wrong than the opportunity to display our own powers of interference, that quality which the learned gentleman has significantly stigmatized as a spirit of meddling impertinence, offensive to the whole world of civilization. Let me tell him, sir, that the very debate of this night has elicited, and from himself too, the very outrages he has the temerity to ascribe to us. His has been the indiscriminate ardour, his this unjudging rashness, his this meddling impertinence. I am but quoting, not inventing a phrase, by which, without accurate, without indeed any information, he has ventured to charge the government with what no administration would be guilty of, a cool and deliberate violation of the national law of Europe. He has told you, sir, that in our eagerness to distinguish ourselves as universal redressers of injury, we have ferreted out, I take his own polished expression, in the case of an obscure boy in an obscure corner of Italy, converted a commonplace and very vulgar incident into a tale of interest, and by a series of artful devices and insinuations based upon this narrative, a grave and insulting charge upon one of the oldest of our allies. He has alleged that throughout the whole of these proceedings we had not the shadow of pretence for our interference, that the acts imputed occurred in a land over which we had no control, and in the person of an individual in whom we had no interest, that this Sebastiano Greppi, this image boy, for so with a courteous pleasantry he has called him, was a Neapolitan subject, the affiliated envoy of I know not what number of secret societies, that his sculptural pretensions were but pretext to conceal his real avocations, the agency of a bloodthirsty faction, that his crime was no less than an act of high treason, and that the Austrian gentleness and mercy were never more conspicuously illustrated than in the commutation of a death sentence to one of perpetual imprisonment. What a rude task is mine when I must say that for even one of these assertions there is not the slightest foundation in fact. Greppi's offence was not a crime against the state. As little was it committed within the limits of the Austrian territory. He is not the envoy or even a member of any revolutionary club. He never, I am speaking with knowledge, sir, he never mingled in the schemes of plotting politicians. As far removed is he from sympathy with such men, as in the genius of great artists he is elevated above the humble path to which the learned gentleman's raillery would sentence him. For the character of an image vendor, the learned gentleman must look nearer home, and lastly, this youth is an Englishman, and born of a race and a blood that need feel no shame in comparison with any I see around me. To the loud cry of "Name, name," which now arose, Sir Horace replied, "If I do not announce the name at this moment, it is because there are circumstances in the history of the youth to which publicity would give irreparable pain. These are details which I have no right to bring under discussion, and which must inevitably thus become matters of town talk. To any gentleman of the opposite side who may desire to verify the assertions I have made to the House, I would, under pledge of secrecy, reveal the name. I would do more. I would permit him to confide it to a select number of his friends, equally pledged with himself. This is surely enough." We have no occasion to continue our quotation farther, and we take up our history as Sir Horace, overwhelmed by the warmest praises and congratulations, drove off from the house to his home. Amid all the excitement and enthusiasm which this brilliant success produced amongst the ministerialists, there was a kind of dread lest the overtaxed powers of the orator should pay the heavy penalty of such an effort. They had all heard how he came from a sick chamber. They had all seen him trembling, faint, and almost voiceless as he stole up to his place, and they began to fear lest they had in the hot zeal of party imperilled the ablest chief in their ranks. What a relief to these agonies it had been could they have seen Upton as he once more gained the solitude of his chamber, where, divested of all the restraints of an audience, He walked leisurely up and down, smoking a cigar, and occasionally smiling pleasantly as some conceit crossed his mind. Had there been anyone to mark him there, it is more likely that he would have regarded him as a man revelling in the afterthought of a great success, one who, having come gloriously through the combat, was triumphantly recalling to his memory every incident of the fight. How little had they understood Sir Horace Upton, who would have read him in this wise. That daring and soaring nature rarely dallied in the past. Even the present was scarcely full enough for the craving of a spirit that cried ever forward. What might be made of that night's success? How best should it be turned to account? These were the thoughts which beset him, and many were the devices which his subtlety hit on to this end. There was not a goal his ambition could point to but which became associated with some deteriorating ingredient. He was tired of the Continent. He hated England. He shuddered at the colonies. India, perhaps, said he, hesitatingly. India, perhaps, might do. To continue as he was, to remain in office as having reached the topmost round of the ladder, would have been insupportable indeed. And yet how, without longer service at his post, could any man claim a higher reward? End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Andrus. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 44. The Subtleties of Statecraft. It was not till Sir Horace had smoked his third cigar that he seated himself at his writing table. He then wrote rapidly a brief note, of which he proceeded to make a careful copy. This he folded and placed in an envelope, addressing it to His Grace the Duke of Cloudsley. A few minutes afterwards he began to prepare for bed. The day was already breaking, and yet that sick man was unwearied and unwasted. Not a trace of fatigue on features that, under the infliction of a tiresome dinner party, would have seemed bereft of hope. The tied-up knocker, the straw-strewn street, the closely drawn curtains, announced to London the next morning that the distinguished minister was seriously ill, and from an early hour the tide of inquirers, in carriages and on foot, passed silently along that dreary way. High and mighty were the names inscribed in the porter's book. Royal dukes had called in person, and never was public solicitude more widely manifested. There is something very flattering in the thought of a great intelligence being damaged and endangered in our service. With all its melancholy influences, there is a feeling of importance suggested by the idea that for us and our interests a man of commanding powers should have jeopardized his life. There is a very general prejudice, not alone in obtaining the best article for our money, but the most of it also, and this sentiment extends to the individuals employed in the public service, and it is doubtless a very consolatory reflection to the tax-paying classes that the great functionaries of state are not indolent recipients of princely incomes, but hard-working men of office, up late and early at their duties, prematurely old and worn out before their time. Something of this same feeling inspires much of the sympathy displayed for a sick statesman, a sentiment not altogether void of a certain misgiving that we have probably overtaxed the energies employed in our behalf. Scarcely 1 in 100 of those who now called and left their names had ever seen Sir Horace Upton in their lives. Few are more removed from public knowledge than the men who fill even the highest places in our diplomacy. He was, therefore, to the mass a mere name. Since his accession to office little or nothing had been heard of him, and of that little the greater part was made up of sneering allusions to his habits of indolence, impertinent hints about his caprices and his tastes. Yet now, by a grand effort in the House, and a well got up report of a dangerous illness the day after, was he the most marked man in all the state, the theme of solicitude throughout 2 millions of people. There was a dash of mystery, too, in the whole incident, which heightened its flavor for public taste. A vague, indistinct impression, it did not even amount to rumor, was abroad, that Sir Horace had not been fairly treated by his colleagues, either that they could, if they wished it, have defended the cause themselves, or that they had needlessly called him from a sick bed to come to the rescue, or that some subtle trap had been laid to ensnare him. These were vulgar beliefs, which, if they obtained little credence in the higher region of club life, were extensively circulated, and not discredited, in less distinguished circles. How they ever got abroad at all, how they found their ways into newspaper paragraphs, terrifying timid supporters of the ministry by the dread prospect of a smash, exciting the hopes of opposition with the notion of a great secession, throwing broadcast before the world of readers every species of speculation, all kinds of combination. Who knows how all this happened? Who indeed ever knew how things 1,000 times more secret ever got wind and became club talk ere the actors in the events had finished an afternoon's canter in the park? If, then, the world of London learned on the morning in question that Sir Horace Upton was very ill, it also surmised, why and wherefore it knows best, that the same Sir Horace was an ill-used man. Now, of all the objects of public sympathy and interest, next after a foreign emperor on a visit at Buckingham Palace, or a newly arrived hippopotamus at the Zoological Gardens, there is nothing your British public is so fond of as an ill-used man. It is essential, however, to his great success that he be ill-used in high places, that his enemies and calumniators should have been, if not princes, at least dukes and marquises, and great dignitaries of the state. Let him only be supposed to be martyred by these, and there is no saying where his popularity may be carried. A very general impression is current that the mass of the nation is more or less ill-used, denied its natural claims and just rewards. To hit upon, therefore, a good representation of this hard usage, to find a tangible embodiment of this great injustice, is a discovery that is never unappreciated. To read his speech of the night before, and to peruse the ill-scrawled bulletin of his health at the hall door in the morning, made up the measure of his popularity, and the world exclaimed, "Think of the man they have treated in this fashion!" Every one framed the indictment to his own taste, nor was the wrong the less grievous that none could give it a name. Even cautious men fell into the trap, and were heard to say, "If all we hear be true, Upton has not been fairly treated." What an air of confirmation to all these rumors did it give when the evening papers announced in the most striking type, "Resignation of Sir Horace Upton." If the terms in which he communicated that step to the Premier were not before the world, the date, the very night of the debate, showed that the resolution had been come to suddenly. Some of the journals affected to be in the whole secret of the transaction, and only waiting the opportune moment to announce it to the world. The dark, mysterious paragraphs in which journalists show their no meanings abounded, and menacing hints were thrown out that the country would no longer submit to heaven knows what. There was, besides all this, a very considerable amount of that catechetical inquiry, which, by suggesting a number of improbabilities, hopes to arrive at the likely, and thus, by asking questions where they had a perfect confidence they would never be answered, they seemed to overwhelm their adversaries with shame and discomfiture. The great fact, however, was indisputable. Upton had resigned. To the many who looked up at the shuttered windows of his sad-looking London house, this reflection occurred naturally enough. How little the poor sufferer, on his sick bed, cared for the contest that raged around him! How far away were, in all probability, his thoughts from that world of striving and ambition whose waves came to his door-sills! Let us, in that privilege which belongs to us, take a peep within the curtained room where a bright fire is blazing, and where, seated behind a screen, Sir Horace is now penning a note, a bland half smile rippling his features as some pleasant conceit has flashed across his mind. We have rarely seen him looking so well. The stimulating events of the last few days have done for him more than all the counsels of his doctors, and his eyes are brighter and his cheeks fuller than usual. A small miniature hangs suspended by a narrow ribbon around his neck, and a massive gold bracelet adorns one wrist. Two souvenirs, which he stops to contemplate as he writes. Nor is there a touch of sorrowful meaning in the glance he bestows upon them. The look rather seems the self-complacent regard that a successful general might bestow on the decorations he had won by his valor. It is essentially vainglorious. More than once has he paused to read over the sentence he has written, and one may see, by the motion of his lips as he reads, how completely he has achieved the sentiment he would express. "Yes, charming Princess," said he, perusing the lines before him, "I've once more to throw myself at your feet, and reiterate the assurances of a devotion which has formed the happiness of my existence." "That does not sound quite French, after all," muttered he. "Better, perhaps, has formed the religion of my heart. I know you will reproach my precipitancy. I feel how your judgment, unerring as it ever is, will condemn what may seem a sudden ebullition of temper. But I ask, is this amongst the catalogue of my weaknesses? Am I of that clay which is always fissured when heated? No, you know me better. You alone of all the world have the clue to a heart whose affections are all your own. The few explanations of all that has happened must be reserved for our meeting. Of course, neither the newspapers nor the reviews have any conception of the truth. 4 words will set your heart at ease, and these you must have: I have done wisely. With that assurance you have no more to fear. I mean to leave this in all secrecy by the end of the week. I shall go over to Brussels, where you can address me under the name of Richard Bingham. I shall only remain there to watch events for a day or 2, and thence on to Geneva. I am quite charmed with your account of poor Lady G., though, as I read, I can detect how all the fascinations you tell of were but reflected glories. Your view of her situation is admirable, and by your skilful tactic It is she herself that ostracizes the society that would only have accepted her on sufferance. How true is your remark as to the great question at issue, not her guilt or innocence, but what danger might accrue to others from infractions that invite publicity. The Cabinet were discussing the other day a measure by which sales of estated property could be legalized without those tiresome and costly researches into title, which, in a country where confiscations were frequent, became at last endless labor. Don't you think that some such measure might be beneficially adopted as regards female character? Could there not be invented a species of social guarantee which, rejecting all investigation into bygones after a certain limit, would confer a valid title that none might dispute? Lawyers tell us that no man's property would stand the test of a search for title. Are we quite certain how far the other sex are our betters in this respect? And might it not be wise to interpose a limit beyond which research need not proceed? I concur in all you say about G himself. He was always looking for better security than he needed. A great mistake, whether the investment consist of our affections or our money. Physicians say that if any man could only see the delicate anatomy on which his life depends, and watch the play of those organs that sustain him, he would not have the courage to move a step or utter a loud word. Might not we carry the analogy into morals, and ask, is it safe or prudent in us to investigate too deeply? Are we wise in dissecting motives, or would it not be better to enjoy our moral as we do our material health, without seeking to assure ourselves further? Besides all this, the untraveled Englishman, and such was Glencore when he married, never can be brought to understand the harmless levities of foreign life. Like a fresh-water sailor, he always fancies the boat is going to upset, and he throws himself out at the first jobble. I own to you frankly I never knew the case in question. How far she went is a secret to me. I might have heard the whole story. It required some address in me to escape it. But I do detest these narrations, where truth is marred by passion, and all just inferences confused and confounded with vague and absurd suspicions. Glencore's conduct throughout was little short of insanity. Like a man who, hearing his banker is insecure, takes refuge in insolvency, he ruins himself to escape embarrassment. They tell me here that the shock has completely deranged his intellect, and that he lives a life of melancholy isolation in that old castle in Ireland. How few men in this world can count the cost of their actions, and make up that simple calculation, how much shall I have to pay for it? Take any view one pleases of the case. Would it not have been better for him to have remained in the world and of it? Would not its pleasures, even its cares, have proved better distractions than his own brooding thoughts? If a man have a secret ailment, does he parade it in public? Why, then, this exposure of a pain for which there is no sympathy? Life, after all, is only a system of compensations. Wish it to be whatever you please, but accept it as it really is, and make the best of it. For my own part, I have ever felt like one who, having got a most disastrous account of a road he was about to travel, is delightfully surprised to find the way better and the inns more comfortable than he looked for. In the main, men and women are very good. Our mistake is, expecting to find people always in our own humor. Now, if one is very rich, this is practical enough, but the mass must be content to encounter disparity of mood and difference of taste at every step. There is, therefore, some tact required in conforming to these irregularities, and unhappily everybody has not got tact. You, charming princess, have tact, but you have beauty, wit, fascination, rank, all that can grace high station, and all that high station can reflect upon great natural gifts. That you should see the world through a rose-tinted medium is a very condition of your identity, and there is truth as well as good philosophy in this view. You have often told me that if people were not exactly all that strict moralists might wish, yet that they made up a society very pleasant and livable withal, and that there was also a floating capital of kindness and good feeling quite sufficient to trade upon, and even grow richer by negotiating. People who live out of the world, or, what comes to the same thing, in a little world of their own, are ever craving after perfectibility, just as, in time of peace, nations only accept in their armies 6-foot grenadiers and gigantic dragoons. Let the pressure of war or emergency arise, however, or, in other words, let there be the real business of life to be done, then the standard is lowered at once, and the battle is sought and won by very inferior agency. Now, show troops and show qualities are very much alike. They are a measure of what would be very charming to arrive at, were it only practicable. Oh, that poor Glencore had only learned his lesson, instead of writing nonsense verses at Eton! The murky domesticities of England have no correlatives in the sunny enjoyments of Italian life, and John Bull has got a fancy that virtue is only cultivated where there are coal fires, stuff curtains, and a window tax. Why, then, in the name of Doctors' Commons, does he marry a foreigner? Just as Upton had written these words, his servant presented him with a visiting card. "Lord Glencore!" exclaimed he aloud. "When was he here?" "His lordship is below stairs now, sir. He said he was sure you'd see him." "Of course. Show him up at once. Wait a moment. Give me that cane. Place those cushions for my feet. Draw the curtain, and leave the aconite and ether drops near me. That will do, thank you." Some minutes elapsed ere the door was opened. The slow footfall of one ascending the stairs, step by step, was heard, accompanied by the labored respiration of a man breathing heavily, and then Lord Glencore entered, his form worn and emaciated, and his face pale and colorless. With a feeble, uncertain voice, he said, "I knew you'd see me, Upton, and I wouldn't go away." And with this he sank into a chair and sighed deeply. "Of course, my dear Glencore, you knew it," said the other feelingly, for he was shocked by the wretched spectacle before him. "Even were I more seriously indisposed than—" "And were you really ill, Upton?" asked Glencore, with a weakly smile. "Can you ask the question? Have you not seen the evening papers, read the announcement on my door, seen the troops of inquirers in the streets?" "Yes," sighed he, wearily, "I have heard and seen all you say. And yet I bethought me of a remark I once heard from the Duke of Orleans.
Monsieur Upton is a most active minister when his health permits, and when it does not, he is the most mischievous intriguant in Europe. He was always straining at an antithesis. He fancied he could talk like Saint Simon, and it really spoiled a very pleasant converser. "And so you have been very ill?" said Glencore, slowly, as though he had not heeded the last remark. "So have I, also. You seem to me too feeble to be about, Glencore," said Upton, kindly. "I am so, if it were of any consequence. I mean, if my life could interest or benefit any one. My head, however, will bear solitude no longer. I must have some one to talk to. I mean to travel. I will leave this in a day or so." "Come along with me, then. My plan is to make for Brussels, but it must not be spoken of, as I want to watch events there before I remove farther from England." "So it is all true, then? You have resigned?" said Glencore. "Perfectly true. What a strange step to take! I remember, more than 20 years ago, your telling me that you'd rather be Foreign Secretary of England than the monarch of any third-rate continental kingdom. I thought so then, and, what is more singular, I think so still. And you throw it up at the very moment people are proclaiming your success. You shall hear all my reasons, Glencore, for this resolution, and will, I feel assured, approve them. But they'd only weary you now. Let me know them now, Upton. It is such a relief to me when, even by a momentary interest in anything, I am able to withdraw this poor tired brain from its own distressing thoughts." He spoke these words not only with strong feeling, but even imparted to them a tone of entreaty, so that Upton could not but comply. "When I wished for the secretaryship, my dear Glencore," said he, "I fancied the office as it used to be in olden times, when one played the great game of diplomacy with kings and ministers for antagonists, and the world at large for spectators; when consummate skill and perfect secrecy were objects of moment, and when grand combinations rewarded one's labor with all the certainty of a mathematical problem. Every move on the board could be calculated beforehand. No disturbing influences could derange plans that never were divulged till they were accomplished. All that is past and gone. Our Constitution, grown every day more and more democratic, rules by the House of Commons. Questions whose treatment demands all the skill of a statesman and all the address of a man of the world come to be discussed in open Parliament. Correspondence is called for, despatches and even private notes are produced, and while the state you are opposed to revels in the security of secrecy, your whole game is revealed to the world in the shape of a blue book. Nor is this all. The debaters on these nice and intricate questions, involving the most far-reaching speculation of statesmanship, are men of trade and enterprise, who view every international difficulty only in its relation to their peculiar interests. National greatness, honor, and security are nothing. The maintenance of the equipoise by which preserves peace is nothing. The nice management which, by the exhibition of courtesy here, or force there, is nothing compared to alliances that secure us ample supplies of raw material and abundant markets for manufactures. Diplomacy has come to this.
But you must have known all this before you accepted office. You had seen where the course of events led to, and were aware that the House ruled the country. Perhaps I did not recognize the fact to its full extent. Perhaps I fancied I could succeed in modifying the system," said Upton, cautiously. "A hopeless undertaking," said Glencore. "I'm not quite so certain of that," said Upton, pausing for a while as he seemed to reflect. When he resumed, it was in a lighter and more flippant tone. "To make short of it, I saw that I could not keep office on these conditions, but I did not choose to go out as a beaten man. For my pride's sake, I desired that my reasons should be reserved for myself alone. For my actual benefit, it was necessary that I should have a hold over my colleagues in office. These two conditions were rather difficult to combine, but I accomplished them. I had interested the King so much in my views as to what the Foreign Office ought to be, that an interchange of letters took place, and His Majesty imparted to me his fullest confidence in disparagement of the present system. This correspondence was a perfect secret to the whole cabinet, but when it had arrived at a most confidential crisis, I suggested to the King that Cloudsley should be consulted. I knew well that this would set the match to the train. No sooner did Cloudsley learn that such a correspondence had been carried on for months without his knowledge, views stated, plans promulgated, and the King's pleasure taken on questions not one of which should have been broached without his approval and concurrence, that he declared he would not hold the seals of office another hour. The King, well knowing his temper, and aware what a terrific exposure might come of it, sent for me and asked what was to be done. I immediately suggested my own resignation as a sacrifice to the difficulty and to the wounded feelings of the Duke. Thus did I achieve what I sought for. I imposed a heavy obligation on the King and the Premier, and I have secured secrecy as to my motives, which none will ever betray. I only remained for the debate of the other night, for I wanted a little public enthusiasm to mark the fall of the curtain." "So that you still hold them as your debtors?" asked Glencore. "Without doubt I do. My claim is a heavy one." "And what would satisfy it?" "If my health would stand England," said Upton, leisurely, "I'd take a peerage; but as this murky atmosphere would suffocate me, and as I don't care for the latter without the political privileges, I have determined to have the Garter." "The Garter! A blue ribbon!" exclaimed Glencore, as though the insufferable coolness with which the pretension was announced might justify any show of astonishment. "Yes, I had some thoughts of India, but the journey deters me. In fact, as I have enough to live on, I'd rather devote the remainder of my days to rest and the care of this shattered constitution." It is impossible to convey to the reader the tender and affectionate compassion with which Sir Horace seemed to address these last words to himself. "Do you ever look upon yourself as the luckiest fellow in Europe, Upton?" asked Glencore. "No," sighed he; "I occasionally fancy I have been hardly dealt with by fortune. I have only to throw my eyes around me and see a score of men, richer and more elevated than myself, not one of whom has capacity for even a third rate task, so that really the self congratulation you speak of has not occurred to me. But, after all, You have had a most successful career. Look at the matter this way, Glencore. There are about six men in all Europe, who have a little more common sense than all the rest of the world. I could tell you the names of 5 of them. If there was a supreme boastfulness in this speech, the modest delivery of it completely mystified the hearer, and he sat gazing with wonderment at the man before him. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Fortunes of Glencore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fortunes of Glencore by Charles James Lever. Chapter 45. Some Sad Reveries. "Have you any plans, Glencore?" asked Upton, as they posted along towards Dover. "None," was the brief reply. "Nor any destination you desire to reach?" "Just as little." "Such a state as yours, then, I take it, is about the best thing going in life. Every move one makes is attended with so many adverse considerations, every goal so separated from us by unforeseen difficulties, that an existence, even without what is called an object, has certain great advantages." "I am curious to hear them," said the other, half cynically. "For myself," said Upton, not accepting the challenge, "the brief intervals of comparative happiness I have enjoyed have been in periods when complete repose, almost torpor, has surrounded me, and when the mere existence of the day has engaged my thoughts. What became of memory all this while?" "Memory," said Upton, laughing. "I hold my memory in proper subjection. It no more dares obtrude upon me uncalled for than would my valet come into my room till I ring for him. Of the slavery men endure from their own faculties I have no experience, and, of course, no sympathy for them. I will not say that I cannot compassionate sufferings, though I have not felt them." "Are you quite sure of that?" asked Glencore, almost sternly. "Is not your very pity a kind of contemptuous sentiment towards those who sorrow without reason, the strong man's estimate of the weak man's sufferings? Believe me, there is no true condolence where there is not the same experience of woe." "I should be sorry to lay down so narrow a limit to fellow feeling," said Upton. "You told me a few moments back," said Glencore, "that your memory was your slave. How, then, can you feel for one like me, whose memory is his master? How understand a path that never wanders out of the shadow of the past?" There was such an accent of sorrow impressed upon these words that Upton did not desire to prolong a discussion so painful, and thus, for the remainder of the way, little was interchanged between them. They crossed the strait by night, and as Upton stole upon deck after dusk, he found Glencore seated near the wheel, gazing intently at the lights on shore, from which they were fast receding. "I am taking my last look at England, Upton," said he, affecting a tone of easy indifference. "You surely mean to go back again one of these days?" said Upton. "Never, never," said he, solemnly. "I have made all my arrangements for the future, every disposition regarding my property. I have neglected nothing, so far as I know, of those claims which, in the shape of relationship, the world has such reverence for. And now I bethink me of myself. I shall have to consult you, however, about this boy," said he, faltering in the words. "The objection I once entertained to his bearing my name exists no longer. He may call himself Massy, if he will. The chances are," added he, in a lower and more feeling voice, "that he rejects a name that will only remind him of a wrong." "My dear Glencore," said Upton, with real tenderness, "do I apprehend you aright? Are you at last convinced that you have been unjust? Has the moment come in which your better judgment rises above the evil counsels of prejudice and passion?" "Do you mean, am I assured of her innocence?" broke in Glencore, wildly. "Do you imagine, if I were so, that I could withhold my hand from taking a life so infamous and dishonored as mine? The world would have no parallel for such a wretch. Mark me, Upton," cried he, fiercely, "there is no torture I have yet endured would equal the bare possibility of what you hint at. Good heavens, Glencore, do not let me suppose that selfishness has so marred and disfigured your nature that this is true. Bethink you of what you say. Would it not be the crowning glory of your life to repair a dreadful wrong, and acknowledge before the world that the fame you had aspersed was without stain or spot? And with what grace should I ask the world to believe me? Is it when expiating the shame of a falsehood that I should call upon men to accept me as truthful? Have I not proclaimed her from one end of Europe to the other dishonored? If she be absolved, what becomes of me?" "This is unworthy of you, Glencore," said Upton, severely. "Nor, if illness and long suffering had not impaired your judgment, had you ever spoken such words. I say, once more, that if the day came that you could declare to the world that her fame had no other reproach than the injustice of your own unfounded jealousy, that day would be the best and the proudest of your life. The proud day that publishes me a calumniator of all that I was most pledged to defend, the deliberate liar against the obligation of the holiest of all contracts. You forget, Upton, but I do not forget, that it was by this very argument you once tried to dissuade me from my act of vengeance. You told me, ay, in words that still ring in my ears, to remember that if by any accident or chance her innocence might be proven, I could never avail myself of the indication without first declaring my own unworthiness to profit by it. That if the wife stood forth in all the pride of purity, the husband would be a scoff and a shame throughout the world." "When I said so," said Upton, "it was to turn you from a path that could not but lead to ruin. I endeavored to deter you by an appeal that interested even your selfishness." "Your subtlety has outwitted itself, Upton," said Glencore, with a bitter irony. "It is not the first instance on record where blank cartridge has proved fatal." "One thing is perfectly clear," said Upton, boldly. "The man who shrinks from the repair of a wrong he has done on the consideration of how it would affect himself and his own interests shows that he cares more for the outward show of honor than its real and sustaining power. And will you tell me, Upton, that the world's estimate of a man's fame is not essential to his self-esteem, or that there yet lived one who would brave obloquy without, by the force of something within him? This I will tell you, replied Upton, that he who balances between the two is scarcely an honest man, and that he who accepts the show for the substance is not a wise one. These are marvellous sentiments to hear from one whose craft has risen to a proverb, and whose address in life is believed to be not his meanest gift. I accept the irony in all good humor. I go farther, Glencore, I stoop to explain. When any one in the great and eventful journey of life seeks to guide himself safely, he has to weigh all the considerations and calculate all the combinations adverse to him. The straight road is rarely or never possible, even if events were, which they are not, easy to read. They must be taken in combination with others, and with their consequences. The path of action becomes necessarily devious and winding, and compromises are called for at every step. It is not in the moment of shipwreck that a man stops to inquire into petty details of the articles he throws into a longboat. He is bent on saving himself as best he can. He seizes what is next to him, if it suit his purpose. Now, were he to act in this manner in all the quiet security of his life on shore, his conduct would be highly blamable. No emergency would warrant his taking what belonged to another. No critical moment would drive him to the instinct of self-preservation. Just the same is the interval between action and reflection. Give me time and forethought, and I will employ something better and higher than craft. My subtlety, as you like to call it, is not my best weapon. I only use it in emergency." "I read the matter differently," said Glencore, sulkily. "I could, perhaps, offer another explanation of your practice." "Pray let me hear it. We are all in confidence here, and I promise you I will not take badly whatever you say to me." Glencore sat silent and motionless. "Come, shall I say it for you, Glencore? For I think I know what is passing in your mind." The other nodded, and he went on. "You would tell me, in plain words, that I keep my craft for myself, my high principles for my friends." Glencore only smiled, but Upton continued. "So, then, I have guessed aright. And the very worst you can allege against this course is, that what I bestow is better than what I retain. One of Solomon's proverbs may be better than a shilling, but which would a hungry man rather have? I want no word fencing, Upton. Still less do I seek what might sow distrust between us. This much, however, has life taught me. The great trials of this world are like its great maladies. Providence has meant them to be fatal. We call in the doctor in the one case, or the counselor in the other, out of habit rather than out of hope. Our own consciousness has already whispered that nothing can be of use, but we like to do as our neighbors, and so we take remedies and follow instructions to the last. The wise man quickly detects by the character of the means how emergent is the case believed to be, and rightly judges that recourse to violent measures implies the presence of great peril. If he be really wise, then he desists at once from what can only torture his few remaining hours. They can be given to better things than the agonies of such agency. To this exact point has my case come, and by the counsels you have given me do I read my danger. Your only remedy is as bad as the malady it is meant to cure. I cannot take it. Accepting your own imagery, I would say, said Upton, that you are one who will not submit to an operation of some pain that he might be cured. Glencore sat moodily for some moments without speaking. At last he said, I feel as though continual change of place and scene would be a relief to me. Let us rendezvous, therefore, somewhere for the autumn, and meanwhile I'll wander about alone. What direction do you propose to take? The Schwarzwald and the Hohenthal first. I want to revisit a place I knew in happier days. Memory must surely have something besides sorrows to render us. I owned a little cottage there once, near Steg. I fished and read Uhland for the summer long. I wonder if I could resume the same life. I knew the whole village, the blacksmith, the schoolmaster, the Dorfrichter, all of them. Good, kind souls they were. How they wept when we parted! Nothing consoled them but my having purchased the cottage, and promised to come back again. Upton was glad to accept even this much of interest in the events of life, and drew Glencore on to talk of the days he had passed in this solitary region. As in the dreariest landscape, a ray of sunlight will reveal some beautiful effects, making the eddies of the dark pool to glitter, lighting up the russet moss, and giving to the half-dried lichen a tinge of bright color, so will, occasionally, memory throw over a life of sorrow a gleam of happier meaning. Faces and events, forms and accents that once found the way to our hearts come back again. Faintly and imperfectly it may be, but with a touch that revives in us what we once were. It is the one sole feature in which self-love becomes amiable. When, looking back on our past, we cherish the thought of a time before the world had made us skeptical and hard-hearted. Glencore warmed as he told of that tranquil period when poetry gave a color to his life, and the wild conceptions of genius ran like a thread of gold through the whole web of existence. He quoted passages that had struck him for their beauty or their truthfulness. He told how he had tried to attune his own mind to the tone that vibrated in the magic music of verse, and how the very attempt had inspired him with gentler thoughts, a softer charity, and a more tender benevolence towards his fellows. Tieck is right, Upton, when he says there are two natures in us, distinct and apart: one, the imaginative and ideal; the other, the actual and the sensual. Many shake them together and confound them, making of the incongruous mixture that vile compound of inconsistency, where the beautiful and the true are ever warring with the deformed and the false. Their lives a long struggle with themselves, a perpetual contest between high hope and base enjoyment. A few keep them apart, retaining through their worldliness some hallowed spot in the heart, where ignoble desires and mean aspirations have never dared to come. A fewer still have made the active work of life subordinate to the guiding spirit of purity, adventuring on no road unsanctioned by high and holy thoughts, caring for no ambitions but such as make us nobler and better. I once had a thought of such a life, and even the memory of it, like the prayers we have learned in our childhood, has a hallowing influence over after years. If that poor boy, Upton, and his lips trembled on the words, if that poor boy could have been brought up thus humbly, if he had been taught to know no more than an existence of such simplicity called for, what a load of care might it have spared his heart and mine! You have read over those letters I gave you about him?" asked Upton, who eagerly availed himself of the opportunity to approach an almost forbidden theme. "I have read them over and over," said Glencore, sadly. "In all the mention of him I read the faults of my own nature, a stubborn spirit of pride that hardens as much as elevates, a resentful temper too prone to give way to its own impulses, an over confidence in himself, too, always ready to revenge its defeats on the world about him. These are his defects, and they are mine. Poor fellow, that he should inherit all that I have of bad, and yet not be heir to the accidents of fortune which make others so lenient to faults." If Upton heard these words with much interest, no less was he struck by the fact that Glencore made no inquiry whatever as to the youth's fate. The last letter of the packet revealed the story of an eventful duel and the boy's escape from Massa by night, with his subsequent arrest by the police. And yet, in the face of incidents like these, he continued to speculate on traits of mind and character, nor even adverted to the more closely touching events of his fate. By many an artful hint and ingenious device did Sir Horace try to tempt him to some show of curiosity, but all were fruitless. Glencore would talk freely and willingly of the boy's disposition and his capacity. He would even speculate on the successes and failures such a temperament might meet with in life, but still he spoke as men might speak of a character in a fiction, ingeniously weighing causalities and discussing chances, never, even by accident, approaching the actual story of his life, or seeming to attach any interest to his destiny. Upton's shrewd intelligence quickly told him that this reserve was not accidental, and he deliberated within himself how far it was safe to invade it. At length he resumed the attempt by adroitly alluding to the spirited resistance the boy had made to his capture, and the consequences one might naturally enough ascribe to a proud and high-hearted youth thus tyrannically punished. "I have heard something," said Upton, "of the severities practised at Kufstein, and they recall the horrible tales of the Inquisition, the terrible contrivances to extort confessions, expedients that often break down the intellect, whose secrets they would discover, so that one actually shudders at the name of a spot so associated with evil." Glencore placed his hands over his face, but did not utter a word, and again Upton went on urging, by every device he could think of, some indication that might mean interest, if not anxiety, when suddenly he felt Glencore's hand grasp his arm with violence. "No more of this, Upton," cried he, sternly. "You do not know the torture you are giving me." There was a long and painful pause between them, at the end of which Glencore spoke, but it was in a voice scarcely above a whisper, and every accent of which trembled with emotion. "You remember one sad and memorable night, Upton, in that old castle in Ireland, the night when I came to the resolution of this vengeance. I sent for the boy to my room. We were alone there together, face to face. It was such a scene as could brook no witness, nor dare I now recall its details as they occurred. He came in frankly and boldly, as he felt he had a right to do. How he left that room, cowed, abashed, and degraded, I have yet before me. Our meeting did not exceed many minutes in duration. Neither of us could have endured it longer. Brief as it was, we ratified a compact between us. It was this: neither was ever to question or inquire after the other, as no tie should unite, no interest should bind us. Had you seen him then, Upton," cried Glencore, wildly, "the proud disdain with which he listened to my attempts at excuse, the haughty distance with which he seemed to reject every thought of complaint, the stern coldness with which he heard me plan out his future, you would have said that some curse had fallen upon my heart, or it could never have been dead to traits which proclaimed him to be my own. In that moment it was my lot to be like him who held out his own right hand to be first burned ere he gave his body to the flames. We parted without an embrace. Not even a farewell was spoken between us. While I gloried in his pride, had he but yielded ever so little, had one syllable of weakness, one tear escaped him, I had given up my project, reversed all my planned vengeance, and taken him to my heart as my own. But no, he was resolved on proving by his nature that he was of that stern race from which, by a falsehood, I was about to exclude him. It was as though my own blood hurled a proud defiance to me. As he walked slowly to the door, his glove fell from his hand. I stealthily caught it up. I wanted to keep it as a memorial of that bitter hour, but he turned hastily around and plucked it from my hand. The action was even a rude one, and with a mocking smile, as though he read my meaning and despised it, he departed. You now have heard the last secret of my heart in this sad history. Let us speak of it no more." And with this Glencore arose and left the deck. End of chapter 45.